A very good afternoon to you and welcome to Croft for the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's the third event that we're live streaming this season via Alpha Live, watching us on YouTube or Facebook or at 750mc.co.uk/live. Let's have a look at what's in prospect today. Well, here's the Croft circuit and the 2.1 mile layout, 12 turns, a mixture of fast and slow corners, and it's going to be a great day's racing here at Croft with 7 races in prospect today, including at the end of the day the 2-hour Club Enduro Race. There's the weather forecast, sunny. Well, I can confirm it is. There's a few clouds in the sky, but not too many. No rain in prospects, and a lovely warm afternoon, 19 degrees with a light breeze. Let's have a look through the schedule for today as well. And as I say, 7 races in prospect. Out on track at the moment, we have the qualifying session for the TQR Club Enduro Championship. We'll bring you news and action from that in a few minutes' time. But the first race of the day gets underway at around about 25 to 1 for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, their second race of the weekend. Also the second race of the weekend for the Demons Week's Yokohama Locost Championship as well. That's about 1 o'clock. And then the second and final race of the weekend for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V's and the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. That comes up just before 2 o'clock. And then later on this afternoon, it's the third and final races of the weekend for those that are on a triple header, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship and the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, their third race of the weekend. And then the main event in many ways, the TQR Club Enduro Championship, which is a 2
come through. And Sports 1000, again, that was good and the quickest, I think, action we'll see today, so they should be good fun. And then the Club Enduro Championship, which joins us, which is set to have the biggest ever grid on the Croft circuit. I think 50 cars is the plan, and that's going to be quite a spectacle around this track with some great drivers and great cars and a great variety of cars too. So a real good day of racing, afternoon of racing, what we should have.
Absolutely right, and in great conditions here at Croft. We had a warm day yesterday, and the conditions, I would say, dropped pretty similar.
Yep, it's nice and warm, isn't it? Straight away here at Croft. Perfect conditions to come and watch racing, and we're glad to say there's so many people have bought tickets. As many tickets that are available here at Croft were all sold in pretty good order, I think. Unfortunately, due to a few of the restrictions, it means Croft couldn't sell as many tickets as perhaps some other venues, but all the tickets were available were here, so we hope everybody who is here trackside at Croft enjoys the day's racing, and everybody at home, hopefully, if you couldn't make it here to Croft, if you missed out on your tickets, you can enjoy the action via the Alpha live streaming. Yeah,
so that's at 750mc.co.uk/live. As I say, if you go to 750mc.co.uk/calendar, that's where you can find the digital race programme. So whether you're watching on at home or you're here at the circuit, you can download a PDF version of the race programme, which would have all of the usual information you'd find in a printed programme. We're able to produce those at the moment in these COVID restricted times. So you get the timetable, you've got the race entry lists, which are pretty up to date. We'll tell you about key changes as the afternoon goes on as well. So you can download the programme. You've also got access there to the live timing as well, which will really help you to enjoy the racing, particularly possibly the Club Enduro, the 2-hour race. We'll have the timing tower on screen, but you'll get the full information if you go to the live timing button, again via the website 750mc.co.uk/calendar. Find Croft in the list of events and then click on the live timing button for that. It's been a busy week or so for the 750 Motor Club, hasn't it, Josh?
Yes, well, we were at Donington Park last weekend over Saturday and Sunday. We had 25 races, with about 350 competitors taking part. Then the office staff had a couple of days to do all the admin work ahead of this week's action, which started for the club on Thursday with testing, 2 days of testing that 750 Motor Club put on offer, which is an unusual thing for the club to be able to do. Usually the circuits run test days, but here at Croft, 750 Motor Club hire the circuit out for 4 days this year. Originally it was going to be free, just the Friday and the 2 race days, but there was so much demand to come up here to Croft. The Friday test sold out, I think within an hour. something like that. So therefore they decided to get another day. So the staff, I guess they've been here since Wednesday evening, running the week.
Yeah.
And I think it's been a successful week with lots of competitors here. Some people I think have been here since Thursday testing, so 4 days of track action. And it's been some good racing yesterday. I think lots of good clean racing. There weren't too much in the way of disappointment for drivers. No real incident yesterday, which is good to report. Hopefully that stays the way today.
Yeah, just one or two yesterday, but nothing too significant. And it's going to be another busy couple of weeks for the team in the office at Donington, because the next 750 Motor Club meeting after this is just a fortnight away. That's at Brands Hatch. It's not going to be on the live stream, but you'll be able to get tickets to watch that event at Brands Hatch. And then there is a little bit of a break for the club's next meeting that it's organising, which will be at Snetterton in July, and that's because the meeting that was scheduled to run at Anglesey in June, on the 19th and 20th of June, that's been delayed until mid-August due to the ongoing coronavirus restrictions in Wales that are more severe than they are in the rest of the UK. Wales is the only part of the country which has yet to permit the resumption of racing under Motorsport UK regulations, but hopefully Motorsport in Wales will be able to get back underway very shortly. I'm sure the circuits, Anglesey and Pembrey, are keen to get people back on track in race action just as soon as possible. But after that sort of slight hiatus, then it becomes thick and fast again. We've got Snetterton and Cadwell Park in July, Silverstone and the rearranged Anglesey meeting will be in August. And then we're sort of into the final third of the season with a number of meetings throughout September and October's championships start to get decided, which feels a little way off yet, because for the majority of the categories that we've had here this weekend, it is only the second meeting, the exception to that being the MX5s, Josh.
Absolutely right. So second of what is generally 6 or 7 meetings for the championships. 12 or 14 rounds for most of them, but the MX5 Cup, that's a longer championship, 19 races, and this is round 6, 7 and 8 I think this weekend. They had a meeting at Castle Combe away from the 750 Motor Club there.
I think they have 5 triple headers, don't they, of which this is one, and a couple of double headers during the course of the season as well, hence 19 races in total. So let's have a look at what is going on in the qualifying session that's out on track. It's been out on track about 9 minutes now, which is that for the Takiwa Club Enduro session. There is the view from Hawthorne. You're looking over towards Clervaux Corner there. And we are indeed well underway with this session, and I can tell you that fastest at the moment is the Rob Baker and Carl Swift Seat Leon. It's done a 1:29.01 at this point in time. After about 5 or 6 laps, the majority of drivers have done. That's no major surprise, is it, Josh?
Well, you say that. Obviously, you weren't here Friday. I was, so I kind of followed some of the testing stuff that was going on. Alan Henderson's Lotus Elise was a second quicker than anybody else in testing on Friday. He was in the 1:28 then. He's a couple of seconds off of that at the moment, so it's all okay. That Lotus isn't the most reliable car in the championship, so I hope all is okay for local driver Alan Henderson, who I think is the general tip, if the car lasts, to be the favourite for this circuit. It suits the circuit, he knows the track well. But the Baker-Swift pairing, which have won every race in the championship since that car has made its debut, bar one, which was Henderson's win at Alton Park last year, that's a good lap time. That's quicker than they went on Friday. That's well under the lap record as well. Obviously, lap records can't be set in qualifying, but that's a very good time. 1:29.01 is something like 1.5 seconds under the lap record that it's almost 2 seconds under the lap record that Mika Brown did in race conditions a couple of years ago. And they're 1.6 seconds currently faster than anything else. That's a really strong early effort in this 30-minute qualifying session. For the Club Enduro Championship, which is the second round of the season. They started at Donington Park on Easter Monday in much cooler conditions, and they've got 4 further races this year. Brands Hatch, that's going to be a busy circuit. Snetterton, Silverstone and Alton Park for the 2021 season. And great to see them here at Croft, I think for the longest race of the year, which usually is the case. Not quite as long as we've had previously. We've had 3-hour races here at Croft. That's not the case this year. But we have got the full complement of 50 cars out on the racetrack.
which is absolutely fantastic. And looking down below our commentary position here, we're looking at a very busy pit lane. We've got the cars which for this weekend, Josh, are having to park in this very tight pit lane at a 45-degree angle, sort of nose into the garages, and then they have to be pushed out again when they want to go back out onto the circuit. And that's really to avoid any unfortunate accidents in what is quite a tight pit lane.
Absolutely, this is a rule that British GT used, for example. SRO, I think, began this some time ago on the tighter pit lanes, and Croft certainly is a tighter pit lane, a small pit lane, and everybody's been given a pit box to use. Not everybody are using the garages, so the 750 Motor Club have given each car a pit box to use, so everybody knows where they're stopping, so there shouldn't be any confusion there. And hopefully it should all work smoothly. It did yesterday in road sports, so there's no reason why it shouldn't do today.
Yeah, that's good to see. And of course, during the course of the race, we'll have driver changes that can take place at any point within reason during the race. Not quite any point, but the key point there is that it's a 3.5-minute stop that drivers have to make during the race. 3 minutes is standard, an extra 30 seconds to allow for sanitisation of the touch points in the cockpit. Important, obviously, where there is a 2-driver effort. So pit lane will get very busy as we go along. As far as the times are concerned, Andy Marston now has popped up to second fastest, actually, in a 1:30.61. So that's just a couple of hundredths faster than Alan Henderson, who's not improved his time yet.
I think that's quicker than Marston was going yesterday, isn't he? On the road, won the road sports race. I saw that car, they were working on it earlier on in the paddock, it was leaking fluid. Hopefully that was all sorted. And yes, Andy Marston, who has been a winner, I think, in the Club Enduro series before, but in a different car, actually going back to 2017, another M3 that he shared with Brett Evans, who I think is helping him run the car this weekend. He's been a winner in the past, so good job there to go second quickest. Another of the M3s we're seeing on the Alpha Live pictures at the moment. I think this is a great looking car, Ian. The Bros is the E46 GTR.
Yeah, and just behind that we could see the Holden Commodore, the 6.2 litre Holden Commodore of Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, number 7. Obviously that's quite a beast. I'm not sure how well it was suited to the very cold and wintry conditions we had at Donington last time out. Hopefully in the warm sunshine of North Yorkshire it might fare a little better. They were 30th in the race at Donington, 12th within Class A, but hoping for better things here.
Because the problem with Croft is that's a big car, it's got a big amount of power. That means the power to weight ratio the Formula uses means it's the heaviest car on the grid, and the complex particularly, well, it won't suit the heavy cars. The Holden is currently 16th. The car that you see on your screen is the Paul and Luke Burrell's E46 GTR that didn't get to start at Donington after a qualifying issue. Is currently 13th quickest on a 1:33.75.
Should note that you'll see some drivers in the listing that have just got a TX number. That's the transponder number, where the transponder's not necessarily been aligned with the car that it should be in. So that's just something the timekeepers will resolve ready in time for the race, but it does mean that we can't tell you which cars those are that are showing on screen at the moment in the 4th and 7th positions.
Notice we've got a couple of the M2s well up within the top 6, which is good to see. Some of the more modern BMWs, the M2 35i, the type of car that BMW Motorsport had a category for basically in the VLN, in the Nürburgring 24-hour series as well. So a very popular car in Germany, now starting to come over here in the UK too, in a similar type of format, long races for sort of amateur racers. Just
worth talking about the 235 car, the Michael Dark and Sammy Venables car. It's Sammy's first time out in a race at all. Michael shared the car with somebody else, didn't he, last time out at Donington.
David Heisman.
Yeah, that's right, David Heisman, regular BMW racer. But Sammy Venables having his first race, he's done some karting, he's done some endurance karting, so he said that it's a very natural switch to him to do a sort of 2-hour race. And the team that he races with, Elite Works, is run by his childhood friend Jay Delgado as well, and I've seen Jay out in the cars as well in the past in Club Enduro.
indeed. Alan Henderson's gone second now. He's on a 1 minute 29.59, so that's just under 6/10 of a second off the pole car. The championship leaders, or Class A championship leaders, Rob Baker and Cole Swift. The overall championship leader, Will Stacey, as he explained to us at Donington Park, will not be racing this weekend. Will be for the remainder of the season in his Lotus Elise, though. So Class B, therefore, the mid-class on this power to weight ratio formula, will have a new winner for this season here at Croft, and currently quickest within Class B is in 11th overall, and that is Luke Handley. A good time from him in his Volkswagen Golf. 1 minute 33.40 is just a couple of attempts quicker than the similar car of William Beach and Mark Wright, and third within Class B is Phil Driver's Porsche Boxster, who went really well yesterday. There's another Porsche though we're watching here, a former Class B and overall champion, Ian. Yeah,
that's Steve Cheetham, who's been a long-time Porsche racer, Porsche 924 champion quite a few years ago now, but he's been racing in Club Enduro for the past few seasons. Initially, as Josh says, he was in Class B and winning the Class B and overall championship. He's moved on up to Class A. That was for last season, but this is the sort of first sort of full season. Last year only a part campaign, of course, with the COVID restrictions. And Steve was 9th overall and 5th in the class in that car, in the Porsche Boxster at Donington, I should say, for the opening round of the championship. That is the number 12 car, the very smart-looking Golf of Tom Rogers and John Griffiths. Yeah, looks like that's a former VW Cup spec Golf, doesn't it, with the big arches on it. Looks really good, looks very touring car-esque. Mentioning the classes, Class C is the third of the classes, which is a much bigger entry here at Croft compared to Donington Park, which is good. There's loads of Mazda MX-5s out there, and the quickest of them is British GT racer James Kell, who shares with his dad Darren. He's been a multiple winner in that class in the past, and they were the champions in Class C last year. James Kell's on a 1 minute 36.60, and he's 29th overall, and he's 4/10 quicker than Jonathan Packer in his Honda Civic Type R. And third within that class is the Toyota Celica of the Lundys, Roan and Richard Lundy, who didn't do the fastest lap at Donington Park, but good to see a Toyota Celica out there. Not many of them racing in England, Ian. No, not at all. It's a great variety of cars that we have. As the Celica's actually just about to go through your shot. There it is, just going over the line now, the Celica. And yeah, we've got a lot of M3s, we've got a lot of MX-5s, we've got quite a few Porsches, but there is some welcome variety as well, and Croft circuit with some different characteristics to Donington and some of the other circuits that we'll visit. There's that 235 car that we were mentioning a few minutes ago. It's looking a little bit smoky, I'm afraid. The Crown Paints sponsored car with the sort of paint swatches all over it. That's the car being driven by Michael Dark and Sammy Venables, and that's fifth fastest at the moment, and that's a pretty good performance from them. Yes, but as you noted, the smoke didn't look particularly healthy. It's a car that only completed 6 laps in the race at Donington Park. Yeah. So that's a bit of a worry, you'd have to think, at this stage of the day's activities. We've got, just under 3 hours expected between the end of qualifying and the beginning of their race, which is due to be over 125 minutes, which will conclude the day's action with lots of sprint racing in between. One driver, as I was making my notes this morning, obviously in a different car than he was at Donington, is Darren Ball. He's had to switch from the Porsche Cayman, which was damaged in the road sports accident at Silverstone, and he's out in a BMW this time, Josh. Yes, he's hiring the car that Colin Gillespie has raced in the past. And Darren Ball is currently only 17th in it, the BMW 1 Series. Gillespie's out in his M4, I think, although the time screen's currently saying a 1 Series, we'll have to check that. But I think Colin Gillespie's in his M4 like he was yesterday. He had a puncture, I understand, in the road sports race yesterday, but he's doing well in 10th, 132.80. It's going a little bit slowly, though, as he comes past our commentary box window behind us here. Obviously, we're commentating on the live stream, but we do have an excellent view out of the commentary box window here. You can see pretty much the whole circuit, apart from Jim Clark-Esses, because they're behind the trees, and apart from Sunny in and Sunny out as well. And yeah, Colin Gillespie just about limping to the pit lane. It's almost come to a halt, that car on the exit of hairpin. And is that the Jonathan Packer car? It is. Looking very smoky. That's pulled off at Sunny, and yeah, that's not looking good. One of the marshals there with the fire extinguisher at the ready. Probably a wise precaution.
I'd suggest that could be engine related for Jonathan Packer. The area motorsport team that run a lot of cars in the Club Enduro Championship, well, that's one of them, but that's not going to be for the pits. Neither is Colin Gillespie, whose BMW's stuck there on the exit of the hairpin.
He's got the hazard lights on there, so that's all right.
Oh, it's moving again.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's gone through a reset of the car.
A spinner there is the Mead and Maudsley Golf.
And that is in the same place as Jonathan Packer's was very smoky, which makes you wonder if there's anything on the circuit there.
Yeah, it could be. And the red flags are now out and the red lights are on as well. So I do wonder if as you say, Josh, that's because there is some fluid down as much as anything else, which could cause some problems. Now, we've had 22 minutes of that session, so it remains to be seen whether the session will be restarted. We're sort of just over 2/3 of the way, nearly 3/4 of the way through it.
Now, I suspect one of those cars that you mentioned, a transponder isn't aligning currently, is the Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin BMW M3 that went well at Donington, because I don't see that, and I suspect that car will be within the top 10. Who could the other one be, I wonder?
Good question.
But that certainly would that would be one of them, you'd think.
Alex Hall on the live stream comment says it was only a little bit of smoke, not an Alex Hall smoke screen. Well, he's certainly the specialist in those. Alex, regular Classics.catch racer in the past, and good to see that he's tuning in wherever he is, and no doubt he'll try and film some useful commentary lines as the day goes on, as he tried to yesterday, which I ignored. Anyway, so we've got the cars all heading into the pit lane. Well, this will be a test of how busy the pit lane gets, won't it? With 50 of them all heading in at the same time. I can see some of them are queuing up at the end of the pit lane as if they're going to get ready to go back out again.
Yeah, I guess if we are going to restart the session, you'd quite like to be at the front of the queue, wouldn't you?
You would, because it's only, if it does go, it's only going to go for a few minutes again.
I see there's a Lotus Elise on the screen. Rob Boston is driving that this weekend. Who should be very rapid, I would think, in that car around this track. And I wonder if they could be one of the cars without a transponder, quite possibly. Because I suspect he'll be right at the sharp end of the overall order. And Rob Boston is one of many, many drivers who's one of the best MX-5 drivers in the country. And I think they're all here this weekend, either driving an MX-5 or like Rob Boston, something else.
Yeah, so anyway, while we've got this hiatus, this gives us a good opportunity to say a very good afternoon to our man in the pit lane today here at Croft Circuit, Tom Butterworth. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the pit lane of a very gorgeously sunny Croft Circuit that you can see behind me. Really, really looking forward to this one, guys. Obviously, we've just had the red flag for the Enduro Championship, but really looking forward to the MX-5s that are coming up first. Yeah, it's we're going to go and have a look at some of the cars as they come in as well. So we're just going to take a wander down the pit lane so you can see some of these gorgeous bits of machinery. We've got the I think this is a TCR spec Seat Leon as well. So we'll have a look at this one as we wander down the pit lane. But yeah, as you can see, perfect conditions today. Nice and hot and sunny. Really looking forward to a great day's action. We're going to have a word with some drivers throughout the day. Before the start of each race, hopefully, but certainly before the start of the MX-5 race, and then as they come into the pits post-race as well with your race winners. So really looking forward to a fantastic day's action here at Croft. As you can see here, we've got one of the M3s. It's Mr. Baptiste, and then we have a Porsche Cayman here as well. Ross McEwen, Sandy McEwen's Porsche Cayman. This is the 68 C-Class MX-5. Another gorgeous looking machine as well. Love that colour scheme as well. The green and the orange really contrasting, and then you are not going to miss this one, are we? This is the number 14, as I check my notes, of Andy Stocco and David McDonald. This is the M235i, and look at that colour scheme as well. Really, really gone to town on this one. Love that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to hand back to Ian and Josh. But yeah, welcome to the pit lane. Thank you very much for joining us here on Alpha Live, 750 Motor Club, and I will be with you throughout the day.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Tom. And it's absolutely manic down there, isn't it? There's a huge number of cars in the pit lane, as we say. Well, not quite all 50 of them, because there's a couple of them, I think, stunted around the circuit, which is rather the point of this red flag. I can see the sweeper is heading out onto track. It's currently at Hawthorne. It might have a little way to go to get to its destination, where we think there's a problem with some fluid on the circuit.
Yeah, and I think it's okay now, everybody being in the pits at once. Let's hope this isn't the case in a race situation.
Yes, yeah. At least we're not in the heat of a race, heat of a battle at the moment. But it's just an illustration of how busy it's not on the picture you can see on the screen there, because that's showing the empty pit lane entrance. But if that camera was pointing in the other direction, it would see a massive automobiles and humanity down the pit lane. It's going to be a few moments, I think, before we get this session back underway, but the fact that the cars are queuing up does indicate that that's going to be the intention, to get the session back underway shortly. Let's have a look at who else was going well in that session. So we've got Rob Braken's Carl Swift fastest, then Alan Henderson and Andy Marston. Then the fourth car, we're not sure who that was because of the transponder issues, but possibly the Lock and Hickling car, which went well at Donington Park, but for a technical issue which ruled it out. But then fifth fastest, the number 69 car, that's the Hampson and Schultz E46 M3, and that was started yesterday by Andy Schultz in the road sports race. He was leading that the driver change, but the car dropped back a little bit. I think finished third on the road, second in the classification in the end, if my memory serves me correctly. And then sixth fastest, the 235 car, the Dark, and Venables 235i. In fact, both of the 235i's in consecutive positions on the time screens at the moment, because Andy Stokoe and David McDonald in there at 325i, seventh fastest at the moment. They've done a 132.01. Joshua was saying, as we can see on screen now, the work that's going on just after Barcroft, between Barcroft and Sunny. You're saying that the times were a bit quicker on Friday, but of course it's a bit warmer today than it was then.
Well, for Alan Henderson they were, but not. I think Baker and Swift have gone quicker than what they went on Friday. I'll be able to bring that up here. So the quickest time on Friday in testing, a bit cooler like you say, was Alan Henderson on a 1:28.05. Then Andy Schultz at a 1:29.2. What's he done today? A 31.7. Not sure how many laps he's had, or if Matthew Hampson's done more laps. So the Baker and Swift car did a 29.5. So they've gone half a second faster than on Friday. But of course, you'd more likely put new tyres on for the race day. But yes, particularly Alan Henderson, he's 1.5 seconds slower than what he managed on Friday, which, whether that's temperature related or something else is going on there, but it's perhaps not the way we expected things to go here. The general talk was Alan Henderson's going to be hard to beat, but currently he is being beaten.
He is indeed. There you can see the marshals putting down the cement dust or whatever it is that they put down to soak up oil these days. We think that's probably come from the engine of Jonathan Packer's Honda Civic, unfortunately, because he went off at this part of the circuit in a cloud of smoke a few minutes ago.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming out the exhaust as well, and you just wonder if that is the end of the day for Jonathan Packer, who's been a bit odd really for how impressive he was at Donington Park last year. I know it was wet there on that his one-off meeting with the 750 Motor Club then, but at Donington Park and then again here yesterday in Road Sports, he didn't really do anything outstanding. No,
it wasn't the sort of strong performance that we'd perhaps been, come to expect after that strong showing at Donington Park. He was on the entry list, only in reserve, but I think he sort of managed to get into the cars that would qualify for the race with others dropping out. But now it looks like he in turn is going to vacate the entry list. You can see the marshals with their buckets of cement dust and their shovels, trying to get the circuit into as good a condition as possible. Of course, the reason that we will have a restart here, or one of the reasons, is that we need to make sure that all of the drivers get enough laps in to qualify as well, because each driver needs to do a minimum of 3 laps of the circuit in order to be able to qualify to start for the race. and some of them may not have done that at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure the officials might be looking at that closely and the rest of the timetable, because of course there's no breaks now from now to the end of the day, which I think has to be concluded by 6 o'clock. We have got about half an hour to play with at the end of the day, but that's going to be kept a keen eye on, isn't it, throughout of today, and depending how long this takes to clear up, of course.
Yeah, more supplies have arrived by the looks of it, which are much needed, and now the Scott Brothers vehicle is doing its sweeping, so hopefully that's a good sign, and once that's been done we'll be able to get the session back under the way for the remaining few minutes. I would have thought that any drivers hadn't made their driver changes during the qualifying session so far would have done that. Now we'll have their second driver in to make sure they get their 3 laps in before the session completes. Be interesting to see if there are any improvements to lap times of any great note, though.
Yes, because it's not going to be a very long restart. You said something like 8 minutes that was left on the clock anyway. Looks like we might be towards the end now of the clear-up, though, because we're sort of now in the runoff area, which I guess doesn't need to be too much work done there. Now you can see on the Alpha live streaming pictures the very, very busy pit lane and the pit lane exit. Everybody keen to get back out there.
Yeah, the majority of the cars are in the queue. There are still a few that are parked at 45 degrees nose in, but I'm sure they will get out in due course for their remaining few minutes of the session. So this is a 6-round calendar for the Tiguar Club Enduro Championship this year. We're on round 2. The circuit will visit Brands Hatch, Snetterton, Silverstone, then Alton Park to round out the end. The green flag is waving to get the session back underway, so that is great news. A traffic jam of cars about to head out onto the circuit. Obviously no overseas visit this year, as there wasn't last year. In the past, Club Enduro has always had an overseas trip to Spa-Francorchamps, but with the various complications surrounding COVID and Brexit, that's not going to be possible this year. But in spite of that, which is always a great attraction to competitors, it's great to see the level of interest that there is in Club Enduro this season, Josh.
Yes, and because of no Spa, and there's no Anglesey this year, which has been a venue in the past, means Brands Hatch gets its debut with the Club Enduro Championship, which is a very different circuit, really, a much shorter circuit than the rest of the venue, so I think it will lead to a bit of a different type of race. And of course your 3.5 minute pit stop around Brands Hatch could lead you 4 laps in green flag conditions, so that should be pretty interesting.
Absolutely right. If you can get down to Brands Hatch for that one and you'll be able to buy your tickets, it's only a couple of weeks away, then I'd strongly advise you to do so, because that should be a very interesting race weekend, not just for the Tiguar Club Enduro, but for all of the other categories that will be racing that weekend as well. Obviously there'll be other events here at Croft as well coming up over the coming weeks, and if we get a chance we'll tell you a bit more about those as time goes on. There's the Ginetta, that's an interesting one, Josh.
Yeah, lots of work's been done on that. A Ginetta G20 base. I guess the G20 goes back a long way as well, doesn't it? That's Neil Primrose, the drummer for Travis in the past. We've seen Neil Primrose race with the 750 Motor Club for a little while. He was a winner, actually, of a Club Enduro race back in 2017 when he raced the 1 Series Diesel. So he has been a winner, and he's going well in this little Ginetta. He's 11th quickest, 1 minute 32.91, which is only about a second away from the 3rd row of the grid. It's a very different car, much less power than some of the big cars. That means it's lighter and therefore quick through the slower parts of the circuit. We've got the bollard at Clairvaux's taken a tumble.
Yeah, it's now in the middle of the circuit, and that'll soon... I wasn't conscious there was a bollard there yesterday, but maybe it never was by the time we got cars there. There was also a bit of dust settling when we joined the shot, and the bollard's running back into shot. For the start, oh, nicely bisected by the not so much that time through.
It's a very exciting corner, isn't it, Clairvaux? I think until you either drive it or see it, it's a much quicker corner than you think it is, isn't it, Clairvaux? When we've got a car off a tower, that's one of the Porsches that's gone straight on, not into the gravel trap. That's 199. Which is a Class B car. That's Stephen Cunniff and Patrick Schaff there going. That could bring another pause to this session, quite possibly, because it's not in the greatest place.
No, it's not. It's pretty much straight on at Tower Corner. Marshall's there to try to shift it. They're giving it a good shove, but whether that's going to work or not, I don't know. Double waved yellow flags are covering that as we watch the number 80 car go through shot. Another of the Class A cars, that's the Etheridge BMW for the drivers from North Wales, Andrew and Christopher Etheridge, and they're just going past there. The number 71 Mazda MX-5 being driven by Alex Miller and John Langridge this weekend.
Yeah, John Langridge was racing here a couple of weeks ago in the MX-5 Super Cup and had an interesting moment at Clairvaux where he had the biggest tank clapper in the world while leading the race in front of the rest of the field, which was quite something. But he'll be hoping not for that. And how are they getting on? They'll be towards the back, of course, in their Class C car. They're 37th overall, 1 minute 37.83, but that's only a second or so off the class pole position, and they're inside the top 5, I think, in the class. Here's Rob Boston, isn't it, in the little Lotus, the Class B car, going past Class A cars at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's a good little car to have around this Croft circuit. Very nimble, agile machine.
And on the last lap, he just took pole position within Class B, a 1 minute 32.98, and that puts them up to 12th position in the car he shares with Peter Mansfield. So perhaps...
Oh, and problems for number 74 there. That is the McEwen Cayman. 2 Scottish drivers running out wide at Sunny there.
A couple of the Porsches in trouble then. From Rob Boston, you can see their streams across the line to complete another lap as the checkered flag is waved to him. I think he was about the first person to take the flag, and that therefore brings an end to the qualifying sessions here at Croft Circuit, and therefore we can look forward to racing for the remainder of the race weekend.
Yeah, so fastest then was the Rob Baker and Carl Swift Sayat Lamb. Didn't improve from that time that they set very early on in the session, 1:29.01, which is an average of almost 85 miles an hour around this Croft circuit. Second fastest was the tip really for this weekend, Alan Henderson in the Lotus Elise S2. He did a 1:29.59. The third fastest car, we're not sure on that one, but we have our suspicions on who it is. Fourth fastest, number 37, Andy Martin, at 1:30.61. Then Hampson and Schultz in fifth position, number 69, at 1:30.90. Another question mark over the car in sixth, but seventh fastest, number 44, Neil Primrose, on a 1:31.76. Eighth fastest, the Dark and Venables 235i at 1:31.99. Ninth fastest, number 14, the Stokoe McDonald M235i, I should say, 1:32.01. And rounding out the top 10 with a 1:32.38, the Caswell and Kalis at Cobra 1, car 126. Class B, as you mentioned, Josh, the Mansfield and Boston, Lotus Elise S2 fastest with a 1:32.98, 12th fastest overall. And Class C, we have to scroll back a little bit on our time screen, but that looks like it's the Toyota Celica actually that's got that in the end. Its best lap on its final lap, a 1:36.49. So the Lundis, Rowan and Richard, go faster, in fact, than the Kell MX-5, which is possibly a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, although they did get this fastest lap at Donington, so a new car to watch. A couple of changes as you were reading that out. Rob Boston did get another lap in and went 7th overall in the Lotus, a 1:31.71. And watching as the times refresh, I'm pretty sure the third quickest car is the Ash Hicklin Joe Lock M3. So that's that one sorted out, that refresh just after the car went across the line, so I'm pretty sure that's right. But we'll get full confirmation and a full grid for you prior to the Club Enduro race, which will take place at the end of the day, just after 3 o'clock.
And we hope we'll be able to bring all the details of the start drives as well, because the majority of the cars in this do have 2 drivers, some have 3 in fact, and a few have just the single driver who's bravely out, which we will work 2 hours in these conditions here at Croft this weekend.
You know, talking to Brian Chandra about that, because he's going solo as well. He says you don't notice it when you're out there, but as soon as you're sitting still, you certainly do. And of course, 3.5 minutes in the pit lane is quite possibly a point where that happens.
There's the car that's got the Class B pole position as well, and 7th overall. So Rob Boston there, former MX-5 champion, clear race as well. He's raced Lotus Elises in their one-make series as well in the past. And he is going to be pretty much the last driver, I think, to head back into the pit lane at the end of the session. Yes,
and though he was the last person to do a lap time, and it was an important one too, that's got the car up the order. There's the the 199 Boxster, which we'll need to recover in. I think it should be the only one though, and then we should be able to get into racing pretty quickly. And to note, if you haven't seen 750 Motor Club racing before, there's a lot of races today that don't have a green flag lap.
So let's have a quick rundown of those qualifying positions from the Tequila Club Enduro Championship for the race that will last for 2 hours and 5 minutes towards the end of the day. There we are, Baker and Swift, as we said, in the number 1 car in the South Lone Euro Cup, 129.01, and they'll share the front row with the number 90 Lotus Elise S2 of Alan Henson, a 129.59. Third place car, we think, Josh, is
the Ash Hecklin and Joe Locke BMW.
Yeah, a 133.2, and fourth fastest, number 37, Andy Marston, a 130.61. Fifth fastest, number 69, Hampson and Schultz, a 130.90. Then another of the cars that we're not quite sure on. Did we work out who that one was? Not
yet.
Sure we did. A 131.41 for them anyway.
Could be Steve Cheatham.
Could be, couldn't it? Seventh fastest, number 19, that's the Mansfield and Boston Lotus Elise S2, 131.71. Eighth fastest, number 44, Neil Primrose, still at 131.76. Ninth fastest, 235, Dark and Venables, 131.99. Tenth fastest, Stoker McDonald, 132.01. And then there's a lot of this, so we won't go through it all in a terrible amount of detail for you, but we'll let this scroll through the screen. Luke Handley there, I think one well positioned within Class B, a 133.37, 15th April. That's a retirement, that car, from the Road Sports race yesterday. Darren Ball in that borrowed 1 Series 18th in car 25, and Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus Elise S1. I thought he might be a little bit further up than that because he went well yesterday in Road Sports.
He did, yes, and down in 19th, but perhaps the Club Enduro Grid a bit more competitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because a good lap time he still did there at 133.
What about 21st downwards? Let's see how that panned out, if we've got that information. There we go. Chris Freeman, also out in Road Sports yesterday.
Good to see Andy Bailey do a number of laps. He had lots of brake issues yesterday. He went 26th quickest.
Yeah, so these are, generally speaking, some of the slower Class A and B cars, aren't they? We're not yet into the Class C competitors, so we should see on the next screen. And there we go, the confirmation that the 827 car of Verona and Richard Lundy, the Toyota Celica, was fastest by just 11/100ths of a second from the number 68, Dan Kell, James Kell, MX5. And then third fastest within that class, probably not going to be a non-starter actually, number 78, Jonathan Packer. That was the one that smokily headed off at Sunny Corner just before the red flags. But a few of the drivers there that were out yesterday as well, and some others that are here for the first time this weekend as well. As you can see, 50 cars qualifying, the majority of them getting a good number of laps in, but some of them a little bit out of position. But we've got cars heading out on track now for the first race of the day, which will be coming up very shortly. So this is the second race of the weekend for the Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. We had a race yesterday and it was pretty exciting. Let's tell you about the grid for this one. It's decided by the result of race 1, so pole position is number 71 Ben Short, and alongside him is 125 Tom Roach. Second on the inside is 58 Mike Comber, and next to him the reigning champion, number 1 Ben Hansey. Third row, treble 7 Courtney Milne. She went really well yesterday. A good battle she had with Ben Abbott, number 93, who starts 6th. On to the fourth row of the grid, it's Declan McDonnell in 43 and Ian Tomlinson in 9. Then Marcus Bailey 54, Jordan Johnson 92, George King 55 and Tom Holland 230 line up on the 6th row. Row 7 is Stephen Craggs 47 and Stephen Robinson number 11, Hayden McDonald 66 and 67 car of David Abbott on row 8, Ian Cameron 34 and Matthew Short number 72 on row 9. It's a big grid, I should warn you, there's quite a few more cars to go. Matthew Pennefather Neil 21 and Adrian Johnson number 22 on the 10th row. The 11th row is 14 Lloyd Huggins and 96 Sam Moody, James McCann number 13 and Chris Pearson number 121 on row 12. On row 13 it's 98 Alex Lewington and 23 Stephen Rees, 53 Stephen Reed and Charlie Brisker 78 on the 14th row, 15th row 90 Andrew Robinson and 46 Nico Favreau. A bit further back, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher number 70, Stephen Horner number 10, Philip Douthwaite 64 and Chris Gray 111 on the 17th row. Row 18 is 51 David Rickards and 61 Jake Dormer. And at the back, 94, Liam Cochrane, and 7, William Pickard. Liam Cochrane, sometime Alpha Life Cameron, hoping for a better race today, having accidentally knocked the kill switch on the car in yesterday's race, causing his retirement when he was in a pretty good position. So, Josh, a good racing prospect here. We're going to get straight into the action just as soon as everyone's formed upon the grid. Yesterday was all about Ben Short because he had a bad start to the race, dropped back to 4th or 5th position, but came back through, put a really nice move on Tom Roach as well to get the win. And it's good to have Tom back with us as well this weekend.
Yeah, first time Tom Roach has raced a Mark 1 MX-5 for about half a decade. Yesterday, as you said, Short made a bad start, got the lead through the Jim Clark S. It's a very high commitment part of the track. He's the championship leader. He's won 5 of the 6 races this season. He leads by about 30 points over Mike Comber, who starts directly behind him on the grid, and he should absolutely be battling with those top 2. Ben Hansey third, 4th Ben Abbott, and 5th is Marcus Bailey in the championship. The race, though, is very shortly going to get underway, and it's a 15-minute race for the 7th round of the Switch MX-5 Cup by 5 Club Racing Championship.
Green flag has waved at the back. The 5-second board is raised. 15 minutes then ahead of us. The red lights go on the gantry. They go out and away they go. Good start by Tom Roach there from closest to the camera by the pit wall. That's the outside though of the grid because he started 2nd here, but looks like he's made a pretty good start. Again, Ben Short not that well away. He's dropped to about 4th position. It's Mike Comber through in 2nd place. Ben Hansey is 3rd. Short slots in 4th position. Then Ben Abbott in 5th. Courtney Milnes 6th as they turn their way now through Hawthorne for the first time. This very big grid, 19 rows of cars heading out of the chicane and onto the straight towards Tower Bend for the first time.
Bizarre stuff going on for Ben Short off the lines so far this weekend. So he's got all the work to do just like he did yesterday. But what about for the lead? It's Roach versus Comber then, and Ben Hansey 3rd. Ben Short's about to lose 4th place now because Ben Abbott's going right round the outside of him at Tower. Is he going to make that work? Well, they're going to run side by side down towards the Jim Clark S's. This is a fast corner, flat out in MX-5s, and it's nose to tail for the lead because Tom Roach has Mike Comber right on his tail, former 750 Motor Club Locost champion in 2nd place there. These two are breaking away early on, down into Sunny. Comber tried to get the lead here yesterday. That didn't work out for him, so he tucks in underneath the lead of the Blendini Motorsport liveried car that's being run by BS Motorsport this weekend. It's Tom Roach returning, trying to win again in a Mazda MX-5 race here at Croft.
Now, these two, if they've got any sense, will work together and try and get a bit of a gap from the rest. It's possible Ben Hansey could delay Ben Short in getting through. Ben Short, the championship leader, he has won 5 of the 6 races that we've had so far this year. They're turning their way through the hairpin for the first time to complete lap number 1. It is Roach that's leading then, Comber in 2nd, Hansey number 1 is still 3rd, 71 Ben Short in 4th position, 93 Ben Abbott 5th, Courtney Milnes in 6th. There's then a gap back to Declan McDonnell in 7th place, and they are all heading down to Clairvaux for the 2nd time.
Indeed they are, and across the line Tom Roach was 4 tenths ahead of Comber. Then there's that 1 second gap, and I think Declan McDonald's lost a place there to Ian Tomlinson into Clairvaux. That was for 7th then. McDonald, another former 750 Motor Club champion, but they're the top 2 then out of the chicane. Hansey still in 3rd ahead of his team boss Ben Short. There's Tomlinson now ahead of McDonald. Behind him is Marcus Bailey, and then Steve Craggs is 10th.
Just looking at what's going on out of the window because Ben Short was getting close there. You can see him to the back of Ben Hansey. It actually didn't look that close when we cut to the picture, but it looked like he was going to make a move there. He didn't, but already he's got a second or so to make up on the 2 leading cars, Roach and Comber. Comber, the driver from Leicestershire, Roach the Welshman, and we've got Hansey from Northampton ahead of the Wiltshire driver Ben Short, and they too are now in a little pair, aren't they? Ben Abbott is on his own in 5th place, and Courtney Milnes, she is there in 6th, the driver from Birkenhead. But so far, Ben Short unable to find a way past Ben Hansey, and with every corner that passes even, he's not able to do that, so it's going to make it more difficult for him to catch the leaders. They're heading into the complex now, and Short has finally broken through.
Yeah, around the outside, he's got that done. A corner you can break really late. The drivers have been telling me into the complex much later than you think you can. For the lead, Comber trying to go around the outside of Roach. That won't work. Ben Abbott's now back with Ben Hansey, and off the road is car number 96, which is Sam Moody. So it looks like Sam Moody's had a issue. He was in 24th position before that had happened. There are 38 cars that started this race.
Ben Short's done the best lap of the race, though, in spite of having to overtake a car, 1:40.39, so a couple of tenths faster than Roach and Comber ahead. So there's 1.4 seconds between Roach in the lead and Ben Short in third place. At the moment, it's Mike Comber between the two of them, of course, but it'll be interesting to see if Short now on this lap can get his head down and reel in the leaders. He's already pulled away from Ben Hansey in fourth place. There a little bit further back is one of the Johnsons, isn't it? And behind him 47 Stephen Craggs, so that's Jordan Johnson, the 92 car ahead. That was the battle for 10th and 11th there. Declan McDonnell in the black car with the pink design, you can see going through. And 230 is the car of Tom Holland as well. The leaders, meanwhile, are getting pretty close as they head up towards Sunny, so we'll see if we can pick those up in a moment. But for the moment, we're watching this excellent midfield action with Tom Holland involved in this as they make their way to the very fast right-hander at Barcroft and then up to the double right-hander at Sunny. They turn their way through the first part and the second part. There are the two leaders. Well, it is still Roach ahead, but Comber right behind him, and Ben Short definitely closing in, Josh.
Yes, and Ben Hansey and Ben Abbott aren't far away. Courtney Milnes has dropped, though. She was with them. She's dropped away. She's still sixth, but a long way behind the top five that turn their way to the end of lap 3, out of the hairpin with Mike Comber as close. He has been all race to Tom Roach, but he's been right there on his bumper from the very beginning. Courtney,
and off has gone car number 10, I'm afraid, and that is the driver.
That's Stephen Horner.
Stephen Horner, yeah.
32nd position. Looks like he must have had an off at Barcroft.
Yeah, so come into contact with the tyre barrier by the looks of it. We're back with the leaders, though. 125, Tom Roach. He was 3/10 clear of Mike Comber at the start of the lap. They're heading out of the chicane onto the back straight now by the old pit lane and up towards Tower Bend once again. But Ben Short closing in on them. It was less than a second from second to third at the start of the lap, and it's probably about half a second now, I would say, as they turn their way through Tower. It's Ben Hansey in fourth. It is still Ben Abbott in fifth, and Ian Tomlinson now up in sixth place because Courtney Milnes is dropping back a little bit. Yellow flags on the start and finish rate and a safety car. That's why. So safety car is being called for, probably because of that incident that you mentioned involving Stephen Horner.
Indeed. I mentioned Courtney Milnes had dropped away in sixth. She also fell behind Ian Tomlinson before the end of the lap. So don't know if she's got some kind of issue. There she is on screen. Looks like up to speed coming into this safety car period. But she's lost a place after starting early. There's another car off the road. That's on the exit of the chicane. That's car number 78.
Yeah, Charlie Brisker, isn't it?
And he was 29th.
The driver's a little bit further down the order that's struggling. Charlie, I think, has realised that he's got a problem and pulls right off to the other side of the circuit. It'll probably park up against the barriers there, but yep, safety car is going to greet the drivers. It's waiting there at the exit of the pit lane.
Looks like it's only Stephen Horner we lost at Barcroft, though. He's the only one that's not come through at the end of 3 laps.
Yeah, so we have 8 minutes to go in this 15-minute race. The drivers have completed 4 laps. The best lap, of course, still to Ben Short at 1 minute 40.14. What lap times did we have yesterday? Have you got a note of that, Josh? Just trying to compare what lap times we're seeing today to yesterday.
So the fastest lap, which was a new lap record yesterday, was a 1 minute 40.38.
Okay, so he's underneath that.
Indeed.
By a couple of tenths, about a quarter of a second in actual fact. So good pace shown there by Ben Short. The problem is getting the car off the line, it seems, this weekend for Ben.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I don't recall that being a particular issue for him in the past. And of course, Tom Roach hasn't raced this car for a while and has been bettering him easily off the line. But interesting. And we should note, well, we've got a bit of pause at the third race of the weekend, which won't be that far away, only about a couple of hours, will be a partially reversed grid, so that could bring some even further interest into things. But we'll concentrate on this race for now, which hopefully will get a restart because we've still got 7 minutes of the race to go. Yep. I'm sure there'll be plenty of hard work going on down there at Barcroft. Hopefully all is okay with Stephen Horner, because it looked like that would have been a pretty fast off-track excursion for him.
So 6 3/4 minutes to go. This Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 Championship. There is Horner's car being recovered by one of our rescue crew and some of the marshals. Hopefully get that to a position of safety. 1.6 litre MX-5 Mark 1, so these cars are about 30 years old now, roughly. And they're running this year on Avon tyres, so a change of tyres for this season as well.
Yeah, they're tyres that have been actually developed by Avon Motorsport themselves, I understand. And it looks like they give off a good amount of grip, a bit better than the road registered Avon tyres that we've seen race elsewhere in Mazda MX-5 racing. We've seen some really quick lap times being done this year already by them.
So it's a great way of going racing, an MX-5 racing. There was a sort of manufacturer-backed championship 30 years ago for the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, but I think it only lasted for about a season, and it never attracted that big risk. But then it was around about the early 2000s that a few people got together, one of whom was Alan Robson, the man behind Five Club, to sort of use the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 as a platform for an affordable club racing series, and it proved very successful. Various different championship organisers have come and gone over the years, but there's, well, I don't know how many race registered Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s there are, but we've got nearly 40 of them on the grid here, others that race in other championships as well, so must be well into three figures, I would think, in terms of Mark 1 MX-5s that are available to race, and it really is a very good, affordable way to go racing.
And Mazda very much involved, not so much in the UK, but especially in the States. There's big prize money in the Mazda MX-5 Championships, and we have seen in the past that there have been prizes on offer for British drivers that have had a go at the series over there. There was a talk pre-COVID, wasn't there, that Mazda Motorsport were thinking about bringing a Mark 4 Championship into the UK, but I think the COVID pandemic put that at halt. Not many Mark 4 race cars currently in the country, but maybe that's something to come on. We've got lots of Mark 3s racing in Club Enduro later on today. But yes, Mazda MX-5 is definitely one of the most used race cars, not just in England, but throughout the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's a reason for that. It's a great car to drive on track. Very rewarding, very much fun as well, most importantly, in club motor racing. So we're still under safety car here with 4 minutes of the race left to go. Good to see a number of you watching the live stream. Daniel Watkins is sorry that he can't be here. He's still fixing his car after Castle Combe, unfortunately, but hopefully Daniel will be back on the grid in 5 Club before too much longer.
What a different day it is to Castle Combe.
Oh, goodness me,
particularly the end of Combe, which was very cold, it was very wet indeed, but absolutely glorious here just a few weeks later.
Yeah, superb weather. Summer has finally arrived, and long may it continue. It's fantastic conditions for racing as well. So we should, I'm just having a look, we've still got safety car board at the finish line, just not quite sure how well this recovery is going, but I suspect if we're going to get going again, it will need to be this lap, because we've only got 3 minutes left on the clock, and the cars are about a third of the way from the end of the lap at the moment, so it'll take another minute or so for them to get to the start line.
I wonder if some of those
safety car lights are out, that's good.
Okay, I was going to say, we see some of the tyre marks down there. I wonder if some of them are from the incident, but that's not to worry about for now. We've got a couple of laps of racing to go.
Tom Roach is really backing them up. Is he going to go here before he gets to the hairpin, or is he going to go after the hairpin? I think he's going to go after the hairpin. By the looks of it, safety car is already in the pit lane. Green flag will wave on the timing line, and we'll get 2 more laps out of this, actually, because there's 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. When the green flag waves, the race gets back underway. So it's Tom Roach from Mike Comber, and obviously that safety car has allowed Ben Short to narrow the small gap that there still was before the safety car came out. He's made a good restart, and it's now 3 for the lead as they head through Clervaux Corner and Hawthorne for the first time on this restart, the 7th time in all. Ben Hansey there in 4th position, Ben Abbott there in 5th, Ian Tomlinson in 6th, but Roach is the leader as they head out of the chicane and towards Tower.
That's right. Looks like Hansey's managed to break away from Abbott in their little battle that they were having prior to the pause. The race well and truly back underway down towards Tower Bend. We've still got 36 of these cars racing out of the 38 that started. Marcus Bailey there trying to keep Jordan Johnson behind him in the battle for 9th and 10th positions. Just behind them you see there's Stephen Craggs, who's having a good run here at Croft, but they're the top three through the Jim Clark S's together. Tom Roach hasn't really been challenged yet, but now as we get into the business end of the race you'd think that might change. So it is the Blandini car from the MCDR car from the BS Motorsport car. They are lying astern, they're a bit sideways as well. How else do you race an MX-5? Behind, Courtney Milnes gains a place back ahead of Ian Tomlinson for 6th position.
Yeah, so can she now catch and pass Ben Abbott? But look at this, the top three have really made quite a considerable break on this lap. There'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. Roach in the green car, 1.25 leading, 58 Mike Comber in second, 71 Ben Short in third. So they've got a one-lap shootout basically coming up. Mike Comber gets halfway alongside Tom Roach, uses quite a lot of the curb there with the hairpin, and he's got his car in front. But Roach gets on the power better on the way out of the corner. They're absolutely side by side as they go across the line this time. Roach will have the inside line, and it's also Josh got his nose ahead.
He has, and that right line into Clairvaux is so important. I think Mike Comber might find himself in the wrong place here because Short's right behind. Roach, he locks up, but he gets second place. Yeah, that didn't work for Comber, did it? Unfortunately, what else do you do? You've got the chance, you've got to go for it, really. He was nosing ahead for a while, but then the momentum went away from him. Then the wrong line into Clairvaux, and he loses a position. But it's not over yet because there's still plenty to go in this on the final lap. And Ben Short's got a great exit to the chicane. He's jinking it one way, jinking the other way, trying to get ahead of Tom Roach, who's defending down towards Tower. And Comber on the outside breaks really late. He's locking up. He's not going to be able to make that work, but they are still together, and there are still a couple of places where overtakes could happen here.
Yeah, as Comber demonstrated on the previous lap, you can do it at the hairpin. Is Ben Short going to be able to get through here to make it 6 from 7 through the Jim Clark S's? Now they're heading towards the fast flat out right-hander at Barcroft. Then it's sunny. There's an opportunity there to overtake if you are really brave. He's almost touching the back of Roach's car there. He clambers over the curbs at Sunny in, now through Sunny out. So just the complex to go. All three leading contenders still together. It's the green car ahead of Tom Roach as Short jinking this way and that, trying to put his car on the inside line. They're almost 3 wide as they head into the complex. Comber, though, is the one that comes out in second place as a result of all of that. Can he mount an attack into the hairpin for the final time? He got through here a lap ago. Surely Roach will be wise to that this time. I think he is. So Roach it is that's going to be heading out to the final corner now. Can Comber or indeed Short use the toe to get up and alongside Tom Roach as they come up to the line? The answer to that question is no, because the checkered flag goes out, but it's Tom Roach that wins then in the 1-2-5 car from Mike Comber in second, Ben Short in third, Ben Hansey is in fourth place, Ben Abbott fifth. Car streaming across the line. Courtney Milnes it will be in sixth place, then Declan McDonnell, Ian Tomlinson, Marcus Bailey and Jordan Johnson rounding out the top 10 after 8 laps of well, what we had of behind the or not behind the safety car was really exciting.
Particularly at the end, it has been a bit too exciting right at the end for a couple of drivers. There's a car for the pits with damage, that's 98.
Nico Favreau.
Okay.
98 Alex Lewington, 46 Nico Favreau,
right.
the 2 cars involved.
The 98 car, Lewington, had steering damage. The top 3, they enjoyed that, didn't they? They're driving side by side, trying to chat with each other, I think, and getting their thumbs up, waving to the marshals too. It was a real desperation move, I think, from Ben Short, wasn't it, at the last into the complex, trying to go around the outside, but just didn't work for him. Short does appear to be the quickest driver this weekend. But would be handy if he could make better starts. But perhaps doing all that overtaking is good practice for the race later on, Ian.
Well, yes, and of course, being in third position there, that means he's 2 places ahead of Tom Roach on the grid for the partially reverse grid race later on. So that's something that will help.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Not sure if we might get that draw down with Tom. Sometimes that's done on the live streaming coverage, but that'll be interesting to see who could end up on pole. I think it'll be out of Courtney Milnes, Declan McDonnell, Ian Tomlinson, but we'll see how the results of that race went first.
Tom Roach it was that took the win, and it was 0.35 seconds the gap between the 1-2-5 car and the 58 of Mike Comber in second. In third place was number 71, Ben Short. The first of 3 Bens, fourth number 1 Ben Hansey, and fifth number 93 Ben Abbott. Courtney Milnes, she was 6th in treble 7 ahead of Declan McDonnell, Ian Tomlinson and Marcus Bailey. Jordan Johnson, number 92, rounding out the top 10. Stephen Craggs, 47, was 11th, just ahead of Tom Holland. George King, 13th. David Abbott, 14th. Hayden McDonald and Ian Cameron 15th and 16th, and Stephen Robinson, Matthew Short, James Buchanan, Lloyd Huggins. Into the 20s, Liam Cochrane. Well, that's a good comeback from him after his unfortunate moment yesterday to come back to 21st. Adrian Johnson 22nd, Jake Dormer 23rd, and Stephen Rees, Matthew Pennefather Neal, Chris Pearson, and so forth. And then we get down into the drivers that hit problems towards the end. We saw Nico Favreau, Alex Lewington, Charlie Brisket, and Steve Horner. Obviously, all failed to make the finish for one reason or another. There's one more race to come for the Switch 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. That's a little bit later on this afternoon, the partially reverse grid race. It should be a real thriller as we watch the really quick trio. I think there's a few that are clearly cut above the rest, try and make their way through the pack here at Croft on the 2.1 mile circuit. So we've got cars heading down the pit lane, and hopefully at least one of them has stopped. Tom Roach should be talking to Tom Butterworth. Tom, down to you.
Thank you, guys. Well, congratulations, Tom. I would like to say it never looked in doubt. I mean, I don't think you ever actually lost the lead in that race, but, well, they harried you all the way. How did you find it?
Yeah, I was pretty glad of that safety car for a bit of a rest. The car felt better than yesterday, and I think yesterday I was guilty of probably not defending as hard as I could. So, yeah, while I was in the lead, I was going to try everything I could to keep the lead. Fair play, Ben and Mike. I mean, they're both amazing to race against because you just know that they'll give everybody fair room. There's not going to be anything dodgy. I mean, Mike got the inside out of the hairpin, but he left me room. So many people would push you off. But, yeah, it's great fun racing back in MX5s.
Yeah, it's great to have you back as well. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic action here, as always. And like you say, though, you were side by side up the straight. It was just a clean drag race between the two of you. Then Ben got through, and we thought maybe he was going to take second as well, and Michael just picked him at the end. So, I mean, how are the track conditions out there today? Because it is really warm today compared to yesterday. We have just seen a new lap record be put in, so gone even quicker than yesterday.
Yeah, which is surprising because it's not. It feels hot. You know, the engines don't feel that they're really loving the weather, but it's nice and dry, and it's the same for everyone, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, as I say, it is giving us great action and really quick times as well. So let me give you this, first of all. So congratulations on your win once again. And we're about to do the live draw as well to see where you're going to start the next race. If you just want to read out what number.
10.
Number 10. Oh dear. Okay. Well, that's certainly going to make it interesting, isn't it? Well, thank you very much, Tom. Congratulations again, and we'll see you again hopefully for the second race as well. Thanks a lot. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
So next up, we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship. Fantastic race yesterday. Looking forward to two more really good races today from the Locost. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up. It's based on the second fastest qualifying times from yesterday. So pole position is number 42, Alex Tate, who finished third yesterday, and alongside him, yesterday's race winner, number 29, Jeff Peake. A second chance for Martin West, who led yesterday but dropped out to 7th, number 94. He's on the inside of row 2 next to number 4, Simon Ward-Cancel. Third row is 84, Carl Roycenars, and 82, Paul Clark. On to row number 4, it's 2 Craig Land and 26 Mark Burton, former champion, 19 Daniel Garrett and 40 David Martin on row 5. Rob Apsey in 73 and Sean Brayman number 8 line up on row 6. On to the 7th row, it's Glenn Boyer 33 and George Grice number 5, 99 Ryan Garrett and number 7 Greg Smith line up on the 8th row, 74 Gary Brandon and 69 Todd Boucher on row 9. Row 10 is Jonathan Higgins in 98 and 28 Dave Berry. Rob Hardy 38 is beside 79 Tom Park on row 11. Row 12 21 Kev Straw and 50 Ian Hardy. Row 13 58 Bradley Horsnell even, and Keith Mappers number 41. Trevor Faunch 34 and 15 Rob Sisson. William Wright number 9 and Andy Pointer 32 on row 15. And at the back, Bill Ward and Mark Rue, 31st and 32nd on the grid. So yesterday's race, that was won by Jeff Peake, but I think we had, Josh, 5 different leaders during the course of it.
We did indeed, and Another good result for Andrew Tate on the podium, leaves him as the championship leader, the only driver to be on the podium in every race. He's on 69 points from Simon Walker-Hanson on 57. Martin West is third on 50. There you can see Andrew Tate, the poleman and championship leader. Murray Shepherd, who's not here, is on 42, and Paul Clark fifth on 35. Couple of notes that have been sent to me by Ben Powney. Thanks to Ben for these. Simon Walker-Hanson, he was on pole, wasn't he, yesterday, but towards the end of the race his car dropped a cylinder, so he dropped a few positions because of it. And Martin West, you mentioned, he led, he dropped right back in the end, and that is because he had an anti-roll bar issue which dropped him away. So those two will be looking for better days than they ended up with yesterday. But you said 5 different leaders yesterday. It was Jeff Peake who came out on top. He had problems at Donington, an accident, so he's a bit further down in the championship despite that win. He's 9th now. He starts on the front row, though, alongside championship leader Andrew Tate. Then Weston Walker-Hanson had those issues yesterday. Cole Rousenard. Paul Clark, remember Paul Clark had a spin right at the beginning of yesterday and worked his way right back through the order. So he will be hoping to not have an issue like that and perhaps be in this lead pack. Craig Land and Mark Burton behind. Craig Land, a championship contender last year. Mark Burton, a former champion, and led yesterday, finishing second. Perhaps it'll be those 8 to look for to battle it out for what should be an entertaining 15-minute motor race.
Yeah, so 50 minutes about to get underway for the Demons Week's Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. And there you can see the 2 cars on the front row of the grid. It's the grey car, number 42, of Andrew Tate on pole position. The black car with the yellow sort of front bodywork is number 29, Jeff Peake. And then the second row, as we were saying, 94 Martin West and 4 Simon Walker-Hanson. So 2 drivers who had different issues during the course of yesterday's race. The 5-second board goes up, so we are almost ready for 15 minutes of racing in the Demons Week's Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. Lights go out now and away they go. Good start by Jeff Peake from closest to the camera. Good start too from the car immediately behind him, number 4 Simon Walker-Hanson. So let's see what order they get themselves into as they head down to Clervaux for the first time. It's Jeff Peake, number 29, that's in the lead. It's Martin West in second place, and level pegging for third, Andrew Tate and Simon Walker-Hanson. That's a spin. No, it's not. It's a save. Well saved by 99 Ryan Garrett. I thought that had a big accident written all over it, but fortunately it wasn't to be. Out front though, Jeff Peake and 94 Martin West have a bit of a break already from Andrew Tate. They're going alongside one another, I think, as they head down towards Tower Corner for the first time. So then by the time they get there, they might be in a different order. So that's, yes, West through for the lead. So that's 2 different leaders so far. Let's keep a tally.
You know that gap they had, that's gone already. This was the story of yesterday. As soon as drivers pulled away, they'd be caught almost immediately. So the leaders heading into the Jim Clark S's with Martin West leading. He started third. Second is Jeff Peake, who started second. And then Andrew Tate is third, who started on pole. Then out side by side, heading to Croft. Andrew Tate down the inside of Jeff Peake. He couldn't quite make that work. Walker-Hanson is fourth. Fifth is Craig Land. Good start from him. He's perhaps not done quite as well this year as he would have liked. Then you've got Paul Clark, who is in this lead pack after those problems yesterday. They come out of Sunny there and down into the complex for the first time, and is Jeff Peake going to try and get the lead back, but he couldn't quite make it work there as they turn their way then into the slower right-handed element. And I think the top 8 are those cars that we expected to be there with trying to hang on in 9th position, David Martin.
So back markers heading through the complex. A spin for number 19, though that is the Daniel Garrett's car. So the other of the Garretts having a moment there. Leaders go through to complete lap number 1 then, and they're spreading out down the straight. There's someone pulled off. That is on the exit of the complex as Craig Land makes the place there. He goes up the inside of Andrew Tate. Simon Walker-Hanson, beg your pardon. So he's in 4th place now. Walker-Hanson it is in 5th. Mark Burton in 6th. 2 leads there. Again, they've got a gap, haven't they? But we saw this a lap ago and it all of a sudden vanished. Jeff Peake, 29 in the lead. Martin West this time goes to the left-hand side of him. And down towards Tower they go. Will West be ahead by the time they get to Tower? Of course he will. And then it's Land up to 3rd now. So Tate back to 4th. And then Burton and Walker-Hanson have swapped around as well, 5th and 6th. So quite a few position swaps down the back straight.
Craig Land is rapid today. He struggled a bit yesterday, more in the second half of the lead group, but he's up to third, so this is looking much better for him. He's trying to chase now the top two, and I think he's caught them, hasn't he? So that didn't last long again. There's Tate and Burton, and Simon Walker-Hansel's dropped to 6th. That's not in the game plan that Ben Powney was expecting, that he sent me, so that's not going yet to plan, but it's all fine at the moment, isn't it? They're in as long as you're in the lead group.
Tate has a good run on the number 2 car that time with Craig Land, and is just about side by side as he comes into a yellow flag zone. Not ideal really, so they'll all get themselves back into an order of sorts. That is because of the car that's pulled off on the way into the hairpin. Driver's out of that car, and it's okay. They go past the green flag now on the apex of the hairpin. But what order do they come out in? Is it the same as the one they went in? Let's not worry about that too much at the minute as they go over the line to complete lap number 2 then. It's West leading by just over a 10th from Jeff P. Andrew Tate 3rd, Mark Burton 4th, Craig Land 5th, and Simon Walker-Hansel in 6th position.
That's right, we'll let the officials sort that out, and some officials woke up very hot on driving standards for a yellow flag, so that will be sorted if there's something needed to be looked at. Jeff Peake is the leader, and Martin West is following him. Throughout this race, the top 2 do seem to have this slight edge over the rest. There's Andrew Tate in 3rd, going under pressure from Mark Burton, who's looking to move forward now. Craig Land has dropped to 5th after good early progress. And Burton round the outside at Tower, trying to get past championship leader Andrew Tate, and has made it. Then you've got Simon Walker-Hansel with them before a small gap to the battle between Cole Roussillard and Paul Clark. Jim Clark-Hess is up next now. Craig Land has also passed Andrew Tate, and Simon Walker-Hansel would like to get in on this as well, but can't quite make it. So he's at the back of this 4-car battle for what is P3, which is headed by Mark Burton, who was the man on the move yesterday. Kind of was scuppered by a yellow flag on the last lap.
Indeed, but we've got the 2 for the lead, and we've got this 4-car battle for 3rd position, headed by Mark Burton, who won 3 times here in 2018, the year he won the championship. You can see the leading cars going through. Royce Nars and Clark, 7th and 8th, having their own little battle, and Martin and Ryan Garrett rounding out the top 10. They've also paired off, so they're sticking in even numbers broadly during the course of this race so far. Past that stricken car again, no longer yellow flags at that part of the circuit because the caution board is now out to advise drivers. Instead, we have lost a nose section. Who's that? Did that belong to?
Craig Land, I think. So that's sitting in the middle of the road, which isn't particularly ideal. But yes, there he is then. So Craig Land, Locost is lighter, but perhaps not as aerodynamic as it was before. So Andrew Tate goes around the outside into Clairvaux to get himself into 4th place, as Craig Land's nose cone gets a battering from the competitors further behind.
Well, one can only conclude there's a little bit of a touch there that just loosened that.
And look at the back of Mark Burton's car. That's got a loose mudguard. I wonder if the 2 are related.
Possibly, Josh, possibly. Right, 9 minutes to go in this race, and there is Jeff Peake, yesterday's winner. We wondered if we might get another triple winner in Locost here at Croft. Well, at the moment, that's possibly on, isn't it? With Jeff Peake leading once again.
Interesting to note, Mark Burton set the fastest lap, going 4/10 of a second, under the lap record, 1 minute 41.74.
Okay, so that's a really good pace. Still this nose cone in the middle of the road on the start and finish straight, and yellow flags waved by the marshals just to let drivers know that it is there. I think there's a marshal heading over looking as if he might be able to try and make a bid to recover it at some point, but do we need a gap in the traffic to do so?
Craig Land's gone off, so I wonder if it's affecting the handling of his car as well. He had an off there for at Sunny. So he's dropped well away from the lead group that reappear into the complex, and Mark Burton's pretty much caught the top 2 now thanks to this lap record setting pace. There's Tate, who's 4th now ahead of Walker-Hansel, and they turn their way into the hairpin. Shortly we're going to have 3 cars in the lead scrap. This is the end of lap 4, what should be a 9-lap race.
Yeah, so past that yellow flag they go. There's a green flag then at the end of the pit lane, so it's basically sort of most of the length of the straight that they are unable to overtake. Leaders, I can tell you, are down at Clairvaux Corner and Hawthorns, and they're still together.
We've had a spin at the complex with 58 Bradley Horsnell.
Okay, so that's one a bit further back down the order, but the leaders are making their way out of the chicane. Here they are, and this time Mark Burton has latched himself onto them, hasn't he? Because he was about 6/10 behind at the start of the lap, but he's closed it up now and he's alongside Martin West there as they head down towards Tower Corner. He's on the outside line for the right-hander, but unable to make it through. possibly hampered by that slight aero deficiency now on the back of the car there, with the mud guard flapping, the wheel archer flapping. Below us, the brave Marshall has found a gap in the traffic and has run to pick up the nose cone. So well done to him. Many thanks to all the marshals here at Croft this weekend for their sterling service. And there is that Land's car that's now pulled off.
It is. So he stopped down the end of the tower under the car, was overheating possibly, thanks to the damage. So that means he'll be starting from the back of the grid for the race later on as well today. So after a really strong start to his race, it's all gone a bit wrong.
Yeah, runner-up in the championship last year to Murray Shepherd, of course. Murray, who took in the first 2 rounds of the season, but he's doing a lot of historic racing as well this year. And anyway, back to the cars that are on the grid. Mark Burton in third place is right with the top 2 still. Jeff Peake ahead and Martin West behind. We've not had the frantic lead changing that we had yesterday.
Not yet, anyway. We will have yellow flags, of course, down the back straight this time. So a few of the overtaking opportunities have been hampered somewhat so far, but I suspect it'll just be the one lap, so everybody knows where Craig Land's car is. It's off the circuit, and Craig is just getting behind the barriers with the marshals at the moment.
The yellow flag zone takes in the braking area for Tower. So that will scupper any overtaking opportunities at that part of the circuit. We are working lap 6.
Before they have got there, Mark Burton's got second away from Martin West, and Andrew Tate and Simon Walker-Hansel are chasing them, the 2 championship leaders, trying to make it 5 for the lead. Is it green flags into Tower? It is, and Mark Burton is challenging. Should he really be doing that? Hard to tell, but he was. He was trying to get ahead of Jeff Peake. He couldn't make it work. This is lap 6 then, so we'll be 2/3 of the way into this race. They turn their way into the Jim Clark S's, and Burton is quick, isn't he, this weekend? He was quickest in Friday in testing. Qualifying didn't go to plan, but it's going well in the races, and with the rear left mudguard trying to make a bid for freedom. He's challenging Jeff Peake through Sunny in into Sunny out. You'd think it won't be long before there's a lead change here, Ian.
Possibly not. The way Mark Burton has gone in this race, he's really pushed on. They're coming down to the complex again into our view. Burton there in in second, I should say. West third. And really it's these 5 cars now in contention for the lead. Paul Clark is in 6th place rather on his own at the moment, but I don't think he's going to come into contention. He's escaped from Carl Roy Sinars, and then it's Ryan Garrett, David Martin and Sean Brave has now come into the top 10 as well. He finished 8th yesterday. So over the line they come to complete lap number 6. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds, so they get 3 more laps out of this one. And they're heading down the start-finish straight towards Clervaux. Peake it is that leads by 49/100, so just about half a second at the moment, but really is now 5 cars for the lead. And we're at this part of the circuit where Mark Burton has been passed on previous laps.
One of them's gone off, I think, of that lead group. So who's not there? Well, Peake is, Burton is, West is, and Tate is. So Simon Walker-Hansel, the race winner from Donington Park, has gone off, I think, through Hawthorne.
And side by side for the lead down towards Tower Corner. It's Mark Burton on the inside line, and we've got no yellow flags there this time, so he's able to make the move, and he does make the move, and he goes through into the lead with 4 minutes to go, but it runs quite wide on the exit of the corner, so immediately Jeff Peake is able to fight back. They're heading through the fast left-right at the Jim Clark S. Now Burton just about squeezes ahead, though, as he does so. So it's Burton, Peake, and then it's West and Tate in the 4 surviving car. Did Walker-Hansel get going again after that off?
Not sure. We'll check that at the end of the lap. I think he might have done, though. The leaders are going to have traffic. There's 1 car to lap, which hopefully won't be too much of a problem. I think Matt Rowe had an incident yesterday at Sunny, but here come the leaders, and Peake is trying to get alongside Burton here, but instead he loses one to the championship leader Andrew Tate. So Andrew Tate's up to 3rd. So yesterday's winner Jeff Peake might lose another here because Martin West is on his outside line, which will give him the inside for the hairpin, and he's up the inside. He locks up a little bit, and the 2 of them get quite close to one another, a bit sideways on the exit too, which is going to allow the top 2 to get away. They're still side by side.
Slow car, one of back markers from Mark Rowe, I think that is, being swallowed up by Paul Clark et al. The leaders, though, are heading down the straight towards Tower Corner once again, with 3 minutes of the race left to go.
Walker-Hansel's got damage to the front left corner of his car, so he's dropping down the order with damage to the car. So Ben Powney, he's not a commentator, but he's put a real commentator's curse on Simon Walker-Hansel after after tipping in for this race.
He came across the line in 9th position, didn't he, after that off at Hawthorne. A lap ago. Here comes Tate alongside Mark Burton. He's going to be on the outside line for Tower. It doesn't matter though, because he's already ahead before they arrive at the braking area. Jeff Peake might try and get down the inside as well. He can't quite do it. So it's Tate now, the championship leader, the driver that started on pole position, and the winner of the first round of the season that's back into the lead of the race. He didn't win on the road at Donington, that went to some more cancelled, but there was a penalty, and now Burton is fighting back through. So Burton, through the very fast Jim Clark-Essie, sweeps back ahead. That's a brave move. Now to the right-hand kink at Barkoff, just over a lap to go at the end of this one, Josh, and I still don't know who's going to win.
Oh, Jeff Peake was very close to clipping the back of Andrew Tate's car. It didn't happen for him, though. We've got one lap to go at the end of this one. Tower Bend is certainly the easiest place to make a move, but as we've just seen there are other places where it is possible, potentially into the complex too, and Andrew Tate's tried to go around the outside. It's a puncher for Simon Walker-Hansel, so he's going to be out of this race and starting from the back of the race later on, but for the lead it's Burton, who has held on ahead of Tate, ahead of Peake, and Martin West has caught the 3 of them, so it's 4 for the leader. He'll take a pretty defensive line, the first 3 of them, into the left-hander at the hairpin. And the leaders then come up across the line to start their final lap of the race. They see the last lap boards, they know it's the last lap. There's no yellows today down to Tower, which you'd think is going to be the favoured place for Mark Burton to come under threat, and the closest car behind him currently is Andrew Tate.
Through Clervaux and Hawthorne then, so can Andrew Tate make the most of this? Is he wise to this? Is the opportunity, possibly the best overtaking opportunity on the lap in these cars, is coming up? He's about 3 car lengths behind as they come off the chicane, but he's getting closer all the time. He's right in the toe now. He's picking it up. He's heading already to the outside line, which worked a lap ago. Jeff Peake to the inside line as well. They're going to go 3 wide almost into the corner. This time Burton manages to try and stay alongside Tate, but no, Tate's got his nose ahead on the exit, but Burton of course got him back through the Jim Clark-Essie's a lap ago. Can he try and brave it out again through this fast section of the circuit? And the answer to that question is yes, because they are still alongside. Burton number 26, Tate number 42, as they head through Barcroft now, and they're still absolutely together, but Burton now noses ahead. The door left open on the inside for Jeff Peake to get ahead of Andrew Tate, but he couldn't quite do it.
They come very close to banging wheels through that section, and Tate is almost pushing Mark Burton out of Sunny and coming down to the complex. There's another chance to make a move here, and the outside line is Tate. He's going to brake late here to try and come right round the outside, and Jeff Peake's on the inside of both of them as they almost bang wheels again. Mark Burton is in front, Peake sideways. There's one corner to go, but Mark Burton's done to bridge the gap to the other 2 quite possibly.
Certainly is. So turning their way through the final corner, it's the 26 car of Mark Burton, triple winner here 3 years ago, that's ahead, but Martin West might pick up a place late at the end here because he's alongside Andrew Tate, who led at Tower Corner, and is he going to be 3rd or 4th over the line? Mark Burton gets the win, his first win in Locost in a while. He's done it by 0.3 of a second over Jeff Peake in 2nd place. Just waiting for our screen to update to say who was 3rd and who was 4th. It was Andrew Tate that was credited with 3rd by just 3/100ths of a second over Martin West, who made that late bid for the position. 5th place has gone to number 82 Paul Clark, 6th to number 84 Carl Roysenars, Ryan Garrett was 7th, Sean Brame 8th, and David Martin 9th, and we're waiting to see who's going to be in 10th place. Up to the line now comes the number 7 car, and that's Greg Smith, who's made up I think 2 places on the final lap to get inside the top 10.
He had in Munster was Todd Boucher, who I think is in his 2nd ever race. That's a good run from him. He dropped a couple on the last lap to 12th behind Smith and Gary Brandon. You said about 5 minutes ago, Ian, about how there wasn't quite as frantic as yesterday, but they had all come alive, particularly on that last lap of the race. And some really brave driving as well, and good driving up front, side by side through the Jim Clark-Esses. The 2 cars were so close to banging wheels, which would have gone horribly, horribly wrong, but we avoided that.
Yeah.
And after disappointment a week ago in the 116 trophy, Mark Burton will be very pleased with how today's gone in the Locost Championship, I should think.
Oh, absolutely right. Very good good race. He finished yesterday's race in 2nd. Of course, he's gone 1 place better. We're not going to get a triple winner here at Croft this year then in the Locost, as we've had a couple of times in the past.
Perhaps instead we might see 3 different winners, but let's see how the 2nd race of the weekend, how the results stood.
Yep, so victory then confirmed for Mark Burton in the number 26 car, and it was just over 0.3 of a second from Jeff Peake in the end. Andrew Tate, number 42, was in 3rd place, Martin West, number 94, in 4th, Paul Clark, number 82, 5th, 6th to number 84, Carl Roycenard. 7th to number 99, Ryan Garrett. 8th was number 8, Sean Brame. 9th, number 40, David Martin. And 10th, right at the end, number 7, Greg Smith. For the back, Gary Brandon. 11th, Todd Boucher. Good performance from him. For 12th place, then Glenn Boyer, Jonathan Higgins, Tom Parker, Dave Berry, Kev Straw, up to 17th, ahead of Rob Hardy, Rob Sisson and Bradley Horsnell, despite his spin, in 20th. Ian Hardy, it was that was 21st, ahead of Keith Malpas and William Wright. Trevor Faunch was 24th, ahead of Bill Ward. Mark Rue was the first of the lapped cars, and then we get to the non-finishers. Simon Walker-Hansel and Craig Land, two quite significant ones, and Andy Pointer, also a DNF. We had 29 cars race, take the start of that race in the end. Another race for the Locost, not that far away, only about an hour away in actual fact, just 2 races between that and the next one. We've got Formula V and Sports 1000 to come up before that Locost race, and of course there's another MX5 race before the TQR Club Enduro Championship contest that will round out this weekend's action here at Croft. Locost, I say, in action again very shortly for round 5 of their 2021 championship, backed by Demon Tweaks and Yokohama. Glorious afternoon here at Croft ahead of the remaining races. Shortly we'll be able to head down to the pit lane to hear from our race winner, I'm sure, but just a reminder, 750mc.co.uk/calendar is where you'll find the digital race programme, and also the link to the live timing as well, should you want to avail yourself of that facility. Right, let's head down to the pit lane and we'll hear from Mark Burton with Tom Butterworth.
Well, another fantastic bit of action there from the Locost Championship, Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship. I counted close to 10 changes for the lead there. Mark Burton coming out on top. P2 yesterday, race win today. Tell us about how that one went.
Yeah, that was a tough race. There was a few quick cars, especially Jeff Peake, trying to, at the front, trying to win. Jeff's engine's very strong, and this is all engine circuit here, so trying to outpace him is difficult, which I found out yesterday, but I sort of learnt a few lessons from yesterday and I tried to apply it today.
Yeah, well, it seemed to do you quite well, didn't it? We were watching from our position here, and we could see there was lots of slipstreaming going on. Our director said it's almost like a cycling race with the amount of slipstream overtakes that were going on. Some changes in the setup between yesterday and today, or is it just the temperature that's come to you?
No changes overnight. The temperature, I think, is fairly similar. I had the pace yesterday to win that race, but yellow flags caught me out on the last lap going into Tower, so I think it was much the same today, to be honest. The lap times are about the same, just maybe a bit more lucky today. Okay, well, we all need a dose of luck from time to time, but congratulations. Allow me to bestow this upon you for your race win. One more race to go today. Yeah, we've only got about an hour. These are fickle little cars, so they need quite a lot of work, so I'm going to be busy for the next hour to get it ready, but we'll be there. Okay, good luck, and we'll hopefully again see you later today. Yeah, I hope so. Thank you. Thanks very much. Cheers. Mark Burton, your first race of the day, second race of the weekend, Locost Demon Tweaks Yokohama race winner.
And without too much more ado, we'll get on with the 12th race of the weekend. For third race of the day, it's the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Here's the grid. Pole position, number 92, Craig Pollard, who won yesterday. This grid, though, set by the second fastest times from qualifying, and alongside him is number 1, the reigning champion, James Harridge. The second row, number 41, Andrew Cooper, hoping for better things today. And number 4, Peter Studer. Alongside the next row, row 3, I should say, 51 and 60, that's Peter Belzy and Tim Probert. On to row 4, that's number 72, Colin Gregory, and 94, Maurice Gloucester. The 50, Clark Steve O is on the inside of row 5, next to 33, Matt Harbert. 17, Elliot Mason, and 75, Mark Egan on row 6. Row 7 is 66, Philip Waterhouse, and 99, Craig Bell. Bill Garner is in number 10 on the inside of row 8, next to number 43, Vaughan Jones. 16, James Madden, and 42, James Huckle on row 9. Row 10 is number 20, Richard Rainbow, and 147, Mark Lawton. 6, Simon Livesley in the ex-Alex Jones car, and 44, Stephen Bailey on row 11. Richard Walsh, not Steve Walsh, he used to be a striker for Leicester. 7th, Richard Walsh on the inside of row number 12, and 64, Sam Wallbank. They're on row 12, as I say. Row 13, Jamie Harrison, 57, and Sam Engineer, number 28. Martin Snary, 31, and Rachel Swain, number 13, on row 14. The 15th row is 59, Chris Wilshire. Number 2, Daniel Hans, and right at the back is number 3, Ian Jordan, and we'll expect to see both of those drivers making their way through from the back of the field. As I say, yesterday's race was won by Craig Pollard, and that was his first victory of the season. The 2 at Cadel Park, the opening meeting of the season, having gone the way of James Harridge. Harridge on this occasion was 2nd, Steve Probert 3rd, and Steve O 4th. We had an incident at the first corner yesterday, which ended with both Andrew Cooper and Peter Belty in the gravel trap at Clairvaux, and Andrew was keen to point out to me at breakfast this morning that he was squeezed a little bit by Tim Probert on the way into the corner. That's what caused him to take quite a lot of curb rather than collide with Tim, and as it turns out, that ended up with him colliding with Peter Belty, but fortunately not too much damage done to either of those cars, and they are both out there once again. Last year's championship runner-up, Danny Hans, is going to be at the back of the grid in the AHS Dominator, and the other driver that's made up some places yesterday and got to 10th, Hans got to 7th, was Ian Jordan, who's making his racing return this weekend, Josh.
Yes, and Ian Jordan had ignition issues in qualifying. Basically, the car kept turning itself off every time he hit a bump, and then he'd have to try and hit a curb to refire the engine, which wasn't ideal. But that's all sorted, and he'll be looking to move forward. But there's Craig Pollard, then the winner from yesterday, alongside championship leader James Harridge. James Harridge, 73 points, 2 wins from Cadwell Park, 63 points for Craig Pollard. There's Andrew Cooper, who was involved in that instead of Peter Studer alongside him. And there is Tim Probert, 3rd in the championship. That's Danny Hans, he's got 54 points. He's much further back on the grid. Tim Probert, who you saw, is 4th on 43 points, 42 Peter Studer, and 40 for Maurice Gloucester, and there he is on your screens now. A bit further back, Mark Harbott, he's getting quicker all the time, had his best result yesterday. He's alongside Steve O, a long time runner in the championship. Looked like there's a missing car that would have been behind him though, which looks to be Elliot Mason. I think. So yeah, no Elliot Mason, I'm afraid.
Who's a non-finisher yesterday, wasn't he? Along with Phil Waterhouse, who I think is there in the Scarab. Yes, he is.
He's indeed. They look like they're still getting cars in position further back. But I say the championship really is between these two, Craig Pollard and James Harridge. Not sure what the issues were for Danny Hans yesterday, but he'll be looking to move forward. James Harridge, he's made some set-up changes, I understand, from yesterday. His first loss of the year, he finished a couple of seconds behind, I think, in the end.
He only lost one race last year as well, didn't he? So he's not used to this feeling of not being on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, we should have 2 of these cars out later in the year. They're both here, the Mavericks. His dad, Dave, former Formula Ford racer, he blew an engine on Friday, but that car will be out. That'll be a Class A car. This is a Class B car that James Harridge races, which runs a different suspension, but certainly the hands of James, it doesn't really matter what class you're in.
This is the green flag lap getting underway. Not all of the races this weekend have the green flag lap, but the Formulaes do. Because they are single-seaters. Of course, if you've not seen Formula V before, the V comes from Volkswagen because they are use quite a lot of parts from the Volkswagen Beetle, and including the air-cooled engine, so it's an air-cooled unit, which is quite unusual. They use some of the suspension parts from the Beetle as well, and the brakes as well, and the gearbox, but there is some freedom in suspension, in the chassis design. Lots of different chassis manufacturers represented on the grid. They're all these days using Hoosier tyres, as they have been for a few years, and quite an unusual thing happened yesterday in that we had a lap record in Formula V for the first time in quite a while, because these Hoosier tyres not quite as quick as the Dunlops that they used to use, but it's the first time they'd raced on this circuit with its new grippy tarmac.
Yeah, it's probably the first time we set a new lap record since we were here at Croft last, I'd imagine. Yeah. And it went to Craig Pollard on a 1:31. 1:09.90. Formula V cars quite difficult to drive. I was speaking to Ian Jordan about this yesterday. You'll see quite a big, I spoke about Ian Jordan earlier today, I should say. There's quite a big range in pace from the front to the back. He said you have to race the cars in quite a small rev boundary and high revs as well. And if you do that, the car's got no power. So you've got to be confident to run the car on high revs. And if you don't do that, you're not very quick, basically. And obviously, someone like Ian Jordan, who's in his 30th season of Formula V racing, well and truly knows how to get the most out of these cars. He was the 4th quickest driver yesterday, and Danny Hans was the 3rd quickest driver, so expect them to come through the field well. But of course, we didn't get to see much of Andrew Cooper and Peter Belsey, who should be quick. And Andrew Cooper, I think, at his best qualifying 3rd position.
Yeah.
He must have been happy with that.
He was happy with that, less happy with what happened in the first corner. But he did say he does think he's a little bit quicker than the next car, so he thinks if he can, avoid any shenanigans at the first corner this time, then he could be on for a podium here. We've got 3 champions on the grid. The 2 front row drivers, both champions, Craig Pollard in 2018, James Harridge in 2020, and of course Danny Hans at the back. He was the champion in 2008, beating Paul Smith and John Hughes that year. Formula V in the sort of late 2000s was a really strong category when you got people like Sam Oliveira, Jake Oliveira, his brother, Martin Galpin, Martin Farmer, Paul Smith, John Hughes, all capable of taking race wins.
And of course, there were some interesting drivers during that period that come through Formula V, such as double BTCC champion Ash Sutton, who was a race winner back then, and he's been pretty good since.
He's been useful, hasn't he, in the British Touring Car Championship, one of a couple of past 750 Motor Club champions to go on and taste success in the BTCC. Anyway, back to FV, and the cars forming up on the grid ahead of this 15-minute race.
So we expect it to probably be between the top 2, don't we? Pollard and Harridge. It was a kind of similar story at Cadwell Park as well, with Danny Hans trying to keep with them. 2 drivers that basically run their car with their dads, and that's really what a lot of club racing is all about. We have got teams out there, of course, for people that can't quite do that, but it could be a good race. 15 minutes in for round 4 of the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship.
Green flag has waved at the back. Shortly, we'll get the 5-second board. We do so now, and so revs will be rising even further. 92, Craig Pollard, the black and blue car, furthest away from camera, and number 1, James Harridge, is nearest to the camera. The lights go out, the race gets underway. Pretty even start by the 2 front row men. Can we avoid any of the issues that we had down at the first corner in yesterday's race? Well, it's not such a good start from Andrew Cooper. He's not even in shot this time, but Harridge is trying to go around the outside of Pollard at the first corner, and he's just about done it, I think. Let's see if we can see them on the exit of the corner, if he has indeed made it stick. You can see Danny Hans, number 2, he's already made up several places there, and yes, Harridge has made it stick. So great move around the outside at Clervaux corner, the first corner of the race. It's Peter Student that, and someone's clattered the tyre stack there, which is not ideal in a single-seater race. The tyre stack is in the middle of the road, but down at Tower Corner, we've got a change of lead because through has gone Craig Pollard to retake it, but we've got a tyre stack in the road at the moment.
We have. All the cars look like they might be getting out of the way. So the marshals are going to be quick on the scene. They've got about a minute to deal with it. But yeah, Pollard slipstream past James Harridge down into Tower Corner, but Harridge is right with him. It's Jim Clark Essex where he's quick, and he's up the inside of Craig Pollard. This to be a ballsy move. My goodness, he's on 2 wheels over the curb. What an overtake that was. I was told that was impossible in Formula V racing this morning. That was brilliant stuff from James Harridge. We've had 2 changes already in the space of the last couple of corners. The tyre stack's off the road. Great work by the marshals down at the Jim Clark S's. This race can continue, Ian.
Yeah, so they are into the complex for the first time. It's number 1, James Harridge leading, number 92, Craig Pollard in second place, 4, Peter Student is third, then it's Peter Belsey, 51, and Andrew Cooper, 41. The 2 that ended up in the gravel trap at the first corner yesterday, they are 4th and 5th at the moment, and it looks like Tim Probert is in 6th position. The leaders then turning their way out of the hairpin, up and over the line comes James Harridge to complete that number 1. There certainly is a gap building between 2nd and 3rd.
There is, but what can Craig Pollard do about Harridge, who's really quick through the S's, through the fast corners? Pollard's car good at the end of the straights, I've been told, so we saw that on the last lap, how he challenged through Tower. The chicane now without the tyres there. I wonder if there might be liberties taken with the curbs now. That's out the way, but here comes Pollard, doing exactly what he did on the last lap, drafting out. He's good out through the chicane. That means he's got lots of momentum, using the slipstream too, and he's in front, and there's a car off, I'm afraid, at Hawthorne.
Who is that it is the 75 car, isn't it, which is Mark Egan in the Ray.
Now, can Harris do what he did on the last lap? It was an extraordinary move. If he does it every lap, it'll start to become a bit normal. Let's see. Through the Jim Clark SSN, he's on the gearbox of Pollard. He knows he's about it. He tried to defend. Harris is doing it again, you know. He's on the curves, but Pollard's just about been able to hang on this time. Harris gave it a good go, though, Ian.
He did. Of course, Pollard this time knew what might be coming, and so could alter accordingly.
Hans was 17th, Jordan 19th after one lap.
Okay, so they both made up a dozen or so places on that opening tour as Harwich down the inside into the complex, so he gets the lead back again. So I wonder if Tom's counting how many lead changes we've had in this race as well, because already I think we're up to about 5 or something like that. They turn their way out of the hairpin and back onto the start and finish straight to complete lap number 2. They are now several seconds clear of Peter Studer. We're going to get a change for 4th place, just coming into shot now, because Andrew Cooper and Peter Belzy are side by side there, but they're side by side for the lead as well. And it's the number 92 of Craig Pard, the Bears Gack, that retakes the lead of the race, but he clatters the curb, runs out wide on the exit. I thought that might cause him to lose the position. Actually, he managed to hold on.
Yesterday's race wasn't overly exciting. This one's brilliant. Unfortunately, though, for Colin Gregory, the ex-Adam McCauley race winning, Shane has come to grief at the hairpin. But what about for the lead? Can Harwich do the move that Pollard had been doing earlier? I think he might. Down into Tower Corner, he's on the inside line. And is the Maverick going to go back in front? Wheel to wheel they are, and he is leading. So it's Harwich back in front, but Pollard's got the better exit. He's on the right-hand side of the racetrack, heading down to the Jim Clark exit. This is where Harwich traditionally has been quicker, but it's Pollard going to do the move on Harwich that he did earlier to him. They are absolutely side by side, committed through the Jim Clark exit, and it's Pollard on the inside into Barcroft. It's Harwich on the outside. It's Pollard that leads. That's another lead change.
It is. A bit what about this car of Colin Gregory, because the steering's broken on that with some contact down there at the hairpin, so that will need some outside assistance to move it, and it's not a great place in the middle of the road there.
Danny Hans is 10th now.
Okay, so he has made a really good move. And there, Pollard and Harwich pretty much side by side into the complex. It's Pollard that is just ahead at the 92 car, but they've got double waved yellow flags, and the car of Colin Gregory in not a particularly good position up at the hairpin. They are going to go inside it. There is room for them to do that, but it is double waved yellow flags there, and hopefully everyone will take good heed of those. Harwich right in the toe of Pollard as they come onto the straight. The safety car, though, is out. It's ready and waiting for them at the end of the pit lane, so safety car is out, and that is to allow the car of Colin Gregory to be recovered.
And to give us a breath, I think, Ian. That was absolutely outstanding 3 laps of racing, wasn't it? Oh, James Harwich looks pretty frustrated, doesn't he, with the safety car out yet again. Peter Studer is 3rd, 4th is Andrew Cooper, 5th is Pete Belzy, 6th is Tim Probert, 7th Matt Harbott, 8th is Steve O, 9th is Danny Hans from the back of the grid, 10th Morris Gloucester. Where's Ian Jordan? He's only got to 15th, so after good lap 1 progress, he hasn't made much more forward momentum.
We had quite a chunk of the race yesterday in the safety car as well, didn't we, because of the first corner incident. How quickly will this one be cleared? It should be a bit quicker to clear, which needs something to pretty lift that Colin Gregory number 72 Shane, though, I would think.
I think that all the cars continued after that incident on the first lap this time.
Yeah, I think
so
it did.
obviously the tyre stack not very heavy at the chicane, but quite surprised a single-seater race car can survive that. We had 30 cars end one lap, and we had one non-starter of 31, so that makes sense. So whoever did hit it was able to carry on quite remarkably.
Yeah, so they're now trying to recover the Colin Gregory car at the hairpin. I think they're sort of having a look to see if it can be moved. They're trying to get the wheel back onto the straight again, but the steering has broken on that. So I think Marshall and Colin are between them, just managing to push it off the circuit, and hopefully they'll get it sufficiently far away that the officials in race control will be happy for the race to get underway. Now, they might just about get that done during the course of this lap, which would enable us to go green again at the end. So Pollard it is, number 92 that's leading, number 1 James Howard in second, 4 Peter Studer in third, 41 Andrew Cooper is in fourth. If you're wondering why James Howard's car has got a red number next to it, that's because it is technically a Class B car which runs to a slightly different specification than most of the other cars that run at the sharp end of the field.
Seen quite a few of you watching at home enjoying this Formula V action, noting that no DRS is needed for multiple overtakes on a lap here. Pure old school motorsport from the Formula V Championship, and I guess the type of racing we saw at the start here, Ian, really brings us back sort of the heyday of non-wing single-seater racing.
Absolutely right. It looks like it might be another lap because they've now got the recovery vehicle on the scene to just try and tow that car a little bit further away. So we'll get at least one more lap behind the safety car, I would think, in this Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. It's a 14 round season for Formula V this year. This is only round 4 of the championship. They'll go to Snetterton in mid-July, then they'll have Silverstone and Anglesey both in August, Brands Hatch in September, and then finish their season at Alton Park. So a very busy second part of the season for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship.
Absolutely, it's a bit of time for everyone to work on their cars between now and the next round at Snetterton, which I suspect that might be quite exciting too if this close battling, because Snetterton is a real slipstreaming circuit. I have to say though, Ian, I wasn't expecting the sort of overtake we've had in this race into the Jim Clark S's and Croft, especially on that first lap where Harry was well up over the curb and the car bounced onto two wheels for a moment.
Alex Hall reckons it was the 7 car of Richard Walsh, the Spider, that hit the tyre stack at the chicane on lap 1. Thank you, Alex.
And he's in 27th position and still going.
I think that's a good call, actually.
And only going a second a lap slower than he went yesterday.
So what's the situation with the recovery? The car's getting ever further sort of behind the barriers, but it's not quite there yet, but they'll certainly get it there by the end of this lap behind the safety car. So we might have another 3 laps or something once the race gets back underway, and there should be a continuation, you would think, of this battle between number 92 Craig Pollard, the finance director from Suffolk, and number 1 James Harridge from Hertfordshire. And then, but you never know, maybe something odd could happen at the restart and one of Peter Studer or Andrew Cooper could start to get involved as well. I guess for Danny Hans, who's got up to 9th, well, it means any sort of time gaps have closed up, but it means he's going to have less laps after the restart to try and overtake more cars. But I don't know, could he be a candidate for the podium?
It's possible, isn't it? Now he's not far away. If nobody particularly gaps anybody in front, you've got 4 AHS dominators almost together, haven't you? Matt Harbort, Steve O, Danny Hans and Craig Bell. More of those cars are coming out all the time, aren't they? The type of car that Paul Smith won the championship in back in 2012, 2013, 2015 and 2016, 4 times. That car had won the championship, and I understand the Alan Harding team are developing the car all the time, trying to get new bits on it. And as we've been saying a lot this weekend, 750 Motor Club Race is a real place. You can come and design your own car, to develop a car. So it's not just about the on-track driving, it's about engineering the cars. And I know a lot of people really enjoy that as much as they enjoy the racing.
Absolutely right. So 5 minutes to go. I think we are now in a position where we could go racing again at the end of the lap. The safety car lights look to be out.
Should get 3 laps then.
Yeah, I would think so. So the green flag will be readied on the pit wall. And round 4 of the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship will continue. Do keep your comments coming in on the social media feed. It's good to hear from you, to find out where in the world you're watching from or what your particular interest is in this 750 Motor Club race day here at Croft Circuit. Now the 2 leaders have gone already, really. A nice early restart there from Craig Pollard. They saw the safety car lights out and now they see the green flags. They go over the line again. 4 minutes to go. They will get 3 laps out of this. How many more overtaking manoeuvres will that equate to?
Hopefully quite a lot for our enjoyment. That would be good. So they turn into Clairvaux, they hit that big bump, the compression through that corner. Really spectacular to see the car through there, then through Hawthorne and into the chicane. And it is Craig Pollard then that leads, but history would suggest he will not lead into Tower Bend because of the big slipstream that is offered down the long straight. And he pulls to the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's the outside line for Tower. Can Pollard hang it out here on the inside line? Well, he's giving it a good go, but no, it's Harridge in front, and he's got a decent exit this time, so he might be clear for the Jim Clark S. As you say, they're a long way ahead of the rest. There's battling though behind as well as this top 2, but it's very hard to take our eyes off this battle because it's so intense. Ian.
It really is a very good fight between these two, and yes, sorry we can't show you more of what's going on further down the order, but this is such an important, such a great, captivating lead battle. Harridge it is number 1 at the moment, heading number 92 Craig Pollard. There is Peter Bells. He's back ahead of Andrew Cooper now, so Andrew Cooper's lost a position on the restart in the number 41 GAC. but you can see already how much of a gap these first two have made on the rest after only about 3/4 of a lap.
Indeed, in this next group, Danny Hands is up to 7th now. He's behind Tim Probert, so he's making up more positions. There's an enormous gap behind that group, which Ian Jordan's trying to work his way through at the moment. But here are the leaders, X in the hairpin, about to start their penultimate lap of the race. And it's James Harridge ahead of Craig Pollard then, but you'd think that's going to change before too much longer, because Pollard's right behind him. He's looking down the inside into Clairvaux. This is a brave move. Harridge gives him room. Pollard hits the curb. They avoid each other. With much respect between these two drivers. Been racing each other quite some time now, so Harridge gave him room. If he didn't, they would have crashed and been out the race, but good driving from the pair of them.
Yeah, it's not the first time that Pollard's clattered that curb in the course of this race, but look at him, he's back alongside James Harridge now. He's got his car, I think, fully in front. Yes, he has, halfway down the straight before they turn in for Tower Corner. So it's number 92, Craig Pollard, back in the lead from number 1, James Harridge. Then this gap back to 3rd place, and a new 3rd place man is going to be Peter Belty, number 51 in the Spider. The ex-championship winning car tries to go around the outside of the number 44 car of Peter Tudor. He couldn't in the end quite make that work, so a good 3-car fight going on there, and a change again because James Harridge is back in front.
Absolutely, but Craig Pollard's not very far away from the gearbox of James Harridge's car, and I'm afraid now off the road is Rachel Swain. That's at Clairvaux. That might be one place. There will not be overtaken on the last lap of the race, so she's out of it, but she's okay. She's getting behind the barriers. Here are the leaders. Harridge with having to defend from Pollard into the complex, so Pollard was trying to come round the outside of him. Couldn't make it work there though, and we now know, Ian, that Clairvaux will not be an overtaking opportunity. The drivers don't know that, of course,
Red
yet.
flags, race being stopped, unfortunately, so nowhere's going to be an overtaking opportunity. So we're going to go back a lap. So I think James Harridge was leading both. No, it was Craig Pollard leading at the end of the previous lap, wasn't it?
Will it be after 5 or 6 laps?
So that's the question. I suspect it might go back to 5 laps because the red flag had went out. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah. So in an interesting situation where we don't know who has won this race, maybe Tom can get both of them post-race. We're not trying not to do that, but if we can get both, that might be the solution here, because we'll have to wait and see how that result gets published.
Because everyone did complete lap 6, didn't they?
Yeah.
So yes, a decision to be made.
Yeah, but so it's Harridge leading at the end of lap 6 and Pollard at the end of lap 5 if they went back another lap.
Quite a race that was, a real shame it ended like that, but it was absolutely frantic all the way through it, and so much respect shown by the top 2, because they were side by side in places you don't see it very often, and they gave each other room so they could continue racing. That was one of the best races, I think, for a while, Liam, particularly in Formula V, where perhaps last year some of the stuff was a bit more spread out.
Yeah, it was, to be fair, with Harridge having it his own way for a lot of the time, but this year Craig Pollard's coming back into the championship, and really giving James Harridge very much a run for his money this season.
Yeah, here in that race, there was nothing to separate them, was there? They were just overtaking each other 2 or 3 times a lap, and you wouldn't be able to put a mark on which one was quicker around this circuit.
No, what was it, 1:32.36 for Harridge, 1:32.91 for Pollard. So actually, if you look at the lap times, there is quite a difference there, but it seems around the lap they're actually very evenly matched. There's Rachel Swain, whose car went off at Clairvaux a few moments ago, but as you can see, she's all right. I don't think she connected with the barriers, so
cut wood right on the edge of the track, so it's understandable for the red flag, because if anybody went wide, that would have been a real problem.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I think the right decision there. Car going off and just stationary on the tarmac there. It's close to where I once sustained an injury here at Croft when Jamie Spence in his Formula 3 car went off in dampening conditions, and I was standing behind the barrier. I was working for Motorsport News or Motorsport at that meeting, and I came a cropper slipping on there. You can see the marbles there. There's marbles like that behind the barrier as well, and unfortunately I slipped and cut my hand on that, but there we go. My one and only trip to a medical centre at a race meeting. Anyway, that's the end of the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship race. We're not obviously clear on exactly where that result is going to be declared, whether at the end of lap 6 or lap 5.
Looks like we're only going to get James Harridge as well to speak to, which he might or might not be the winner.
He might be, but we didn't speak to him yesterday, so at least we're speaking to him today. We heard from Craig yesterday, but we'll obviously try and check out and give you confirmation of what the official published result is later on, as the cars head down the pit lane at the end of that Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship races. We've said quite a gap now in the calendar for Formula V, and that's been caused by the race meeting at Anglesey being postponed from June until August. It means that the next meeting for these is now mid-July at Snetterton. Anyway, let's head down to the pit lane and Tom Butterworth.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the pit lane. So fantastic action again for your Formula V Championship. James Harridge, ding dong battle there, really exciting to watch.
Yeah, it was a great race. Craig gave me plenty of room. We had a really good dice around the back and into turn one. I knew from yesterday, because I watched your footage back, during the night I sussed out what he was doing into the last turn, and I started to do it myself, and I gained quite a bit there, and I backed him up so that he didn't get the run on me coming down the main straight, which worked a few times, and I got a bit lucky with the red there, but I think I could have held him off once I was in front. So yeah, looking good for the year so far. I've just hoping it holds together.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's been really great to watch. As you said, so you were literally watching the Alpha Live footage from last night to see the new line or see the line that he was taking.
Yeah, absolutely. I studied it all from yesterday. Was up till 1 in the morning watching it and watching what he was doing different to me, because he obviously knew his way around here slightly better than me. So yeah, good stuff. Just a shame that didn't get the lap record from yesterday, but that'll come another day. Well,
it could well have come on the last lap as well. Unfortunately, we had that red flag there, but you know, you dropped lucky there really. But like you say, I think it was going to be really close between the two of you, and thank you for the brilliant action.
No, glad you enjoyed it, and yeah, thanks for everyone for coming.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks for providing this brilliant action. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
And next up, it is the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, and it's the second and final race of the weekend for these cars. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up. It's going to be number 1, Ryan Yarrow, and number 24, Rich Miles on the front row of the grid. Next row will be 67, Victor Newman, and number 6, Daniel Lana. Third row, 72, Jonathan McGill, and number 5, Michael Roots. On to row 4, number 31, Colin Spicer, and number 63, Colin Chapman. Row 5 is 87, Tom Johnston, and 34, Stephen Dean. Row number 6 is 50, Tim Hovard, and alongside him 23, Matthew Manette. Row 7, 42 and 9, that's Andrew Timpson and Ian Hutchinson, and the final row, 21, Phil Hutchins, and 37, Drew Faulkner. And before we get the racing underway, we'll take a quick break.
Staying true to yourself isn't always easy. That's why we've made a promise. To only market lubricants we stand by combining our love and devotion as petrol heads, as well as our knowledge of lubrication. We are passionate and committed to challenging our own abilities and to developing the best lubricants for those who care about their vehicle. Extensively tested by professionals in the field to help you push your engine to the limit. Enjoying the extended life cycle of our long-life lubricants with a personal touch that puts people at the center. Where we meet genuine petrol heads looking for genuine lubricants. That's where Rimax exceeds expectations. The quality of our products speak for themselves. It's how we do it and who we are that distinguishes us from the rest. So imagine what we can achieve together. Rimax Lubricants, made in Holland.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
So we're going to get the cars out on the circuit any moment for the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship. The race yesterday was won by Ryan Yarrow by just under a second from number 24, Rich Miles. So the two Spires, first and second, and then the Mattel of Victor Newman it was that took third position. A couple of drivers, though, have taken the time to let me know what went wrong for them yesterday. So Colin Spicer, we saw him a retirement towards the end of the race. He had a hub failure, front left hub failure at Croft. Not really the place you wanted, is it? And a Sports 1000 friend who couldn't be here this weekend has been kind, and he's been able to borrow a hub to race today. And Colin obviously thanked Wildmoor Motorsport, Tim Gray Motorsport, and Colin Chapman for their help in getting the car back on track this afternoon. And also I heard from Matthew Minette, who had the recurrence of some of the issues he had in race 2 at Silverstone, where he lost the clutch pedal basically, so he had to spend most of the race rev matching on the downshifts. But hopefully Matthew's motor is fixed for today. How are things looking at the championship now, Josh, after yesterday's action?
Good question, should have got that ready. It's Ryan Yarrow that leads the championship on 90 points after 2 wins and 1 second place. Colin Chapman is second in the championship on 64 points, so a big gap for Ryan Yarrow. Third is Tom Johnston, fourth is Colin Spicer, fifth Tim Hovard, and sixth Jonathan McGill. Quick drivers from from Silverstone, Michael Roots, Richard Miles and Victor Newman have all suffered an exclusion there, so they're further down the championship than otherwise they might have been, but particularly Miles and Newman were quick yesterday and were able to battle with Ryan Yarrow. Watch out too for Dan Lana, they're all on the first 2 rows of the grid. They, going off of yesterday's runs, should be quick. Not sure why Michael Roots was a bit off the pace, so perhaps some work done by the Mattel Cars team to try and move him further up the order. So we're soon to get this race underway, the 4th round of the Rimac Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship.
So it's Rich Miles with the orange front on his car closest to the camera. He makes a pretty good start as the race gets underway, but Jonathan McGill does not get away. I think everyone avoids him though, and he's finally up to speed now, but it's Rich Miles then, from a Compact Cup racer, that is in the lead then, heading down towards Clervaux for the first time. It's Ryan Yarrow second, Victor Newman, the Strasbourg-based driver, trying to go around the outside, and there's contact, and Ryan Yarrow spins, and there's more of a tangle. Dan Lana goes very wide in avoidance. Colin Chapman is spinning. Colin Spicer's got caught up in that as well. About half of the field, therefore, caught up in that. And Rich Miles, as a result of all of that, Josh, leads by about 200 yards.
And it's Michael Roots, who I said he struggled yesterday. He's up in second position, so he managed to avoid the carnage that happened in front of him. In third position is his teammate Victor Newman, that you could perhaps suggest caused all of that. And then I think it's Stephen Dean up into 4th. He started 10th, so he certainly made the most of that. But here are the 2 Mattel Cars machines of Michael Roots and Victor Newman. Now, going off yesterday, Newman should be quicker, but he's got damage, of course, after the incident early on. It's Tom Johnston up 5th. How did he start? He was 9th, so the 2 men from row 5 are there in the top 5 overall, Dean and Johnson. But there's Rich Miles. Now this is a good chance for him to win the race, isn't it?
Well, absolutely right. He's hoping to do a full season. As told me earlier today, he's never actually done a full season in anything before. Even in the Compact Cup, he always missed 1 or 2 meetings in that. But this year he said if the championship looks like it might be on, then he will stick with it. And, well, that's a possibility. If he can convert this big lead that he has into the win. He'll take quite a bit of catching here because he was rapid yesterday. He did a 1:25.27, only a couple of tenths off the time of Ryan Yarrow yesterday.
Big battle for 6th. It's Tim Hovard who's currently there, but Dan Larner's alongside him. He had to take a void in action at Hawthorne on lap 1. He was really quick yesterday with Larner in this older Mattel, the MC52, and he goes round the outside of Hovard, but goes out wide over the gravel. But he's back on again. He's okay there in 6th place, ahead of Hovard. Then Andrew Timpson is up in 8th position, running well again. Somebody avoided the incident early on. Then Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill. Ryan Yarrow is 12th. Colin Spicer and Colin Chapman are much further behind. They were held up. There's Dean and Johnston, who are battling for 4th and 5th positions.
Yeah, and these 2 drivers perhaps a little bit further up than they normally would be. Be interesting to see if they can maintain these positions all the way through to the end of the race. Stephen Dean, very experienced racer, raced with the 750 Motor Club for quite some time. Tom Johnston, who is London-based and is the head of trading operations for a hedge fund. Good chance for him to get some relaxation. He gets a better exit out of Sonny, and I thought he might be able to capitalise on that, but he backs out of it in the end, probably wisely, and actually loses quite a few car lengths to Stephen Dean there in that fight for 4th and 5th position. Leaders already heading up to the hairpin, by the way. Here is that fight for 4th and 5th, and does this bring Lana into the equation as well?
Yeah, Dan Lana was 4 seconds behind them at the start of the lap, so he's going well. I know towards the front, Michael Roots is looking much more comfortable than yesterday, keeping Victor Newman at bay, as we watch the battle for 4th position across the line. And actually, Michael Roots is the fastest driver on the track. He sets the fastest lap of the race. So that's much better. Don't know what was wrong yesterday for him, but this is better. This is the battle for 4th, though. Stephen Dean ahead of Tom Johnston. Dan Lana has caught the 2 of them. He's in 6th. Progress report on Ryan Yarrow. He's up into P10.
Yeah, we'll try and have a look at the lap times he's doing as well. He did a 1:30.33, so he's lapping faster than a couple of the cars ahead of him as we watch the side-by-side action for 5th. Dan Lana coming on the outside line for Tower Corner, and can't make the most of the opportunity there to try and get through, but he might do so on the exit. Maybe he'll get through the Jim Clark Hesses. We've seen that's more than possible here today, up towards Barcroft Corner. But so far he's stuck in behind Tom Johnston in the 87 car, the Mattel MC53, the slightly more modern iteration. We've got the majority of the Mattels ever made, I think, that have raced here this weekend, Josh.
Yeah, I think all but one of them are here, either in bike sports yesterday or in the Sports 1000 races. Stephen Dean under pressure again from Tom Johnston. Can he make it work this time on the inside into the complex? He gets it done. Tom Johnston goes through and Dan Lana's going to follow him, I think. They're side by side, him and Stephen Dean, as they go through the right-handed element. Lana's on the outside, has made it work. He's into 5th, Johnston's into 4th, and dropping down therefore is Stephen Dean, who's down into 6th position as they exit the hairpin to complete 3 laps. The leaders have already done that, and Richard Miles is the quickest driver now. He's just set the fastest lap, 1:26.56 to pull out a gap of 2.6 seconds, but for 4th, Tom Johnston turns into Clairvaux, being chased down by Dan Lana.
Yeah, that lap time for Rich Miles is about 1.5 seconds off the fastest lap from yesterday's race, it's worth pointing out. So, 15 minutes to go in this 20-minute race.
Ryan Yarrow now 7th with lots of clear road, so we'll see what kind of lap times he can do. He was much faster than anybody else in testing in the week.
Here is Dan Lana trying to get past Tom Johnston for 4th position then. He's going to be on the outside line for Tower Corner. Does he sweep ahead? He's trying to go all the way around the outside. I think he's done it. Yeah, great move that from Dan Lana, the driver from the Midlands, getting ahead of Tom Johnston. So number 6, Dan Lana, making a return this season. We've not seen much of him for the past 3 or 4 years. Good to have him back out, and he's proving himself very competitive.
Yes, but now he's 10 seconds behind anybody else. I think 4th is the most we should see from Dan Lana, if all things being equal. Up front, the leaders are about to complete 4 laps. Richard Miles leading and pulling away, I think, now from Michael Roots, who started to come under pressure from Victor Newman. Then the 4th place battle turns its way through shot into the complex. Dan Lana ahead of Tom Johnston now and Stephen Dean. But there go the leaders across the line to complete the 4th lap, as I suggested they were going to. Another fastest lap from Miles, a 1:25.76 now, 3.6 seconds ahead of Michael Roots, with Victor Newman going after them. Or going after Michael Roots in particular, as the rest of the field stream through. There's Ryan Yarrow, he's in 7th place. What kind of lap time is he able to put in? Well, it's a 1:28.5, which is much slower than he was sort of doing yesterday, but he is quicker than the 2 in front.
I wonder if there's any damage picked up at the first corner there that's compromised him a bit. There's Colin Chapman, and he's now ahead of Matthew Manette, isn't he? So he's made up a couple of positions already on this lap by the looks of it. He's got ahead of Ian Hutchinson as well, having been shuffled to the back with that incident at the first couple of corners.
Yeah, I think we need a refresh on the timing tower, which will happen shortly, and that will give us a bit more up-to-date information. He's up to 12th, in fact, is Colin Chapman. There's Jonathan McGill. Remember, he stalled at the start by the looks of it, but now he's just gone around the outside to get 9th from Tim Hovard, although Hovard's going to try and hang on here. I don't think he's quite going to make it, though, in the Sabre. No, he can't, but Jonathan McGill up to 9th now.
Yeah, actually McGill, that poor start he made might have sort of got him out of a bit of trouble there with that incident that happened at the first corner, really. He was just had a little bit more time to react to what was going on ahead of him, I suspect, because of that. So there's Chapman ahead of Minette. I wonder if Minette's still got those clutch issues that he's had yesterday and had at Silverstone as well for the opening meeting of the season. He's in the ex-John Watley car, running in 13th position, just at the rear of that group. But Colin Chapman, meanwhile, is now trying to get ahead of the slightly more aged spire of Phil Hutchins on the way into the hairpin. Intake of breath there from Josh Barrett, because it looked like he was getting very close indeed. I think they just about managed to avoid any contact though. Yeah,
Colin Chapman was all locked up. Thanks to Alpha Live team, we've got up-to-date time and tower again for you, so if you're following anybody, it's right up to date now, with Rich Mild leading by 4 seconds over Michael Roots. He's continuing to pull away. How did Ryan Yarrow get on that lap? Well, he's getting a bit quicker now, 1:27.2, still a second slower in the leaders, but he is much quicker than Stephen Dean and Tom Johnston, so there's at least 2 more places in this for him.
Yeah, I'd say 5th is a realistic prospect. 4th might be a little bit beyond him, because Dan Lawler's a few seconds, about 3.5 seconds clear of Johnston. There's Hutchins and Hovard, and that is Hutchins getting through into the top 10 there, ahead of Tim Hovard, who's a little bit frustrated. He thinks he's got Fernando Alonso syndrome. He sat out last season and he's returned to racing this year. I think we did pretty much agree that that was probably the only sort of comparison we could make between Tim Hovard and Fernando Alonso. But he reckons it, well, the fact that he sat out last year, that's causing him to be a bit rusty this year. The car actually is going as well as everything.
Here's the battle of a second between the teammates, Michael Roots and Victor Newman. Roots has set a quicker lap than he did yesterday, but perhaps isn't quite as fast as his teammate maybe, who's trying to find a way through. They're 5 seconds behind the leader now, as they turn their way through the chicane. This is for the first race all day. We've actually got just one car out front rather than lots of trading of positions, but there's plenty of that going on further back.
Yellow flag because one of the cars has come to grief at the hairpin. It's one of the red ones, but we can only see the nose of it. So which one hasn't come through? We need to wait for our screen to update itself. It is
Dan Lana.
Lana, yeah, Lana. It's the red nose section of Dan Lana that was just poking out from behind the tyre barrier. So the car that was in 4th place is no longer. Has watched Ryan Yarrow, and he has got a bit of damage to the front of that car. There is Lana's stationary Mittel. That's a great shame that he's out of place. But we're just seeing Yarrow, I think, about to get past Stephen Dean, I think it was.
He's done it on the exit of Tower. Right, there they come, into shot, and Yarrow is in front. So that's now 5th. Now 4th is possible that Dan Lana's out the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. There you can see Colin Spicer. He's in 7th place, so he was involved in that first corner shuffle as well, so he's made up some ground. Rich Miles comes through to complete another lap, just over halfway through this race. 9 minutes and 50 seconds are left to go as we watch Colin Chapman in the 63 car in 11th place, Matthew Minette in 12th, and Tim Hovard just ahead in the last position inside the top 10, which will be a coveted slot, which they'll be both keen, Chapman and Minette, to go after.
I suspect Colin Chapman wished he started at the back like he did yesterday, because he would have missed all the mayhem in front. Instead, he's right with Tim Hovard just like he was yesterday. But here are the Roots and Newman battle. They're now 5.3 seconds behind the leader. Roots is getting quicker still, PB for him, as he turns his way into the Tower corner there. Of course, Michael Roots was the winner, wasn't he, at Silverstone? Yeah. Seems to be able to translate that pace into Croft pace, but he might get a good result out of this race nevertheless.
Absolutely. So Roots and Newman 2nd and 3rd there in these 2 strikingly liveried Mittels, run by the Mittel Cars squad, making their way out of the sunny in and sunny out, and it's making their way through the right-hander now at the complex, and Newman's got a little bit out of shape there for 3rd position there, just in the wheel tracks of number 5, Michael Roots. They're about 5 seconds behind the leaders. The black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody, the number we can't see from here, so whether our camera's able to get a shot of that will remain to be seen, but that's someone probably being warned for track limits infringement.
That was another personal best from Michael Roots, so he's getting quicker. He's going a second faster than he went yesterday, so certainly something has been found for today, and he's just getting quicker and quicker all the time. There's a bit of a dust cloud on the exit of the chicane. That would have been the leader, Rich Miles, who obviously is still pushing on up front.
87 Tom Johnston getting the driving standards flag. I've got a feeling he got one yesterday as well, but I might be making that up.
And if we pick him up, we shall see Ryan Yarrow has caught him. So the long wait for the 4th place battle, which are half a minute behind the leader. And it is Tom Johnston still just ahead of Ryan Yarrow, but that's going to change here. Right in shot now. Ryan Yarrow, you can see there a bit of damage to the front of the car as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So whether that was sort of an after effect from the, whether there's a bit of contact as he was spun around, possibly so, but that's not helping the aero, I shouldn't think. No, on the front of this car. It's not an aero formula, of course, particularly Sports 1000, but nevertheless, that won't be helping matters.
Yeah, he's a couple of seconds slower than yesterday is Ryan Yarrow, but he has got himself into 4th. So it's been a good recovery. He's got a big championship lead, so he'll continue to lead the championship as time goes on.
Oh, Matthew Manette's had an off. He's going to get back onto the circuit, though. That's at Tower.
He was quite close to Tim Hovan, so I wonder if he was trying to find a way past him. There's Stephen Dean, who's sick. Behind him, Colin Spicer in 7th. Wasn't Spicer off at the start?
Yeah, he was. No, it was a good comeback.
Yeah, he's up to 7th. His lap time is quicker than Stephen Dean by some way. He's 4 seconds behind him at the start of the lap. He's under pressure, though, from Jonathan McGill, who's equally as fast. So together, these two should catch Stephen Dean in front of them for 6th.
It's a good advert, isn't it, for his car, which is for sale. He's going to be out possibly for the next meeting in a new car. We're hoping to debut at Anglesey, but that's now been postponed. So we'll see if Colin Spicer is out in the new car that he's been developing with Mark Norden.
Well, that'll be at Snetterton, won't it? So they've got a month and a half till then, so that's quite possible, which will be exciting to see.
Yeah, always welcome another manufacturer on the grid. Obviously, Spire and Mattel cars dominating the grid at the moment. We've not got the contour of Drew Faulkner with us this weekend as we watch a change there. McGill up the inside of Spicer for 7th place at Tower Corner, and he's made it done. So the two Spires doing battle. There is some damage on the back of the Spire there.
Yeah, look, a bit of diffuser damage. That doesn't slow him down, though, because he's back past McGill into the Jim Clark S's. So, damage or not, Spicer is rapid. He's lapping almost as fast as he did yesterday, about half a second away. But good pace from him. They're now less than 4 seconds behind Stephen Dean. We might get a shot in our next camera how far further in front of he is. Well, he just swept through shot as we got it. There you can see the gap of about 4 seconds. But of course, if these two start to battle, they might slow each other up and their forward progress could be halted somewhat. But yeah, McGill has a look on the inside of Spicer, and Spicer's gone in a bit deep into the hairpin. He's off the road, he's on the grass. And pretty good grass tracking effort still as he accelerates back onto the road, but that has allowed McGill into 7th, but he will be now the one to try and catch Stephen Dean, who is doing PB lap times all the time.
4.5 minutes left to go in this race, the Royal Max Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, round number 4 of 12 that we will have this season for this category, which evolved, always a big moment for McGill there, out of the RGB Championship. Originally, 20 years ago, it was for road going bike engine sports cars, sort of motorcycle engine Caterhams and Westfields and that kind of thing, but it's evolved into effectively a prototype-esque sports racing formula now, albeit these cars run on treaded tyres, and there's no sort of no wings allowed as such, and no big aero efforts that you can make. So 4 minutes to go, and we're watching Colin Spicer, and that's going to be Phil Hutchins and Colin Chapman just behind him now, who've made up ground after his grass tracking moment.
Indeed, Phil Hutchins, who was a podium finisher at Snetterton a couple of years ago in the wet. He's very wide, he's on the grass. This isn't great for him. Oh no, he's back on again, so that wasn't as bad as it could have been, despite the weather being so good. There's particular parts of the grass which are absolutely sodden from previous weeks of rain, but he wasn't holding too much, but he has been holding enough for Colin Chapman to come down the inside and to go through. I think Chapman was the driver who was held up the most in that first lap instantly. He's up to 9th. He's done a 1:27.3 though, which is a second quicker than he went yesterday in his new car to him for this year. It's only the top 4 drivers which have been quicker, I suppose plus Lana, that have been quicker than him in this race. So Colin Chapman getting more used to that car all the time. The GT3 20S Spire that he drives is now in 10th position, but looking to move forwards even further. He's up in the 9th position, of course, getting ahead of Phil Hutchins, but he looks to move forwards further. I think we might need another refresh, I'm afraid, on the timing tower.
Yeah, because we're now 18 or 17 minutes into the race. Rich Miles leading by 6.6 seconds over the rest of the field, but only still about half a second between Roots and Newman, and Miles is going across the line to complete lap number 12. These are the two cars, I was going to say disputing second and third, but that would imply that there was some kind of challenge going on. Looks like someone's getting a penalty, which I suspect is going to be Tom Johnston, because we saw the warning flag out for him a few moments ago, so I suspect that is again for track limits infringements. But looking at these two, Michael Roots did some low-cost racing a few years ago. Used to race karts, I think, alongside and against Scott Mittal in the past, and lots of karting, a little bit of car racing, and came into Sports 1000 last year.
These two are within a tenth of a second of Miles' fastest lap now.
Confirmation it is a 5-second penalty for Tom Johnson, number 87.
And he's currently just about 5 seconds ahead of Stephen Dean. So that's going to be tight. Who gets that position at the end? Here is Michael Roots then, who's going much better than yesterday in the MC53 Mattel. He carries a lot of speed there into Sunny on what is this going to be the penultimate lap of the race? I think it is. So onto the penultimate lap now. There will be a car for them to lap, I believe, which is 42 Andrew Timpson, who was going well earlier, but he's dropped back somewhat. Not sure if he's had an issue at some part of the race, but yes, he's about to be lapped by. This battle for second place. Are we going to see any kind of challenge from Victor Newman on this last lap of the race? He's been close, but as you said, he had not been any challenge as of yet.
No, not yet. Let's see if he does mount an attack on his teammate effectively, Michael Roots. They've got that back marker to try and negotiate. They're probably going to have to wait until they can. Well, he actually keeps well to the left-hand side of the circuit and lets them through, so that's good. Meanwhile, at the road, Rich Miles is well on his way to victory. He's leading by about 6.5 seconds over these two. The number 5 car of Roots, the 67 car of Victor Newman, who works, I think, for a team racing in Motorsport in France.
Notice behind, Stephen Dean has been caught for 6th now by Jonathan McGill, so that's a possible change on the last lap. And behind them, Colin Spice has been passed by Colin Chapman for 8th, so positions changing further down the top 10.
Keep an eye on that. We're still watching this battle for second out of Barcroft into Sunny for the final time, so only a few corners left to go for these two. I don't sense that Victor Newman's about to send one up the inside into the hairpin on the last corner. Meanwhile, Rich Miles is about to head into the hairpin himself for the final time, so here's the battle for second going through, but Rich Miles is out of the hairpin now, and you're about to see him come into shot, and he's going to be greeted by the checkered flag, and he's going to take victory in round 4 of the 2021 Rimac Sports 1000 Championship. A comfortable win in the end. Second and third over the line. There is no challenge from Victor Newman in the end. Second to number 5, Michael Roots. Third to number 67, Victor Newman. Fourth should be Ryan Yarrow, number 1, just trying to work out where he is. It's not yet in the complex, is he?
Half a minute behind, and 5th should be Tom Johnston, but for 6th is where it might change. So perhaps we might be able to grab a look at how those are going as they come down into the complex shortly. So Yarrow will be 4th, 5th will be Johnston. Here's the battle for 6th, though. It's still Stephen Dean in front, but right behind him is Jonathan McGill, who, remember, had made an awful start, but he's progressed well, and he's on the tail then of the similar car as Stephen Dean. He looks to the right-hand side of the circuit. Is he going to get a better exit to the hairpin? I don't think he's going to manage it, but a good recovery to 7th. Nevertheless, a good run. Couldn't quite get the better of Stephen Dean, though.
No, absolutely right. A good scrap, good race that actually for the positions down the order. Rich Miles out front and trebled, and Michael Roots and Victor Newman both fairly comfortable respectively in second and third. No real challenge between the two of them.
I guess Victor Newman's worry is any official looking at the first corner incident, but we didn't see much of Rich Miles in this race, but it was a great drive from him over the 14 lap encounter.
And credit to him and his dad who've developed this car themselves, so it's not a vanilla Spire, if you like. It's one that they have done some development work on themselves. They've probably had it for about 3 years now, I would think, but it's not been seen on track that often. Let's have a look at the results for a moment then. Rich Miles it was that took the win by 7.26 seconds from Michael Root, so 24th winner, 5 in second place. Victor Newman, 67, took third, then nearly 3/4 of a minute behind in the end. It was number 1, Ryan Yarrow, championship leader, reigning champion in 4th place. Tom Johnston will keep hold of 5th position despite that 5-second penalty, because he was about 8 seconds clear off number 34, Stephen Dean. 7th, number 72, Jonathan McGill, after him failing to get off the line initially. Then 8th, 63, Colin Chapman. 9th, number 31, Colin Spicer. Running out the top 10 was Phil Hutchins, 21. And outside the top 10, Tim Hovard was 11th, number 15. Matthew Minette was 12th after a spin in car 23. Andrew Timpson, number 42, and Ian Hutchinson, number 9, were both a lap down. And Daniel Lana, despite showing some impressive pace in the early part of that race, he was a non-finisher in car number 6. And the Rimax Lubricant Sports 1000 Championship, that is going to continue at Snetterton, almost 2 months away from now. With the loss or the delay of the Anglesey meeting that was due to run next month. So quite a long time for drivers to work on their cars and get them prepared for the remainder of the season, the remaining 8 rounds of the Rimax Lubricants Sports 1000 Championship. Still 3 more races to go here at Croft today. We've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship up next. It seems like we only just saw them, but we've got their 3rd and final race of the weekend coming up, and the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup on the way as well, before the concluding event, which is the showpiece, really, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, which will be due off, well, it will be around about 3:30, based on where we are in our timetable at the moment. So plenty to look forward to here at Croft Circuit during the rest of this afternoon. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Tom Butterworth will have Rich Miles with him.
Thank you.
Okay, we're here in the pit lane once again with your Rimax Lubricant Sport 1000 winner, Rich Miles. Miles clear, you could say. 10 seconds winning by yesterday. I think it was about 6-7 seconds today. How is it out there? Just a walk in the park?
No, not at all, not at all. It's really difficult. Conditions are very slippery. It's carnage out there. Just keeping it on the track for the whole race is a challenge in itself, so I'm just proud of that.
I mean, it doesn't look like an easy thing to drive. How are these cars compared to, let's say, any other single-seater that you might have driven?
Feisty. Obviously on semi-slicks, you haven't got much aero, so they move about all the time. You constantly think you're going to die. It's great.
Okay, well, it certainly looks exciting out there. I mean, as I say, you have been fairly clear of the pack throughout the whole weekend. Is it? Obviously, it's not as simple as plain sailing, but I mean, are you enjoying it out there? Are you still loving it?
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely loving it. Obviously, yesterday was just a bit of luck. Ryan won it, but he got taken out for ride height. Today, I think he spun behind me, so I kind of got it handed to me, so I can't say it was too easy, but just played out all right.
Yeah, we just head down and disappeared at the front today. So allow me to bestow you with the garland of the winner.
Thank you very
Congratulations, and yeah, look forward to the rest of the championship.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
And it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship race that is up next, and this grid for race 3 is decided by the results of the 2nd race of the day. So let's have a look at how it lines up. Pole position, well, that will go to number 26, which is Mark Burton, and alongside him number 29, Jeff Peake. Yesterday's winner, so the 2 winners from this weekend on the front row. 2nd row is 42, Andrew Tate, and number 94, Martin West. 3rd row, 82, Paul Clark, and 84, Carl Roysenars. On to row 4, it's Ryan Garrett in the 99 car and Sean Brame in number 8. David Martin at 40 and Greg Smith 7 on row 5. Gary Brandon in 74 and Todd Boucher make up row 6, number 69. Row 7 is Glenn Boyer in number 33 and Jonathan Higgins 96. Tom Parker 79 and Dave Berry number 28 on row 8. Row 9 is 21 Kevin Straw and 38 Rob Hardy. Row 10 will be 15 Rob Sisson and 58 Bradley Horsnell. Then row 11, 50 Ian Hardy and 41 Keith Malpas. William Wright number 9 and Trevor Forge number 34 are on the 12th row. 13th row is Bill Ward number 20 and Mark Rue number 77. And then some of those that didn't finish the earlier race. So number 4 Simon Walker Hansel, number 2 Craig Land on row 14, 32 Andy Pointer, and 19 Daniel Garrett on row 15, and George Grice 5 and Rob Apsey 73 may or may not be at the back of the grid. But I guess with such a tight turnaround since the previous race, Josh, there'll be a question mark as to whether some of those are there or not.
Or even just some of the cars being re-prepared from the earlier race. Indeed, I'll have to have a look at for that. But it's Andrew Tate that leads the championship after 4 rounds of the championship. He's been once a winner, but he's been on the podium in every race. He's 21 points clear of Martin West, who's actually only been on the podium once, which was a 3rd place. Simon Walker-Hansel, 3rd in the championship, got a puncture earlier. He was a winner at Donington Park. He's got 58 points. 4th is Paul Clark in the championship. He's got 51. Mark Burton, he's only done 2 races of the 4, but he's 5th in the championship on 49 points. Jeff Peake is 6th on 48. Not heard anything from Ben Powney this time, perhaps after his predictions. He thought he wouldn't do that again. So the cars are coming. Now, who is there? Well, Simon Walker-Hansel's there, and so is Craig Land. So watch out for them two from near the back of the grid. They should be fast. They both had a bit of bad luck in the earlier race. Craig Land's got a nose cone on. Not sure if it's the one he had on earlier, but it might be actually, because it's a bit battered at the front. So he managed to retrieve that. Obviously didn't get too badly damaged. But him and Walker-Hansel there. George Grice is there. I'm not sure he did the earlier race, but he's there this time. But there are certainly some cars missing. I think Dan Garrett, Andy Pointer, not there, for example.
Still a very good field of Locost though for this 15-minute race, the 3rd and final race of the weekend. Round 5 of the championship. The 5-second board has already been shown. 15 minutes are about to get underway now, and it's an even start then between the 2 front row drivers, Mark Burton in the red and black car and Jeff Peake in the yellow and black car. They head off down towards Clervaux for the first time. Burton has the inside line. It's West that's tucked into 4th place. Carl Roysenard's up to 5th, Paul Clark 6th, and Garrett in 7th. So the one that's lost out is Martin West by the looks of it then.
Okay, let's check that and say, oh dear, some other drivers losing out for more at Hawthorn. One car doesn't look like it's going to continue, but it's Burton that leads from Peake. West is 3rd actually. Okay. 4th is Roussenard. It's Andrew Tate who's much further behind. The championship lead has dropped a number of positions, but for the lead, Jeff Peake gets himself ahead of Mark Burton. Then it's West there in 3rd and Roussenard's in 4th position as they turn their way out of Tower Bend. Paul Clark gets a bit sideways, but he's okay. Now the Jim Clark S's. The low-cost races this weekend have been very exciting indeed. Let's hope we can make it 3 races out of 3, which are excellent. And
can we have a 3rd different winner as well, if it's to be? Then it's going to be needed the first 2 on the road at the moment that win this race. It could be Martin West then, who is there in 3rd position. Apologies for missing him a moment ago. Andrew Tate is the one, as you rightly say, that stepped back a little bit, and he's behind the 99 car of Ryan Garrett at the moment, as you can see on screen. Down towards the complex for the first time in this race. Probably going to be a 9-lap race. I think that's what we've had for these in the previous couple of contests. So far, no one really getting away from the rest. A long train of cars coming all the way through the complex. There's the 69 car of Greg Smith.
Todd Boucher, I think, this year, isn't it?
Yes, Todd Boucher, beg your pardon.
He's making his debut, I think, this season.
Yeah, Greg Smith in 7, although he has previously raced the 69 car.
That's absolutely right. So the cars stream across the line then after 1 lap, and Jeff Peake leads it then into Clervaux from Mark Burton and Martin West. Merged their 2 names together. From the back, Simon Walker-Hansel is 14th. This is much better. From row 14 to 14th place. He's passed half the cars in 1 lap. And going with him is Craig Land, who's up to 18th position. So watch out for number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, who I think is in this group. Is he turning his way? Yes, it's out of the chicane. There are yellow flags, though. That's for the car that stopped after lap 1, in fact. Here's Paul Clark, though. He's trying to gain a place on the inside of Cole Roussenard. There's going to be Brandon. There's Greg Smith, car number 7. But here's Walker-Hansel. He's passing this whole group into Tower Corner, so he's gained more positions there. He's into something like 11th now, I think.
That's good going. And there we can see then Paul Clark and Carl Roysenard's disputing this position with Andrew Tate just behind them. So 4th, 5th and 6th. And it's the green car of Clark who had that spin at Tower yesterday that dropped him to the back of the field, although coming back to 10th. And it's because of that, that's helped him to be here in a manner of speaking. Then you've got Tate there at the back, of course, who's been a race winner this season already, although he didn't pass the checkered flag first at Donington Park in that opening round of the championship. Here are the first 3 though, and then the next 3. Tate up the inside of Roysenard's there, Weston's going to try to stick with him because he'll have the inside line for the hairpin, but no, Tate has got that move done. He goes up into 5th position, but actually the top 3 are getting away in sort of slightly ominous fashion now, Josh.
Yes, and on that lap not much happened between the 3 of them. They're still in the same order, Jeff Peake, Mark Burton and Martin West, but Martin West is still there trying to make it 3 different winners in the weekend, and he's right on the tail of Mark Burton as they turn their way through. A 1:41.72 there, the fastest lap of the race, which is a new lap record already. That was quicker than earlier, so quick lap there from Mark Burton then in 2nd place, so he's slightly closer to the leader. And are we going to see a challenge this time down towards Tower?
I think we probably are. It's Burton getting alongside Jeff Peake. He's got the inside line for Tower Corner, and he does indeed go through. So the number 26 it is that takes the lead of the race then. Challenge is further back. That's the Ryan Garrett, number 99 car, trying to get up the inside of Carl Royce. There for P6. And he's not quite been able to make that work, even on the exit of the corner. They've got Sean Brame as well, and number 8 just behind them as well, in sort of red and green multicoloured car. Oh, what a big moment there. Brame it is that's off over the curb. That will drop him behind, will it? The 40 car. David Martin, no, he managed to hold on, but he's just lost touch with the 2 that he was battling with.
Got away with that. It was very close, free abreast pretty much through the Jim Clark. It is that 79 that's come to a stop. Tom Parker was 17th prior to that, just behind Craig Land, who wasn't making so much more progress, in 16th. Simon Walker-Hansel is in 12th. Here's Peake, who's lost the lead, of course, on this lap to Mark Burton, but he's still with him, unsurprisingly. And then in 3rd place is Martin West. This is the end of 3 laps of what should be a 9-lap race. The other 2 are anything to go by. Can Andrew Tate do anything about the gap to the top 3? He's in 4th. Remember, he made that, whatever happened at the start, didn't make a great start. But he is the championship leader. He's 2 seconds behind these top 3, which is headed by Mark Burton into Hawthorne. And they turn through the right-handed corner there. Simon Walker-Hansel Watchman is up to 11th. He only gained 1 more place on that lap to get ahead of Greg Smith. That was a better lap from Craig Land, who jumped to 13th. OK, continues his progress up the order. We're going to get a challenge for the lead again. Jeff Peake looking at the inside, but he's spotted the yellow flags there. And so he backs out of that manoeuvre. So it's as you were through Tower that time, with the flag being waved vigorously by the marshal. But there's a chance on the exit of the corner, possibly, because out of the window I can see that Jeff Peake is trying to get with Mark Burton. You've obviously got Martin West just behind both of them as well. We're picking up on the battle a bit further back, the one that involves Ryan Garrett and Sean Brame. Sean Brame, I think, has made up a place there, hasn't he, in the number 8 car and gone through. As we're watching here, Craig Land. And where's he got to now? But he was 12th, but I think he's trying to get he was 13th, sorry, and he's trying to get 12th from Greg Smith, car number 7 for this year, as they turn their way into Sunny. He's got a bit of mudguard damage going on. This time Walker-Hansel just in front, so Walker-Hansel and Land are making pretty similar progress, as it turns out. A bit further up the order. Yeah, Brame's done it, I think, ahead of both David Martin and ahead of Ryan Garrett now. So I think Ryan Garrett's really lost out on that lap as they head up towards the hairpin. As they're continuing to battle away. Not far behind them now, of course, will be Simon Walker-Hansel, who actually on this lap has lost a place and a spin out of the hairpin, out of shot. It's Todd Boucher, but for the lead.
Meanwhile, a change of lead up at Clairvaux. 29, Jeff Peake goes down the inside as 99, Ryan Garrett heads for the pits. So it's now Jeff Peake back into the lead ahead of Mark Burton. And still with him is Martin West, but for about a 1.5 seconds clear of Tate. Tate, I guess, might try and bridge the gap from the next pack to the leaders.
He was 2 seconds behind on the previous lap, so that's half a second done. No yellow flags this time, so Mark Burton slipstreams alongside Jeff Peake then to regain the lead. Yes, that's 2 passes in half a lap on this lap. We're halfway through this race, and Jeff Peake's going to try and make it 3 changes within a lap. He's back alongside Mark Burton, but thinks better of it down to the Jim Clark S's, so it's Burton in front. Martin West has had a great view of this race. His onboard camera will be exciting to watch, I suspect, after it, but he's quite keen to move forwards, I suspect, into the second half of this race.
Yeah, see how far he gets. So Burton it is leading. Peake is second and West is third, and this group is 2.5 seconds clear of Tate, but Tate, as you say, was quicker last time through.
Yeah, Craig Land's now ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, so Walker-Hansel made the early progress, but Land had more pace.
and Tate definitely catching that lead group now. I would suggest so shortly. It's going to be 4 cars for the lead again. In the background you can see Paul Carr coming last car also, but Jeff Peake is not going to win this race now because he spins out down there at the complex, so he falls out of that leading quartet. Also a spin for number 21, Kev Straw, as well. But the leading car's going across the line now, and it is Mark Burton leading, Martin West second, Andrew Tate third. Where did Jeff Peake get back on? I think in about 7th place, just between Sean Brame and David Martin.
So we're not going to have 4 cars battle for the lead, unfortunately. It's currently 2, which could make it all rather tactical. But if Andrew Tate joins in, it might make it a bit more frantic, you'd think. There's Jeff Peake then, as you said, 7th place, ahead of David Martin. They turn their way through Hawthorne here, try and get past Sean Brame to get back into 6th position. Behind Craig Land is now 10th, and Simon Walker-Hansel 11th. They aren't far behind in this group, so let's see if we can spot them in the group that comes into shot now, which is already headed by Jeff Peake. He's already ahead of Sean Brame, but towards the back of this queue is Craig Land and Simon Walker-Hansel. He's really dropped away, actually, so it's just Craig Land that's making progress. The TCR stickered car there, you could see, that was Craig Land, who's coming through from the back of the grid. He's into the top 10, but again, Simon Walker-Hansel in trouble.
Off there goes Carl Loisnar's a long way off. That suggests something has broken.
Yeah, the front right corner's broken on that car that was wobbling about.
Yeah.
Wonder if he hit the curb a bit hard.
Might have done. So he is off. Managed to get that car stopped safely, though, up against the barrier, so hopefully that's not going to cause too much of a problem for the rest of the race, or indeed for him. You can see yellow flags out of our window as the car has come to rest up there towards City Corner. Here are the leaders at the hairpin, which is about 5 minutes of the race left to go. So they're about to complete lap 6, 3 to go at the end of this one. It's 26 Mark Burton leading from number 94 in 2nd place, and the meatball flag going to number 7 Greg Smith then. The black flag with the orange spot, that means there's a mechanical problem with the car the driver may not be aware of, and he's required to call to the pits to get that checked over.
Okay, and the new leader, Martin West, is now in the lead. We said about how he was just watching Mark Burton and Jeff Peake earlier. Jeff Peake, of course, has spun. Jeff Peake has, though, just set a new lap record, 1 minute 41.72, or equalled Mark Burton's lap record from earlier in this race, both on 1 minute 41.72. But it's West that leads it. But maybe not for much longer. He's urging his Locost to get quicker down in a straight line, but that's not going to work, is it? Mark Burton takes the lead then of this race once again into Tower Corner for the 7th time. There's 3rd, Andrew Tate. His 4th, that's Paul Clark, who's lonely there now, but he's been consistent this year. That's good. 5th is Jeff Peake. 6th is Sean Brame. 7th, David Martin. There's Craig Land. 8th from the back of the grid. What a drive. 9th is Gary Brandon. And the 10th, what's going on with Simon Walker-Hansel today? It's not been great. Is he having more engine issues, perhaps? We heard about that from yesterday. It's not really the kind of progress he would have liked after a really good first lap to this race.
We've got joint fastest lap holders now as well. Mark Burton and Jeff Peake both doing a 1:41.72 during the course of this race. Jeff Peake did it on the last lap. The cars are heading back towards us at the complex. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. It's Burton leading from West, and Tate trying to get back onto these 2 again. Just about got back onto the back of the trio when he was a bit delayed by the spin for Jeff Peake, and he's trying to reclaw that ground now. So through the hairpin they go. He's nearly there, actually, and give it another half a lap and it should be 3 for the lead. And well, who's up for victory then? It could be any one of the 3 of them. Will we get a different victor in the shape of Martin West or Andrew Tate than we've already had during the course of this weekend? There is 26 Mark Burton heading down into Clairvaux for the penultimate time. Then he's got 94 Martin West right behind him. Action going all the way down the order further back as well, I can tell you, but the leaders heading through Hawthorne once again, and through the chicane that brings them onto this back stretch, which has a sort of left-hand kink in it part way down before they arrive at the braking area for Tower. And here it is. You can just see that kink in the road, and Tate now almost with them. No challenges going on there. It's almost like everyone's just biding their time for the final lap of the race.
Indeed. We'll see how it goes. We've got 1.5 laps to go then, with Mark Burton leading, Martin West and Andrew Tate. 4th is still Paul Clark, but he's being rapidly caught by Jeff Peake, who's in 5th after that spin earlier. Here's a change for the lead, though. Through the S is not quite enough for Martin West. He tried it. Didn't pay off this time. That was a little bit of a practice for the next time by, maybe. So they turn their way out of Sunny and down towards the complex, and they'll shortly be starting their final lap. Further down the top 10, 6th is Sean Brame, 7th David Martin, 8th Craig Land, 9th Gary Brandon, and 10th is Simon Walker-Hansel. And it's all about these top 3. Andrew Tate is pretty much there now, Ian, when it really counts.
Yeah, ready to start the final lap of the race. 2.1 miles of Croft circuit ahead of them, making their way through the hairpin for the penultimate lap. Tate makes a bit of a mistake there at the hairpin and suddenly loses a couple of lengths again, so that's not ideal timing. It's West then in the slipstream as they see the last lap board, and they go down the straight towards Clervaux once again. And it's Burt in the red car, the mostly sort of black coloured car of Martin West in behind him, stays behind him there. We'll probably follow him through Hawthorne and the chicane as well. Will we see the attack being mounted down towards the chicane? Tate seems to have reeled in a bit of that gap once again that he lost at the time that he lost at the hairpin. So out of the chicane onto the backstretch, and I don't think that the second place car, West, is close enough. Indeed, he's going to lose the second place here to Andrew Tate. Tate is alongside now. He's on the outside line though for Tower Corner. Mark Burton is in a good position here. Oh, West does just about hang on actually from Tate. I thought he was almost certain to lose that place, Josh.
Yesterday's race winner, Jeff Peaks, made another error. He's down to 9th. So as he was looking to catch Paul Clark, it's all gone a bit wrong. Here are the leaders, though. Mark Burton still in front through the S's. They're much closer to him this time. And down to Barcroft. Will there be a challenge? Not yet. Complex it'll have to be then for Martin West. So through Sunny, out they turn. The 3 of them are still there. Andrew Tate trying to keep this 100% podium record turn. As long as he stays on the road, that will continue, and he'll be the championship leader. But it's all about this race for now, and it's Mark Burton with Martin West trying to come around the outside of him. They're side by side here, and I think Martin West has got in front. He has. So it's, can we make it 3 winners in 3 races, Ian?
I think we possibly might be able to, but Mark Burton will try and come back. Will he at the hairpin? If not here, then he'll have an opportunity on the drag race to the line. Bit of a luck up there from 94, Martin West in the lead of the race. Good exit too from the hairpin for number 42, Andrew Tate. It's only going to be Martin West that takes the check flag, so we do get 3 different race winners during the course of the weekend. We get Mark Burton, number 26, his second place finish of the weekend, and Andrew Tate it is that takes third, so he continues his podium record as well. 4th place over the line is number 82, Paul Clark. 5th in the end, Sean Brame up to 5th. That's one of his best results, I'm sure, in car number 8. 6th to number 40, David Martin. 7th to number 2, Craig Land from the back. 8th in the end after a couple of mistakes, number 29, Jeff Peake. Then 9th, Simon Walker-Hansel, number 4. And Gary Brandon completing the top 10. Good race.
It was, wasn't it? And Martin West just bided his time. I'm not sure if he meant to leave it as late as he did, but it worked out, didn't it, into the complex. A great move to get ahead of Mark Burton, who's had a really good return to Locost this weekend with 3 positions inside the top 2, and one of them being a win, of course. Andrew Tate, though, he's not won a race on the road, has he? Won, though, thanks to a penalty at Donington Park, and he's been on the podium every time, and that could well be a way how to win a championship. 3 third places this weekend. Yeah,
consistency could certainly pay off for him, definitely. But still a long way to go, another 9 rounds to go in the championship.
Absolutely, and they are here. They are at Snetterton. They've got 3 races there too. 2 races at Anglesey, 2 races at Brands Hatch, and Mallory Park as the championship decider. That's going to be a pretty epic way, I suspect, to end the year if the battle goes down to the last race.
Well, it could certainly be very spectacular, couldn't it? Mallory Park as the venue to decide the championship. The 1.35 mile Leicestershire Speed Bowl, the greatest circuit in the country, without a shadow of a doubt. He said without any hint of bias. So that's the low cost for you for this weekend. Let's have a look at the results. The win went the way of number 94, Martin West. 0.4 of a second clear of Mark Burton, number 26. Andrew Tate, number 42, took 3rd. Then a gap of about 8 seconds to number 82, Paul Clark, in 4th place. Number 8, Sean Brame, it was that took 5th, ahead of 40, David Martin. And 2, Craig Land up from the back of the grid after disappointment in race 2. Jeff Peake, he made a couple of errors on the way to 8th place in number 29. Simon Walker-Hansel was 9th in number 4. And Gary Brandon rounded out the top 10 in number 74. What happened further back? Well, it was Greg Smith in number 7 that took 11th place. He was ahead of Glenn Boyer and Jonathan Higgins. George Grice, good drive from him. We didn't really pick up on that. He was at the back of the grid but came through to 14th spot, ahead of number 69, Todd Boucher, then Dave Berry, Rob Sisson, Bradley Horsnell, William Wright and Ian Hardy rounding out the top 20. 21st position was Kevin Straw, ahead of Keith Malpas, then Trevor Faunch, and then the retirements, Carl Roycenars, Ryan Gowett, Mark Rewer and Tom Parker, I'm afraid, didn't make it to the end of the race. So that's all the low-cost action for this weekend. We've got one more sprint race to come for you today. That is the 15-minute race for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and we've got the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship, the big 2-hour race to round out the weekend here at Croft Circuit. It's a glorious afternoon here at Croft, and we've got a bit of clearing up to be done after that race. Message coming through that saying that the number 79 car in that low-cost race had a failure, but let's head down to Tom in the pit lane.
Fantastic end and entire race, in fact, to the for the low-cost championship here. Martin West taking it in the end. Best colour scheme as well over the weekend, I've got to say to you. By far the greatest one I've seen here. Tell us a little bit about the race, and then tell us again about this this tribute paint scheme.
Yeah, I mean, the race-wise, I've been struggling for unknown reason pretty much all weekend. So my tactic was just to stick behind the 2 front guys and try and get them to pull me home. But I don't know what happened halfway through the race. The car just came alive, and I thought, oh, we're away here. So it was just a case of trying to see where I was stronger than Mark, where he was stronger than me. So I could see he wasn't quite as quick through that last bit, so I thought, right, we'll have a go on the last lap here, see what happens, and paid off. Nice clean racing. We've been racing a while, me and Mark, so it was very good, very happy.
Excellent. So just run us through this paint scheme as well. So this is a Days of Thunder style mellow yellow tribute. Just talk us through this, what the inspiration was and how it's come to be.
Well, it's one of my favourite films. I grew up with it in the 80s, Days of Thunder obviously, so I had to sell my old car to help fund my wedding. Managed to pick up another chassis, and when it come to doing a colour scheme, I thought, I wonder if I could get some kind of, Days of Thunder theme on there. And there's a guy called David Smythe from Nuclear Vinyls. He's the man you go to if you want your car wrapped. And I said, Dave, do you reckon you could get this on the car? And a couple of weeks later, he come back with a few designs. We altered it and done this. Well, you can see the result. It's brilliant. So
it is absolutely brilliant. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put this around your neck. Yep. And then the 2 of us, Days of Thunder style, we're going to have a race down to Parc Fermé now.
I'm up for that if you are.
Right, well, we'll see you later and we'll let you know the result of the race.
We going then?
Back to Mazda racing action next. It's the MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing, sponsored by Switch. This is the 3rd and final race of the weekend. The grid for this one set by the result of the race we had earlier on this afternoon, but with the top 10 reverse, we saw Tom Roach pull out the number 10 ball, and that means that he will start 10th on the grid. For this one, on pole position, there will be number 92, Jordan Johnson, and next to him, 54, Marcus Bailey. Second row, 9, Ian Tomlinson, and 43, Declan McDonnell. Third row, 777, Courtney Mills, and 93, Ben Abbott. Row 4 will be 1, Ben Hansey, and 71, Ben Shaw. Mike Comber, 58, and Tom Roach. 1, 2, 5 start 10th. And then on row 6, it's 47, Stephen Craigs, and 230, Tom Holland. So these are in the finishing order from the first race, or the second race, I should say. Row 7 is 55, George King, and 67, David Abbott. Row 8 is 66, Hayden McDonald, and 34, Ian Cameron. Row 9, 11, Stephen Robinson, and 72, Matthew Short. On the 10th row, it's James McCann, 13, and Lloyd Huggins, 14. Row 11 is Liam Cochrane, 94, and Adrian Johnson, 22. The 12th row, Jake Dorman, 61, and Stephen Rees, 23. 13th row, 21 and 121, that's Matthew Pennefather-Neal and Chris Pearson. 14th row, 70, Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher, and 64, Philip Douthwaite. Row 15, 90 and 7, Andrew Robinson and William Pickard. Row 16, 96 and 53, Sam Moody and Stephen Reed. Row 17, 51 and 111, 51 David Rickards and 111 Chris Gray. Row 18, 46 and 98, 46 Nico Pavone. And 98 Alex Lewington, retirement from earlier on, and I don't think we're going to see Charlie Briscoe at the back, but we might well have number 10 car of Stephen Horner, if his car is damaged after his off earlier on this afternoon. So, final race of the weekend for the Mazdas. We've had a couple of different winners in this category as well. Josh, Ben Short yesterday, Tom Roach earlier on this afternoon. What are the chances of, like the Locost, 3 different winners during the course of the weekend?
Particularly with the reverse grid, it's quite high, you'd think. Very important for our 3 quick guys, Short, Roach and Mike Comber, to try and make the most of the first lap coming through the order. But it'd be interesting to see if any of the 7 in front of them will be able to hang on, because it is possible if they can defend well. You've got some experienced drivers like Declan McDonnell, former champion with the 750 Motor Club here. Be keen, wouldn't he, to keep those guys behind him. You've got some experienced Mazda drivers there too. Marcus Bailey, for example, he's on the front row of the grid. He'd be pretty keen too. But yeah, I think it's going to be the first lap important to try and make as many positions as fast as possible, because there's nothing in pace between those top 3. And that was Ben Short's problem at Donington, wasn't he? He didn't make a good first lap. Mike Combo stayed in front of him and was the winner in that race. So he'd like to do it here again at Croft. But there's a lot of cars to pass this time, with the maximum number of cars being reversed in the championship, 10 cars reversed. Championship-wise, it is Ben Short who leads by a smaller margin, but only slightly than earlier, to Mike Comber, to about 30 points. Then Ben Hansey 3rd, Ben Abbott 4th, Marcus Bailey 5th, and Ian Tomlinson 6th.
But it's a 19-round championship. This is only round 8, so 11 more to go after this. Cadwell, Anglesey, Brands and Snetterton to round out the season. There were the cars being released from the assembly area ahead of this final 15-minute race of the weekend for the Switch MX-5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s in use here, powered by the 1.6 litre engine. Fantastic basis for a racing championship, and 5 Club have been running with the 750 Motor Club for probably about 7 or 8 years now, and we've had a lot of support over those years. Initially it ran as a series, but the first champion back in 2015 was Ben Short. He then won it in 2017 as well. Well, Blackwell Chambers it was that won it in 2016, Paul Maguire 2018, but the last 2 years have been won by Ben Hansey, 2019 and 2020. He's taken the title. He's going to have his work cut out to do that this year, but he has the gift, I guess, of, generally speaking, being reasonably consistent.
Yeah, and there is this pretty large question mark hanging over Ben Short and Mike Comber, whether they're going to do the whole year. Comber runs cars in another championship, and he says when they clash, obviously he can't race himself, he has to put business first. Ben Short tends to miss a round or 2. He suggested that might be the case, but you never know, he might hang on, especially winning so many races so far this season. But here's the grid then. On pole position is Jordan Johnson. I think this will be his first time starting from pole, alongside Marcus Bailey. Then on row 2, Ian Tomlinson, who's been racing 5 Club for quite some time now. And there's Declan McDonnell, former Locost champion, I think, Ian.
Yeah, indeed, had mighty minutes before that as well.
There's Courtney Mills, who's been quick this weekend round Croft. And alongside her is Ben Abbott. Then you've got Ben Hansey, the champion from the last 2 years, and alongside him is his teammate Ben Short, the winner from yesterday in the BS Motorsport car. Then Mike Comber in the MCR machine. He's been so close to winning the 2 races. He's been 2nd and 3rd so far. Then the Blendini liveried car of Tom Roach. Then you've got Stephen Craggs, who's been having a good weekend alongside Tom Holland. Then you've got George King on row 7, and David Abbott is alongside. Row 8, there you can see Hayden McDonald, and Ian Cameron is alongside him. There's no green flag lap to this race. It's a 15-minute encounter, and that means we won't be too much further away to the start of the race, because only a few more cars are lining up on the grid. This should be pretty entertaining. The MX-5s have been great, haven't they, this weekend so far?
Yeah, it should. And the reverse grid race, or partly reverse grid race, always provides additional entertainment. Sometimes you see drivers get through to the front very quickly. Sometimes it takes a bit longer. I think it's a reasonably high quality grid that we have here, so I think it will be not straightforward for the likes of Tom Roach and Ben Short and Mike Comber to get through, but watch that now, they'll be ahead by Tower or something.
That would be impressive if they manage it. That would be very impressive.
5-second board goes up for the final sprint race of the day here at Croft. Final sprint race of the weekend. Red lights go on, and they go out, away they go, and a pretty good start by Marcus Bailey there from the outside of the front run. I think he might have got ahead of Jordan Johnson on the run down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. And let's have a look. Well, actually, it's 3-1. Declan McDonnell is trying to go around the outside. It's a bit of rubbing as they turn through the first right-hander. Declan McDonnell uses some of the runoff area there and going very wide and into the barriers, I'm afraid, is Marcus Bailey at the Hawthorn there. So he had a fast start to the race. He had quite a fast end to it as well because he got off into the barriers at the exit of Hawthorn, nose first. Declan McDonnell has got his hand in the air, as have one or two others.
They went through the chicane, so I'm not sure if they were trying to let people back through. They passed on the road, but look at Ben Abbott. What a start from him. He leads. He
does indeed. Jordan Johnson second, Courtney Milnes is third, Ian Tomlinson fourth, Declan McDonnell fifth, Ben Hansey sixth, Ben Short seventh, Mike Combat eighth, and Tom Roach ninth. So bar that one car that's gone off, they've not made up any places really.
Which I think adds the entertainment to us. I think Marcus Bailey's got back going, so there's no caution down there. So it's Ben Abbott that's made great progress. He wasn't that much slower than them top three, and he leads this. I think he's got a good chance. Here comes Comber up the inside of Tomlinson. Ben Short's passed him already, and Tom Roach is going to follow through as well. So, is he? No, he's going to be stuck behind Tomlinson here through Sunny out, so that's going to hamper his progress a bit. But look at Ben Abbott. He's done to get away now from Jordan Johnson.
Certainly is, and this is crucial if you can make some time up in the early stages of the race. Meanwhile, just behind them, Ben Hansey up the inside of Declan McDonnell there. Ben Short is going to try and follow through as well. Tom Roach has got past Ian Tomlinson and trying to follow him through there as well. I think possibly Stephen Craggs.
But instead, Comber chucks it up the inside of Short, and I think might get him, maybe not, because the inside line you're so tight and you don't have the exit. The Short's back in front. They're both still trying to pass Declan McDonnell.
But it's Ben Abbott then that leads at the end of lap one by 0.8 of a second from Jordan Johnson in third. Courtney Milnes, treble 7, is in third position. She's got Ben Hansey right behind her, and then it's Short and Comber 5th and 6th as they turn their way through. Lots of dust being kicked up.
I think Declan McDonnell run a bit wide. He was being passed by those three quick drivers. They all went past McDonnell there, so he's dropped behind them to Comber. He's behind Short there in 5th and 6th positions, chasing after Ben Hansey, who in turn is trying to gain positions down towards Tower Corner. But it is Ben Abbott that will arrive first. There's Hansey, he's going third, past Courtney Milnes. There's Short, Comber and Roach, all still together.
23 Stephen Rees into the pit lane at the end of lap number 1. The 67 car there you can see is that of David Abbott. Keeping it in the family, Ben Abbott is out front, Jordan Johnson with him. Ben Hansey then up to third. The expense of Courtney Milnes, Marcus Bailey also back to the pit lane as well after going nose first into the barrier at Hawthorn. And so here is the fight for third position. And look at this, you've got those three front runners from the earlier races, Short, Comber and Roach in this group of cars, but Milnes and Hansey won't make it easy to get past, I'm sure. Heading out of Sunny down towards the complex there are the first two. It's still Ben Abbott leading the way, and he was in 4th place coming into the championship coming into this weekend, of course.
Ben Short nipped up the inside of Courtney Milnes and has gone past her, so both Comber and Roach will be keen to follow very soon, and just immediately Comber dives up the inside into the hairpin. He's tried this move a few times on Short, which didn't work, but it does work on Courtney Milnes.
Yeah, so Roach now is the one still behind Courtney. He will try to get through as they move on to lap number 3 of the race, and it's still at the lead for Ben Abbott, but Short there is in the best lap of the race so far, the first flying for 1:41.27, so he's the fastest man out there, and already he's attached himself onto the back of the car of Ben Hansey to make it 4 cars for the lead. There's David Abbott with Ian Tomlinson just behind him, so that's at the back end of the top 10, I think.
Indeed, so they make their way through Hawthorn and into the chicane. Meanwhile, the leaders exit the chicane with Ben Short, with Ben Hansey trying to move forwards down towards Tower Bend. We'll see if we can pick that up. We can't. There they are. Ben Hansey's got second. He had a bit of a help, I think, from his teammate there down the straight, so he goes ahead of Jordan Johnson. So Hansey's now second. Is that McDonnell over the grass on the exit of Tower? He's losing more positions therefore. So Hansey's the one that gained out of that rather than Ben Short, and they've caught Ben Abbott now. So it's 4 at least for the lead.
It is Mike Comber will try and bridge the gap between himself and these four. Bouncing over the curb goes Ben Hansey in second place. A spin for the number 90 car. That's Andrew Robinson, the driver from Guysborough, but he will get back onto the circuit. So Ben Abbott now with all of this pressure on his shoulders. Ben Hansey trying to get alongside into the complex. He's got to be careful not to leave any doors open though for the likes of Ben Short behind him, who gets a bit caught up in an incident there, bit delayed with a bit of contact, and he still holds third place. So after all of that, Comber it is through to fourth, Tom Roach through to fifth place now, and then it's Jordan Johnson who was leading in sixth and Courtney Milne seventh. So a 7-car group for the lead. Behind that you've got Declan McDonald, Stephen Craggs, and 10th is David Abbott.
Tom Roach has moved down the inside of the hairpin, was pretty epic. Ben Abbott though is the leader as they turn into Clairvaux. He's got all these cars though chasing after him, including the double champion Ben Hansey, including Ben Short, who's won so many MX5 races, not least this year. Mike Comber, former Locost champion, and Tom Roach, former Mazda champion in the past. And Ben Abbott's under a lot of pressure here as they come down towards Tower. Ben Hansey slipstreams past him, so will Ben Short, and Short's going to go for the lead here up the inside of Hansey. If he does this could be a race-winning kind of move, and he's done it. Then he's got 2 cars between himself and Comber and Roach, and that is super important.
Yeah, third to first in the space of one corner basically there for Ben Short, and Comber and Roach have yet to break through. Those two side by side, in fact, for 4th and 5th position as they go through the Jim Clark S's, heading now on towards Barcroft, and it's Roach now that's ahead in the 125 car of Comber in number 58, and Roach at Sunny is making a move up the inside of Ben Abbott there. He's alongside the green and purple cars together, but the Blandini liveried machine goes through. He's now into the top 3, Ben Short leading, and it's Ben Hansey between the two of them.
It is. So, and Comber down the inside of Abbott here, and he can't quite manage it though. He gave it a good go. Courtney Mills and Jordan Johnson are still there, not far away. Declan McDonald and Stephen Craggs having a great race. He's up there in 9th place. Here comes Comber locking up, doing the move that Roach did a lap ago, and he goes down the inside of Ben Abbott, but it's not going to work for him, I don't think, because the exit the corner doesn't really pay off. But Ben Short's starting to get away now, as we thought might happen. We've done 4 laps of this race. I think it should be 9 for the MX5 Cup. Hansey second, 30 Roach side by side for 4th. 3 wide because Courtney Mills goes up the inside of both Comber and Abbott. She gets one of them. She gets past Mike Comber, who loses a place instead of going forwards.
That's not what he wanted, is it? So he's now really losing out because he's got 2 cars between himself and the 2 that he thinks he should be battling with. And now Hansey over the chicane.
Yes, that's not quite the line that is intended, is it? Well, he gained a load of time over Tom Roach by doing that. Not really sure you should be gaining time by doing that line, but
let's see if he gets a track limits warning as off the back of that.
Mike Comber now comes back round the outside of Courtney Milnes, who passed him at the beginning of the lap. Halfway through the race, they're side by side on lap 5 down to the Jim Clark S's, and Comber goes back ahead then of Courtney Milnes. You've got Jordan Johnson, who stayed with them despite losing a load of places a lap or so ago after leading the race for quite some time. There he is, 92, but he's still in this lead group with Declan McDonald behind, and Stephen Craggs in P9 trying to hang on to these fast 8 cars at the front of the field that make their way to the end of the lap with a bit of traffic to deal with.
Yeah, 9 cars separated by 4.5 seconds at the end of lap number 4, so that's how tight it is. But it's the number 34 car, Ian Cameron. He's keeping out of the way to New Extremes there because he's well off the road. I suspect he might have problems with his car. He's a bit further down the order than would have expected to see him. So it's Short leading, Hansey second. Oh, and a contretemps there involved 61, 94 and 11. So that's Jake Dormer. Liam Cochrane, I'm afraid, has got himself involved, and also Stephen Robinson. And it's Cochrane actually that looks as if he's come off worse in the 94 car.
It does, doesn't it? He was running in 21st. Was it 11 Robinson, you said?
Yeah.
He was in front in 20th. So they were together at the end of the previous lap.
So hopefully they'll get their cars out of the way, and the remaining 6 minutes we have of this race will be able to continue unabated. I guess actually Tom Roach wouldn't mind a safety car here, providing they get another lap after it as well, because he in 3rd place is a long way behind Ben Short in the lead now. 1.8 seconds between them, 1.36 seconds between Short and Hansey, and Roach to the outside of Hansey as they go into Tower Corner, but Hansey's really improved over the years. He's got a lot of experience now and makes it difficult for Tom Roach to try and get past. And Comber is immediately behind Roach now. Then it's Ben Abbott, a gap back then to the 6th place car, which I think is still Courtney Milnes.
Jake Dormer's come into the pit, so I don't think it's been the greatest for him. The hands out the cockpit, I think that's for yellow flags rather than the safety car at this point it is. So all the drivers just warning the drivers behind to let them know there's a safety car. Great effort in MX5 racing. Now the Robinson car is very close to the edge of the track, isn't it, concerningly?
And the Courtney Milnes really having to lock up there. Ben Abbott showing a lot of respect for the yellow flags, quite rightly. But Courtney Milnes then having to really to lock the brakes up to try and keep at bay. Ben Short's lead is still more than useful here, isn't it? It was 1.36 seconds at the start of the lap, but it's grown over the course of it. He's had clean air, of course.
Safety car is coming out.
We do get the safety car there with 5 minutes to go. So the question will be, will we get another racing lap after this one? McGann is waiting for the cars at the end of the pit lane.
Tom Roach would have been keen to get ahead of Ben Hansey before the safety car, I think, but it didn't happen for him. So Hansey's done his team boss a good favour there by good defence in defensive driving into Tower Bend. Nothing that he shouldn't have been doing, just good racecraft from him. So after 6 laps, the safety car boards are out. And if we get any raw racing in, I suspect it won't be any more than just a single lap.
No, it wouldn't be more than a lap, would it, at this stage? We've got the recovery vehicle, that's already gone sprinting off to try and shift that car out of the way. So providing this is a relatively sedate lap behind the safety car, we might be able to get going once again. 4 minutes left on the clock, so the McGann leading them round in order. 71, Ben Short leading. Number 1, Ben Hansey is second. Number 125, Tom Roach is third. 58, Mike Comber is fourth. In 5th place, 93, Ben Abbott. 6th is treble 7, Courtney Milnes. 7th is 92, Jordan Johnson. 8th, 43, Declan McDonald. 9th is 47, Stephen Craggs. And 10th, number 67, David Abbott. That is the way of things with 3.5 minutes left to go.
Indeed. It's been a great drive by Stephen Craggs, hasn't it? I don't think we've seen him in the front group before. And where did he start? He started 11th, so he's gained a couple of positions at a good pace from him too. I think he's a local driver, isn't he, to Croft Circuit. But his lap time's only a second slower than Ben Short, so great progress from him in the MX5 Cup. There's the progress of the recovery, which is getting there on the Stephen Robinson car, car number 11. So we're down to 29 runners, I think. So we lost Hayden McDonald, Stephen Robinson and Liam Cochrane in that incident. We also lost Jake Dormer to the pit, so whether he was involved too, obviously hard to tell, but it might be possible for the safety car to come in at the end of this lap.
Possibly. I think there was just the one car left to recover there, wasn't there? So hopefully that will be the case. Certainly it will need to be this time if we're going to get another racing lap out of it, because there's only 2.5 minutes left to go.
Notice there Ben Short was readjusting his mirror ready for the restart. Now has the safety car lights gone out? I think they have. Yeah,
and it's come sprinting back towards us, hasn't it?
We've got 30 seconds to get to the line, whether we're going to get 1 or 2 more laps in.
Well, Ben Short's not hurrying, is he? He is getting a bit of heat back into the tyres, but it is touch and go. It's a 1 minute 42 second lap time. I don't think they're quite going to get there in time, are they? It's going to be a tight run thing as Ben Short now hits the gas up towards the hairpin he goes. And do we get the last lap board as well? We're certainly going to get the green flag this time, and Ben Short seems to have made a pretty good restart there, actually. Green flag waves then. Ben Short is number 71, heading off down to the first corner with Ben Hansey behind him. Then 125 Tom Roach. But are we going to see a change before the end of this race, Josh?
There was 1 minute 39 to go as they cross the line. So this will be the last lap, I think. And it's Craggs, who has been saying, was going to say, well, he almost lost a place to David Abbott on the restart, who gets a very sideways through Hawthorne. But there's Ben Short. He's already gapped Ben Hansey, who in turn has a nice margin over Tom Roach and Michael Comber. So more closer for 3rd and 4th position here, heading down towards Tower Bend. Short certainly looks good up front, and they all stay in the same order into here, with Ben Hansey still doing this good job to hang on to 2nd position. Then the next group have fallen a bit further behind, headed by Ben Abbott. Jim Clark-Hess is next. Ben Hansey's under intense, incredibly high pressure from Tom Roach, multiple champion in Mazda Racing.
But not a part of the championship really this year, but he goes through on the inside. Does Mike Comber follow through as well at Sunny Corner? Yeah, Ben Hansi couldn't really close the door there, so he's lost a couple of positions. Both of those drivers do go through, but as we were saying, we don't know, these 3 drivers that are ahead, whether they're going to contest all of the championship rounds. We know that Tom Roach isn't, because he's already missed the first 2 meetings, but down to the final few corners they go. Then it is Ben Short leading. The only remaining question then is, can Tom Roach get ahead of Ben Short? He's about 2 car lengths behind as they make their way through the right hand of the final time into the hairpin. Doesn't look like he's going to make an attack there. Oh, but Ben Short very sideways coming out of the corner. Checkered flag is made ready, and it is waved for the second time this weekend. Ben Short, number 71, takes the win from number 125, Tom Roach, in second place, and third place in the end goes to Mike Comber, number 58.
That was a good race though, wasn't it? Good reverse grid race. Sometimes in these reverse grid races they get a bit spread out, but that certainly wasn't the case, was it? This time, on that last lap, Tom Roach did the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 40.39, but it wasn't enough to pass Ben Short. Another lap, and I think there would have been quite a battle on between them. Oh, there's been an incident on the final corner of the race and damage to the 51 car of David Rickard. The second car, the Martini liveried machines, also got damaged. 111, that is of Chris Gray, so they don't make it to the end. So great racing in the front group. Unfortunately, there has been damage sustained though by those behind. Yeah, 1 or 2 involved in incidents during the course of that race there. That's not looking quite as pretty as it was the David Rickard's number 51 car, but fortunately it did happen right at the end of the race, which was indeed won by Ben Short. Good race it was for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. We'll bring you hopefully the results of that in a moment or two. I should tell you, by the way, that the earlier Formula V race, the results there classified the winner as being number 92, Craig Pollard. So Craig doing the double this weekend in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Number 1, James Harris second, and Peter Studer third. That's because the results were wound back 2 laps. Here are the results, though, of the Mazdas that we've just seen. Victory went to Ben Short in the end. Just wait for that to appear on our screen. It did, there we go, by 0.4 of a second from Tom Roach. So 71 from 125. Third place to number 58, Mike Comber. In 4th place was number 1, Ben Hansi. In 5th place, number 93, Ben Abbott. 6th to number 777, Courtney Milne. She had a strong weekend here. 92, John Johnson was 7th, ahead of Declan McDonnell, 43. Stephen Craggs, 47, the driver from Ripon. And 230, Tom Holland. He rounded out the top 10. 11th place, that went to number 9, Ian Tomlinson from George King. Matthew Short was 13th, David Abbott 14th. Matthew Pennefather-Neal up to 15th position from Adrian Johnson. Lloyd Huggins was 17th. Then Philip Douthwaite, Sam Moody and Chris Pearson. 21st was the car of William Pickard. Then it was Stephen Reed, Alex Lewington, Nico Favreau. James McCann was 25th. Jeremy Fletcher, Andrew Robinson 26th, 27th, Chris Gray 28th, David Rickard's just limped home with damage in the end, 29th. Jake Dormer though was out of the race, so too Hayden McDonald, Stephen Robinson, Liam Cochrane, Ian Cameron, Stephen Rees and Marcus Bailey. We're not going to be able to hear from Ben Short after the end of this race because he's actually involved in the next race as well, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, so we're not going to be able to hear from Ben Short after this one, which will give us a little bit longer to look ahead to the final race of the weekend, which is the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship.
So it's round 2 of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship here at Croft Circuit. Had the opening round at Darlington Park about 7 weeks ago now, I think it was. Let's have a look at the grid. We don't yet have the information on the start drivers for you, so we'll tell you the driver that's listed first in the programme. So it's number 1, Rob Baker, on pole position, and alongside him driving solo in any case is the number 90 car of Alan Henderson. The second row is number 86, Joe Locke, and number 37, Andy Marston. On row 3, it's 69, Matthew Hampson, and 43, Steve Cheetham. Row 4, 19, Peter Mansfield, and 44, Neil Primrose. Row 5, 235, Michael Dark and Andy Stoko in the number 14 car. The 6th row, 126 and 15, 126, William Caswell, and 15, Colin Gillespie. On the 7th row, 18 and 22, 18 Simon Morga and 22 Paul Browse. The 8th row, 51 and 27, 51 Luke Handley and 27 Will Beach. The 9th row is 16 Phil Dryborough and 25 Darren Ball. It's a big grid this, by the way, so there's a lot of this to get through. 32 Leon Bidgeway on the inside of row number 20 alongside number 7 Matty Taylor. Chris Freeman number 4 and Tom Rogers number 12 make up row 11. It's Alex McEwen 74 and Ben Short, who we just saw win the last race on row 12 in car number 11. Row 13 is 790, that's Adrian Burge and 95 Andy Bailey. The next row, row 14, 76 and 29. 76 Michael Downey and 29 Andrew Roby. John Morsley number 10 and Charlie Dark number 53 line up on row 15 of the grid. On row 16 it's 827 Rowan Lundy and 68 Darren Kell. Row 17 80 Andrew Etheridge and 78 Jonathan Packer. Row 18 is 130 Josh Leake and 98 Rory Baptiste. On the 19th row, it's 71 Alex Miller and 117, that's Martin Gadsby. Treble 5 James Alford and 8 Matthew Tidmarsh on row 20. The 21st row has Jeremy Crook 777 alongside Matthew Pickford 176. On to the next row. We don't have that, but I do have that on here. So we got as far as Jeremy Cook and Matthew Pickford, hadn't we? So yes, James Scott and Patrick Scharfiger will be on the 22nd row. The 23rd row will be 188 Graham Kelly and 62 Kevin Sylvan. Nick Dougal, 59 and Diver Mares 316 on the penultimate row, and then 167 Chris Chisnell and 707 Jonathan Barrett will round out the 50 cars. I say those not necessarily the start drivers. The majority of the teams are running with 2 drivers. Some go solo, and I think there's perhaps just one team running with 3 drivers during the course of this weekend, Josh.
Yes, we've got Ben Matthew Short together with George King in the turbocharged MX-5. And apparently Mark Kemp is joining Will Caswell and Brad Kaler Sayat Cupra, but a 3-driver team basically rules them out of any type of serious contention, doesn't it?
Right, I have start drivers, so let's start to run through those, and this is where we all search for our pens. But it is Carl Swift that is going to start car number 1, the car that starts on pole position. Joe Locke is going to start car number 86, which is the car that starts in 2nd place. Matthew Hampson, number 69, is going to start the car in 3rd, that starts 5th on the grid. Peter Mansfield, who starts 7th in car number 19, well, it's going to be him that starts that race before he hands over to Rob Boston. 235 is going to be started by Sammy Venables. That's the car starts on row 5 next to number 14, which will be started by Andy Stoko. William Caswell will start 126. It looks like it's Caswell going with Brad Kaler in that one. Simon Morga is going to start car number 18 that starts 13th on the grid. Luke Browse is going to start car 22. Mark Rice, number 27. Matty Taylor is going to start car number 7. Tom Rogers, number 12. Ross McEwen, number 74. Ben Short, number 11. And Adrian Burge, number 790. The cars are just starting to be released out onto the circuit. So yeah, Adrian Burge, car 790. Stuart Mead is going to start car 10, I think that is, isn't it, that they are in. And I will consult now the next next page of the list. Rowan Lundy will start car 827. Then Darren Kell, 68. It's Andrew Etheridge in car 80, starting that one. Luca Diella in 130. James Alford, treble 5. And where to get to? It looks like Chris Webster's now going on his own in car number 8, so no Matthew Tidmarsh in that one. Alec Livesley's going to start the treble 7 car. As I think you've already noted, we've got no Matthew Pickford in the 176 car. Brian Chandler going solo in that one. Patrick Scharfiger has withdrawn actually, car 199, so he's a non-starter. Last few cars. Kevin Sylvan will start car 62. John Monroe, number 59. And Chris Chisnell, number 167. So those are all the ones that we have start drivers for. And the car's now forming up on the circuit. And we are all good to go then. We're not quite going to get 50 cars, I don't think. 1 or 2 have withdrawn, Josh. But nevertheless, it's going to be a very packed grid here at Croft.
Very much so. It's going to be brilliant to see. Over 125 minutes of motor racing in North Yorkshire, and a great sight they made. We're having a look here on the Alpha Live pictures of the cars on the grid, including former champion Steve Cheetham there in the Porsche Boxer. There's Peter Mansfield, the Class B pole sitting car. 3 classes here in the Tagua Club Enduro Championship. Based on power to weight ratio, 300 brake horsepower per tonne is Class A limit. Then it's 240 brake horsepower per tonne and 180, I think, for Class C. Had a thumbs up there from Janetta driver Neil Primrose. There's one of the M2s, the M235i of Sammy Venables, who I think you said earlier Ian was making his race debut here in Club Enduro. Yeah, absolutely right, in the Elite Works run car, so a great chance for him to make this debut, starting the race as well. There's Will Caswell starting the 126 car, and that's 15 Colin Gillespie driving solo as ever. And here's the Civic that was successful yesterday in the end in the road sports race, winning that. And we're seeing a glimpse of Will Beach and Mark Rice in their Golf. There's the safety car at the front of this very big field. The car's still heading onto the grid, but it stretches all the way, or very nearly, back to the hairpin. Huge grid of cars here, a varied grid of cars as well at Croft Circuit. As Josh says, the 3 distinct class battles that we'll look out for. Don't forget, we've had the 1 round of the championship already, and it was Rob Baker and Carl Swift that won that. But actually leading the championship, including this weekend, is a driver who's not here, Will Stacey, in the Rob Boston Racing at least. But we'll see Rob out instead in that car. So, interesting sight in front of us, this isn't shown on the stream I'm afraid, is the huge Holden alongside the little Lotus Elise, probably the biggest and smallest car together on one row of the grid. That's row 10 of the grid. Liam Bidgeway and Matty Taylor really showing the size difference between those 2 cars.
It's David versus Goliath affair, if ever there was one, isn't it?
I'm interested to see how Ben Short gets on in that turbocharged MX-5. He's quickly jumped out of one in Parc Ferme and rushed down to the assembly area to jump in another. A very different car on the inside. On the outside, it looks about the same, although with a different livery, but it does go about 7 seconds a lap quicker around this Croft circuit. We're shortly, though, about to get the green flag lap underway for the 2nd round of the championship, and it's the champions from last year that start there on pole position with Cole Swift on pole. They did a 1 minute 29.01. The cars will be full of fuel for the start of the race, so they'll be very heavy, and as the race goes on, tyre wear is going to come into this on a hot day on a grippy circuit. So lots of factors to put into the next couple of hours or so of racing to see who comes out on top, Ian.
Yeah, and it's 2 hours and 5 minutes that we have this time, and the new regulations as far as the pit stops are concerned for this season as well, in that all drivers still have to make a mandatory stop. It's 3 minutes 30 seconds again this year. It used to be 3 minutes, the extra 30 seconds to allow for sanitisation of the common touch points in the car due to the current COVID-19 situation. But the mandatory pit stop can't now be made either in the first 30 minutes of the race or the final 15 minutes of the race. In the past there was no restriction of that nature, but now there is. So there's basically a sort of 70, well actually an 80-minute window in the case of today's race, in the middle of the race, where you have to make your mandatory stop. You can of course stop at other times, but that means you still need to make another one in the middle part of the race.
Indeed, and we're in the first half an hour of the race, and is sort of a pure race, if you like, before things can get a bit confusing, but we'll try and keep you on top of that, and head to the 750 Motor Club website for live timing. That will help you out to see who's there, and the timing tower we'll have as well on the Alpha live streaming pictures if you are following somebody, or if you want to know perhaps a bit more about who you're following. If you put that into the YouTube comments, we'll try and follow that over the course of the race. Let us know who you are supporting. I'm sure they will appreciate that as well. But look at this great grid of cars and heading down towards Tower Bend on this green flag lap. All different sort of sizes and shapes. It sort of takes you back, I suppose, to the early days of motor racing, Ian, where you had all types of cars. But they fit nicely into this class structure, which means we'll have sort of 3 different races on the circuit at the same time. But plenty going on and plenty of battles, I'm sure, throughout the field. And 3 very different cars right at the front of it. The front-wheel drive racing built by Seat Sport in Spain, front-wheel drive touring car alongside the Lotus Elise rear-wheel drive, very light, much lighter than the 2 cars around them. And then the BMW, the E46 M3 GTR, the car that the GT2 car was based on back in the day. This, of course, not a GT2 car, though, of course. Developed by Tim Gray Motorsport. That's a big, heavy car, but therefore it's got the most power. So you've got 3 cars, very different. The 2 rear-wheel drive cars and the front-wheel drive car are on pole. And over the course of a Croft circuit lap, there won't be much that will separate them.
Got the 2 M3s, which are always good, solid cars to have, as well as an option in Club Enduro just behind them. So the safety car is heading around the hairpin. It's going to pull in. The car should be in 2x2 formation as they come out of the corner. The red lights, you can see, are on the gantry. And do they go out? Yes, they do. And the race gets underway. And just stealing a slight march there at the start is the Seat, which is being started as we set up. But down to the first corner, we've had the Elise has been swallowed up. It's gone down to 4th position, Josh. Yeah,
it hasn't got the power, has it? Although Alan Henderson was sort of hanging back. I don't really think it was Cole Swift getting away. Alan Henderson was really not alongside him. So Swift has gone then at the start of the race. He's really pulled away from the 2nd place car, which is Joe Locke, who went well at Donington Park last time. But he's coming under pressure from Andy Marston down into Tower Corner. The start of the race is still going on for the Class C cars. They're in Declervaux. The mid-back cars are coming out to came into Tower Bend. There was a change for 2nd. Andy Marston got ahead of Joe Locke. Steve Cheatham's come up to 4th. It is very busy down into Tower. And down to 5th position has gone... behind Steve Cheatham has gone Alan Henderson. So a really poor start from the Lotus Elise driver. I guess a full tank of fuel for a Lotus, in percentage-wise, gives it more weight than some of the heavier cars. Yeah, absolutely. It might affect the performance more. So if that comes on stronger later in the race. Change for Class B lead. Luke Handley, now from 3rd on the grid, I think, has got into the lead. Following him, Mark Rice down to 3rd. Has gone the poleman Peter Mansfield, who I guess isn't quite as quick as Rob Boston, who qualified the car. Round sunny they go for the first time. Lead is actually already arriving at the complex, and it is the Carl Swift Seat in the lead of the race. There you can see the Holden Commodore going through. Matty Taylor at the wheel of that car, but here is Carl Swift at the end of lap 1, already quite a commanding lead over number 37 Andy Marston in 2nd place. In 3rd place then is the number 86 car of Joe Locke, and then it's Steve Cheatham in 4th, and for the pit lane, I'm afraid, is the Lotus of Alan Henderson. Oh dear, we said it needs to be reliable. I wasn't expecting it not to last a lap. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And another Lotus in trouble is the Leon Bidgeway car that went well in Motorsports yesterday. He's being swallowed up down the straight by other cars, both within his class and probably in other classes as well. So perhaps that explains the first lap speed for Alan Henderson. So he looks to be out of it. So I think the favourites for this race are the leaders now, Cole Swift and Rob Baker. Off he's gone to Gulf. That's into Hawthorne. That's car number 12. Tom Rogers driving that car at the moment. We saw him in a Clio in the past. So he's got back on the road though. How many cars did we get to the end of lap 1? That would have been 47. So we lost 3 before the start by the looks of it, but a huge grid. I think the biggest grid that Croft Circuit has seen, particularly for this type of race car. Big cars around this circuit. It's a very quick circuit, it'll be exciting to watch. So Cole Swift, the Class A leader. Class B leader is Luke Handley. And the Class C leader after 1 lap, I think, is the Lundy Salika.
Yeah, and that started on pole position within that class as well. So there is the 19 car going through. Peter Mansfield starting that car then. So we know that the quicker driver of that pairing will be Rob Boston. He'll get in the car for the second part of the race. Imagine the cars streaming through. You've got Darren Ball there in that 1 Series. He's driving on this occasion. There's Steve Cheetham going through, the champion of a couple of years ago. He's ahead of the number 69 car, Matthew Hampson. He'll hand over to the quicker Andy Schultz for the second part of the race. There's Hampson now, and he's just got Sammy Venables alongside him, and Sammy Venables up the inside. It's his first ever race, but wow, what a start he's having up the inside there to take 5th place away.
On the first lap of the race, Cole Swift has broken the lap record by a whole second. 1 minute 29.66 is over a second under Micah Brown's lap record.
Sammy Venables there, though, doing very well. I think that is sort of 3rd or 4th day in the car, I think, from chatting to him earlier on in that Elite Works prepared car. And that Civic is going well. That's a strong start to the race for that car as well. Simon Morgan at the wheel of that one. It started 13th, but there's a sad sight. The Alan Henderson Lotus being pushed into the garage.
Yes, that was 6th, was it, for Morgan. So that's a great start from 13th on the grid, as you say. So getting ahead of Matthew Hampson again. So I want to have a quicker drive in for the second half in the hands of Andy Schultz. Hampton's losing more positions here. Stepping aside almost for a couple more. That was William Caswell in the Seat and Neil Primrose in the Janetta. Getting ahead of him, and behind a problem
for the 53 car, and that's the other Elite Works prepared car, I'm afraid. That's Charlie Dark in the Polo that's come a cropper, and off into the barriers has gone the Porsche. That's the McEwen Porsche, isn't it? Number 74, Ross McEwen it was that started that car, so that looks like it's quite a heavy off, and the red lights are on, the race being stopped.
I did see a driver, a Brown, so hopefully that was he. But yes, red flags are out because there looked like significant damage to the circuit furniture here at Croft, unfortunately. Second time I think we've had a red flag in one of these races. That was at Oulton Park last year, the other one.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had it on a couple of occasions before, and it does throw things into a little bit of confusion.
Not least for the officials.
No, absolutely. Well, at least it was very early in the race before we've had to start to worry about pit stops.
And important for the driver is out of the car. Which one of the McEwens was it? It was Ross and McEwen. Yeah. I think there's more damage done to the circuit. I think down at Sunny by the looks of things. The 750 Motor Club race rescue crew already down there, and the second rescue crew will head in that direction too. But good to see him out of the car. I presume he's the only car down
well,
there.
that is the question, because we've got the Moco car heading out as well. Maybe whether anyone else has been involved in that remains to be seen. So 5 minutes had gone when the red flags sadly have gone out. The cars have been stopped on the circuit in front of us, and they'll need to be re-gridded, of course. And it would be a new grid as well, because we'd had 2 laps, so that's an extra inconvenience. There's a bit of, I don't know, is that a part of the car? It looks like maybe a splitter. Something from the underside of one of the cars there.
So it might have started at Barcroft by the looks of it. So I think that's where our camera is located. Let somebody run a bit wide, and
this is all part of the car that we've seen off, we understand. So that's why we're seeing it, and that to show you that the car must have presumably then gone off onto the grass on the left-hand side of the circuit. And you were saying the grass is wet still.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yes, that's not good, is it?
No.
There's a lot of damage to the circuit. The good news was driver was out. This is what I was talking about earlier, Ian. The grass is very wet off the circuit. It may be a nice day, but there's been a lot of rain here, and when you're on the grass, you've got no chance of stopping. And I suspect this might be quite a lengthy red flag, which means we'll be running probably to the 6 o'clock curfew rather than whatever time is on the clock.
Let's see what happens. Can we go down to Tom Butterworth, I wonder, in the pit lane?
Yeah, it was just to give you an update on the number 90 of Alan Henderson, the Lotus that we saw come in on the end of the first lap. Just seemed to lose all power. The mechanics had the rear engine cover across his Lotus Elisa rear-engined, and he had that cover open almost immediately, and it just seemed to lose all power. I haven't got any more details at the moment, but that's what happened to those guys. So unfortunately, a very, very early end to the race. We don't know though. Maybe they can get something sorted during this red flag period, and it could actually be a bit of a saving grace for them. But we'll keep an eye on what's going on over there.
Thank you very much, Tom. Down in the pit lane with that news of what he could see was going on with Alan Henderson's car. Well, obviously, we've got a great queue of cars, and there you can see it's the 76 car that's at the front of it at the moment, which is Michael Downey's car, the Porsche Boxster S. Obviously, we're going to be here for a little while before we can get any racing back on. I won't speculate too much as to what went on, but up at Sunny. But the way that Porsche had buried itself into the barrier, it's obviously got in quite a rate of knots. So whether there was a failure on the car, one would have to assume that there has been some kind of pretty serious issue there, Josh.
Yes, but of course the main thing is we've seen driver out of the car, because look at the pictures, it's not particularly pretty down there, unfortunately. But yeah, so good safety measures, of course. Still, even though maybe scrutineering doesn't happen on site so much anymore, all the drivers, their main priority as well, they want to keep safe, don't they? So they scrutineer their cars prior to meetings nowadays, and shows everybody's doing absolutely the right thing, making sure their cars are up to top standards as possible.
Right, the marshals, I think, have now got a new grid, so they will work, and it'll be quite hard to get these cars into order, because we've got, I think, Michael Downey. Where was he? Probably about halfway down the order, I would think. Yeah, he was 26th. So we've got probably 20 odd cars before we find, the race leader. Carl Swift's car is just the exit of the hairpin, so it's going to take a mammoth effort to get these cars regridded, I think.
Might be almost easier to send a lot of cars back round to Tower.
Round the old short circuit, which hasn't been used in race conditions. I don't think it's still licensed, but it did used to be used for Euro car racing and things like that. Back in the day, effectively almost a mile long oval they used to have, using the sort of first half of the Croft lap. The cars use the cut through, which we just use these days to get the cars onto the grid. But start line marshals, many thanks. They've been doing a really efficient job today, actually, to get the cars gridded up ahead of the start of each race. So many thanks to them, and indeed all of the other marshals around the circuit. Out in all weathers, but on this occasion we've had a weekend of nice, warm, sunny, dry weather to contend with. It's probably not quite such a hardship when you do that, because they're all volunteers, and we're very grateful for them for the hard work they put in each and every weekend at motorsport events up and down the United Kingdom, and a good loyal band of marshals regular to Croft circuit as well. So many thanks to all of them. And of course, if you are interested in going marshalling yourself, it's a very good way to get close to the action without going racing. Then a quick Google search will be your friend, or you can find out information via the 750 Motor Club website, indeed, 750mc.co.uk.
We talk about the heat this weekend, and drivers saying the heat doesn't really affect you when you're going, but you notice it when you stop. Everybody's now stopped right in the sun, aren't they?
Yeah.
In their cars, of course, in all their overall gear, of course, and I suspect a lot of them will be feeling it now, and they might, of course, be here for a little while before we get the race back underway. So pretty warm conditions for the drivers to be sitting in. Quite helpfully, a lot of the cars actually where they stopped is roughly where they've got to restart by the looks of things at the front of this queue.
Yeah. Just looking at the scrutineers, having a word with the driver of car 827, which is the Celica, the class-leading Celica of Rowan Lundy, driver Onga. So I don't know if there was any concern with that. They just pushed the car forward as if they were just looking to see if the 7 Motorsports cars possibly dropping fluid or anything like that.
Or are they trying to get the cars as close as possible to others so there's enough room for the rest of them? But no, there's quite a bit of looking around, isn't there? Around where the fuel is would go in.
Yeah, so having a look at that, we can see the work on the screen that's being done with that incident down at Sunny Corner. You can see it is going to be quite a delay before anything else gets back underway here at Croft Circuit this afternoon. Don't forget, there's lots more action coming up throughout the 750 Motor Club season, but there's also much more action coming up at Croft during the course of this year as well. And for the moment, of course, tickets needing to be bought in advance. There's limited numbers of tickets. But the next meeting here at Croft Circuit in a couple of weeks' time, it's motorcycle racing. Andy McEwen, who was with us yesterday, will be on commentary for that two-day meeting, Saturday the 12th and Sunday the 13th of June, so the No Limits racing on 12th and 13th of June. Then on the 26th and 27th of June, the Ferrari Owners Club of Great Britain are racing here at Croft Circuit, so there'll be a mixture of the main sort of elite Ferrari Championship, but also the Ferrari Classics. BARC are here on the 7th and 8th of August. I think they bring with them the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, amongst other content as well, so that's BARC here in August. Then the Battle of Britain race meeting, organised by the Darlington and District Motor Club, takes place on the 21st and 22nd of August. I think that includes motorcycle racing as well as cars. BRSEC are here on the 4th and 5th of September. It's their second appearance of the season, and then the centrepiece of the season, and hopefully by this point we'll have full capacity spectators back again. 18th and 19th of September, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here. So keep your eyes on the Croft Circuit website, croftcircuit.co.uk, for details of that one. And then the Classic Racing Motorcycle Club round out the season here at Croft on the 2nd and 3rd of October. And that is the last of the car racing action here at Croft. But do check the website, croftcircuit.co.uk, for information and their social media feeds as well about what's going on. Josh?
Attention now to turn to Neil Primrose's Ginetta, isn't it? Having a good look at the officials around that car. It's an interesting looking machine, isn't it? The development that's been done on it. Not sure who's running the car actually for Neil, but they've turned that Ginetta into something that, especially if you look at it from the back, doesn't look much like a G20. We can see on our screens that the McEwen car's been removed from the barriers. There's a lot of front end damage, as you'd kind of expect. It's gone in the barriers very heavily there, hasn't it? But the good news, of course, being the driver out of the car very quickly. And that is the main thing, of course. So the grid process is probably going to be done before whatever barrier damage or barrier repairs is needed, which, look at the screens, is pretty significant. But I'm sure everybody's on hand to deal with that.
Yeah, circuit staff will be called upon to do the required work up there at Sunny. There is the number 1 car of Carl Swift, and quite wisely I think he's going to step out of the car and get a bit of fresh air. Josh, you were saying you don't really want to be sitting in the car in this heat. Can we go down to Tom again? No, we can't. I'm hearing, misheard the message in my ear, but that is the 37 car of Andy Marston.
Cold now opening every door possible on the site, because of course all the heat soak, because these are almost all front engine cars, of course go into the cockpit. So things like the Lotus and the Porsche, of course, engine there behind the driver, so that the heat doesn't quite go into so much. But yeah, a lot of drivers, unsurprisingly, getting out of their race cars, and a team's even going to be allowed on the grid. No, maybe not yet, but that's could be a possible situation with really being this is going to be sort of an unprecedented amount of time of red flag as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably going to get a shortened race distance as well. We'll wait and see what that will be. Once we find out. There's Steve Cheetham out of his car, the number 43 Porsche Boxster, Lodge Sports racing car.
He had a really good start, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Got up to 4th, which I think is the highest we've probably seen that car go in pure pace terms since it's turned into a Class A car.
Yeah.
The year he won the overall championship, he did actually, I think, win a race overall, possibly. Perhaps Class A was a little bit less competitive back then. Maybe not actually, but he was got a 2nd overall at Spa.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that was a bit of a weird race with pit stops because Class B cars were all on the podium. But yes, he got a 3rd overall at Donington as well. So a couple of overall podiums he had when that was a Class B spec car.
There's the 69 car, the Hampson and Schultz car that was part of the Road Sports race as well yesterday. Bottle of water perched on top of the roof, much needed, I'm sure, for the drivers in these very hot, well, not very hot, they're hot in the car, it's pleasantly warm outside the car, but much needed anyway. There's the 1, 2, 6 car, that started pretty well.
Yes, that's William Caswell. Did he go first? He did, I think, yeah. New car to this championship, last round at Donington Park. Good to see it out there, second of the sets. So just the 2 sets we got this weekend. We had a lot more out at Donington. Yeah, I think so. But that's been a popular car in this championship, perhaps because it won the championship last year in the hands of Cole Swift and Rob Baker. That always makes other people think, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's the Colin Gillespie car, the latest of a few different cars he's raced over the past few seasons in Club Enduro.
Yeah, an M4 now. There's Neil Primrose Janetta, so we're getting a good close-up look of this now. Well, Neil's actually staying in the car. That's probably one of the best cooling cars, isn't it?
Well,
there's not got many windows.
Yeah, it's got a screen in the front, but nothing on the side or rear, has it? So that's definitely a much modified version of the G20, which, of course, didn't originally run with a roof either.
No, it was a great one-mate championship, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A decade and a half ago. Had some great drivers come through it as well. Rob Austin, who of course did F3 before that, went on to be a touring car driver. There's the Browse M3 GTR, great livery on that as well. The Stowe Market Glass sponsorship. There's the M235i, the Andy Stocco car and David McDonald. New livery, I think, on that since Donington Park.
It does look smart, that one, doesn't it?
We've got the Golf, it's the Polo, isn't it, that broke early on, that is being pushed back into the pit lane, the Charlie Dart car, the Crown paints livery machine. Now I wonder if they can fix Alan Henderson's car, whether he'll be permitted to start the race and he'll be back onto the lead lap as well, if that does happen. Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see if anything does happen there, whether we'll be able to take the start from the back of the grid. Got a viewer, Charles Coleman, watching from Dallas, Texas. Hello, Charles. I hope you're enjoying this. Unfortunately, just watching cars at stationary on the grid at the moment, but we hope to get racing back underway before much longer here at Croft.
Yes, I guess for everyone out in the States looking forward to the Indy 500, which gets underway in a couple or so hours' time. But we'll get this race in pretty much all before that gets underway, if you do stick with us, if that is something you're waiting for.
Yeah, it's to Tokyo Club Enduro Championship. It's been around a few seasons now, hasn't it? And it all started with what effectively was like an elongated road sports race that we had at Snetterton back in 2015. It was a 2.5-hour race won by Lee Spencer and Stephen Pearson and Dave Griffin in a BMW M3. That then morphed into a more organised series of races in 2016, and then championship status and sort of 5, 6, 7 races a season came thereafter, and it's been a tremendous success for the 750 Motor Club, with a large number of cars on the grid. But as you can see, almost 50 cars here this season. There you can see the very heavy damage, I'm afraid, on that number 74 McEwen Porsche, and it's a relief to know that the driver got out of the car after that incident at Sunny Corner. But it's a championship that's really gone from strength to strength, and it's sort of created its own niche, hasn't it, Josh? Because there was nothing really like it before at club level, but it's proved, very worthwhile and very popular.
Yeah, there's been quite a lot of racing for sort of 45-minute length, but nothing where there's refuelling and driver changes of a longer period. And the Club Enduro Championship, which really has now been favoured over 2 hours. Sort of a few questions: do we do longer races? We have these 3-hour races at Croft, but there was no real appeal from the drivers and teams for longer races. But I think we can hear from Tom, who's down probably on the grid.
Okay, so I'm here with Joe Locke, currently P3 in the 86 BMW M3 GTR. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the car, Joe.
What do you want to know?
Well, how did it come to fruition? How did it come to be in your hands? Give us a little bit of backstory, a bit of history while we've got this long pause.
I raced Radicals, obviously, pre-season, about 2019 and 2018. And we wanted something that was more of a longer stint. So we thought, as budget racing, we'd go Club Enduro, and then it got a bit carried away and ended up spending more money than we went to. But we're in a obviously a BMW. It's a E46, but obviously Flossman GTR body kit, all that stuff. And we just developed it over time. From what we got it as, we spent a lot of money on it and put our spin on it, and we've only done 2 days in it, like we've done, well, we've done more than 2 days, but we've done 2 days racing. This is our second day, obviously. The first one at Donington went to plan how we wanted it to go. Obviously, the result wasn't what we expected to happen, but you know, things happen, don't they? So
Absolutely.
For this one, we knew it wasn't going to be our strongest track. You know, it suits the nimble cars, and Carl's obviously flying, so I've got to try and get on the back of him. I got done off the start by Andy, I think it is, just down into Tower. But you know, we've got the pace to get back past now. I'm hoping, and you know, within about 5 or 10 laps, I should be back past, and then we can work on trying to catch goal.
Great stuff. I mean, it's the Inter BMW battle, isn't it? So we're looking forward to this one for, well, what is 2 hours left of the race now. So we're still contemplating whether we're actually going to get the entirety of the race in. Right. But yeah, good luck with the rest of the day anyway, and I hope everything goes well for you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Cheers. So we're just going to have a little walk up the grid as well. You can have a view, almost a driver's eye view, and in fact, if my cameraman Ian wants to turn round, you can actually get the driver's eye view of what it looks like going down into turn 1 at Croft circuit. Yeah, you can even see the heat haze here, so you can see it's absolutely perfect conditions for racing. So what I'm going to do now is I'll have a little wander down the grid. I'll see if we can find some other people to talk to. Hopefully they will be forthcoming with some interviews, and yeah, you can pass back to me and we'll go from there. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, Joe Lock down there, who went well at Donington Park. Unfortunately, the road result wasn't quite what they were hoping for, but him and Ash Hicklin, both bike sports racers in the past, and front runners there, moving into this M3 GTR that's been developed by Tim Gray Motorsport, and it's very rapid indeed. A big car, as we've been saying, so it's quite a heavy car, which doesn't really suit Croft, as we heard Joe saying, but is very much a championship contender this season. So long delay, of course, as we've been hearing with this question mark, how long the race is to go. I believe it's a 6 p.m. curfew here at Croft Circuit, so that's what we'll be racing to for the remainder of it, and we will bring you news when we know more. Of course, there will be this clear-up operation down at Sunny. We've got the car removed, but there's barrier damage to deal with, and of course the race will not restart until the track is under full safety down there. And the Croft staff will be working hard to do that, I'm sure. I haven't had a view of what's going on down there for a little bit, but we will bring you an update when we do. But there you can see the new front row then. Andy Marston, what a good start it was for him. He went well yesterday. Former race winner in this category. And Cole Swift, who led early on, is down with Tom Butterworth on the grid.
Yes, indeed. Here with Carl. Obviously current race leader, had a flyer at the start. Carl, you know, what was your take on the short 5 minutes that we had?
Yeah, it didn't last too long, does it? I hope that driver's all right, because it's quite well in that barrier. It was a perfect start to the race, really. The main competition, Henderson, who was closest in qualies, seems to have had a problem, and the two BMWs were battling, so managed to pull a gap. I think we were up to about 5 seconds maybe by the time the Reds came out. I thought we were coming back round and gridding up for a full restart, which I was less happy about than a safety car start, but it seems it is a safety car start, so I can do it at my control.
Okay, so I asked Joe the same question a moment ago. If you want to just tell us a bit about the car, because I mean, if Ian wants to have a look behind, it's no sort of MX-5 with a roll cage in, is it? This is a proper bit of kit.
Yes, it's a standard Skoda Yeti. No, it's not really. It's a say-it-alone competition.
I nodded like there was no joke there, and then it sort of took a minute to process.
No, so it's a Seat Leon TCR, so they're built in Spain, factory built in Spain, a limited cost, raced all over the world in different championships. And it's a formula that all the manufacturers seem to be on board with, and it's quite good all around the world.
Yeah, good reliable bit of kit as well. It's absolutely perfect for this championship, really.
Yeah, it's seeming good. I mean, it's a bit less exciting to drive than the Civic that we raced up to a couple of years back, but it finishes every race, touch wood.
Do you know what I really like about it? It's a 5-door for practicality.
Absolutely, yeah, get in there and put your fuel in through there. Perfect.
Great stuff. All right, thanks for talking to us, Carl, and
very
good
much.
luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Oh, and just to let you know as well, I'm just hearing through my headphones as well that the barrier is, it looks like the barrier is broken, but they are still working on it and they are still doing their very best to try and fix it. So for all our competitors as well who are watching on the live stream at the moment, I'm sure the circuit officials are doing their best. But thanks again for talking to us, Carl, and we'll give you an update as soon as we can on a race restart. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And we see there the Carlsbad car with all of the many doors open that it has on the pole position there. And next to it on the grid is the 37 car of Andy Marston. The cars have formed up and they don't seem to have taken up quite as much space now. They've re-gridded them. I think they've got them all more compact together. As Carl says, it looks like we're all starting the safety car for a restart.
Yeah, everybody's sort of as tightly hunched as really could get cars, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, we hadn't had any lappery at that point, had we? Too early to get any lappery, so it doesn't really cause any problems from that point of view.
No, we don't. A lot of cars have only completed a couple of laps. Top 4 completed 3.
Yeah, they were just heading off down into to Clairvaux, I think, when the red lights went on, the red flags went out. Well, Carl's closing the doors now. He's obviously decided that enough heat has escaped from the cockpit of that Seat.
Yeah, I guess the thing is when we do get restarted is to hope that all the cars refire back up again okay with all the heat soak on the grid.
Yeah, that's I'm sure that might be an issue for one or two. Drivers chatting with each other while they wait for the race to get back underway here at Croft and get the remainder of the 2 hours and 5 minutes of racing, or however much we do have left. We've had no news yet on that from race control in terms of the restart length, but it purely will be determined by how long it takes to get the track in a condition in which we can race again. We'll see if there's any more drivers that we can hear from in a moment. I know we're getting suggestions that we should speak to Sammy Venables, who is in the Elite Works car, made such a good start to that race. His first time in car racing. I think he was up to 5th on the road, wasn't he?
A lot of the problem for Tom is that nobody's really near their cars. A lot of people have gone back to the pit wall.
That's it, they've gone to the pit wall, they've gone to chat with someone else. They're not where they need to be from Tom's point of view in order to be able to have a chat with him. But you can see our camera crew having a wander down the grid as well at the moment.
I think Tom's trying to see if we can get a word with some of our lower classes, because sometimes they do get overlooked, but they shouldn't do really, because they're having their own race and they're racing to their budget. Perhaps the cars at the front, the drivers have got a bit higher budgets, but everybody's racing as well as they can, and hopefully we'll shortly get word with a few more of the drivers down there. With Tom, who's having a great debut with the 750 Motor Club today.
Yeah, we didn't prepare him for the long red flag period at the start of a Club Enduro race, did we? But no, it's good to have Tom with us here this weekend. We had Andy McEwen yesterday, Tom with us today. So, Croft Circuit looking absolutely magnificent, I must say. It's our first time here for a couple of seasons, and obviously missed out coming here last year due to the pandemic, but a pretty full calendar of racing from the 750 Motor Club this year, and that's meant that we've been able to come back up to Croft and enjoy the northeast welcome, just a few miles down the road from Darlington, which I walked through yesterday evening, which was it looked like a Saturday night in Darlington, like COVID had never happened, I must admit, with crowds spilling out onto the street, just with face masks. That was the only difference, and probably more dining on the streets than there would normally have been. But it was a nice night for it.
We really want to be doing that last week, wouldn't we?
No, not at all. That wouldn't have worked really. But yep, just a few miles outside of Darlington here, up in North Yorkshire. Let's head down to Tom, and he's in the middle of the grid this time.
So we're with your current Class C leader, so that's Rowan Lundy in the 827 Toyota Celica that you can see just over here. Ian's going to take you a little wander around it now and have a good look. So Rowan, how was the start of the race for you?
Yeah, all good. Kept it clean. It's a bit tight into the first two corners with so many cars and some quicker blokes behind, but managed to hold it, no contact, nothing, and then I'm keeping a nice gap on P2, so at the moment it's going well.
Yeah, only 5 minutes in, it looks like we are going to have a full restart, or we're certainly hoping that we are. Tell us a bit about this Celica. I mean, I've asked everybody that I've interviewed so far to tell us about these cars, and the reason is that this grid is so widely varied in terms of machinery. It's really interesting to get to the bottom of what what people have got underneath them. Yeah. So tell us about the Celica.
I mean, it's a great car. You don't see a lot of them. It's not very popular, but it's front-wheel drive. Doesn't usually favour front-wheel drive around here in the dry, but we seem to be going well. It's got a bit more straight-line speed on the MX-5, so that helps me hold in the gap, but it corners well, it goes well, it's very nicely balanced, and yeah, all-round great car.
Great stuff. So yeah, it looks. I mean, it looks a bit lively as well. Nice and what's the word? Point and squirt.
Yeah, exactly. And if you get on the brakes, it lightens up the rear a bit, helps turning it in, and yeah, it behaves how you want it to. It doesn't do anything you're not expecting. So yeah, it's pretty easy to drive, to be honest, and it gives you a lot of confidence to go quicker. So can't complain at the moment. Just hope the second restart goes as well as the first start, really.
Absolutely. And reliability great with the car as well.
Yeah, well, we've just had someone said we got a little fuel leak, so we might have to look into that. But I mean, it's running flawlessly at the moment, no complaints, so all good.
Great stuff, Lauren. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the race. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tom. Good to hear from a driver a bit further back down the grid, but leading his class. And the Toyota Celica, a bit of a different car. I think probably the first time we've seen one of those on the grid this season.
Yes, absolutely. It's great to see, isn't it? And it's very quick. Indeed, got the fastest lap at Donington last time out. Was a bit further down the overall order. But obviously leading here, doing a great job, Rowan Lundy in the Celica. 1 minute 40.39 was his lap time early on. But it was only one lap they'd done on flying pace. He was ahead of Darren Kell by about a second. Then a bit further down in third was Alex Miller, I think, in his Mazda MX-5. But let's see how that battle goes when we get this race restarted. Sound like a few word on the grid suggesting that it'll be a safety car restart when we get back going.
Yeah. Not yet seeing drivers heading back to their cars, though. Barrier works continuing. But certainly, I think there's probably a section of barrier that's needed to be taken out. Whether that's going to be reinstated again, we'll wait and see. I can see a little bit of movement now at the on the pit wall. We'll wait and see if drivers are told to get back in their cars shortly or not. The Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship for 2021. Obviously, Croft this weekend for round 2. Brands Hatch, the next round on the Indy circuit, of course. Short 1.2 mile Indy circuit. That's going to be something that we've never seen before in Club Enduro. Indeed, and I think the grid capacity is 42 for endurance racing at Brands Hatch. I think it's a slightly shorter race. I think it's 100 minutes from memory, rather than the 2 hours. Still plenty of laps there. Absolutely. Let's head down again to Tom for another interview, though.
Hi, yeah, so I've got Luke Handley with me, your current Class B leader. Luke, almost the same colour scheme as our Class A leader, but this is a Golf GTI, so just run us through this and tell us about the start of your race.
Yeah, we qualified P2, managed to get it into P1. Car-wise, it's similar platform underneath to the sister car, the blue one, but obviously it's a road car we've converted, not a factory-built car. Runs a similar engine, but lower power. Similar suspension setup, really, just not as high spec.
Okay, so it's just that lower power to rate ratio that puts you into the Class B. As you can see on just above your number here is the minimum weight of the car as well. So that just that's what differentiates the classes in this Club Enduro race. So, I mean, how's it been going for you so far throughout the season as well, and what are you looking forward to with the rest of the race?
So we managed to pinch the championship last year in Class B by 1 point. And then this year we come 5th at the first round, which is not ideal, but Croft's been better and kinder on us. I'm obviously hoping to win Class B Championship again, really. So.
Yeah, and I mean the weather's been kind as well, which is really helpful.
You say kind, it's not particularly kind in there at the moment, but yeah, it's been lovely to sit in the sun when we're not racing, yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, well thanks very much for talking to us, Luke, and good luck with the rest of the race. It doesn't look like it's going to be too long now until we get restarted as well, so good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers,
thank you. Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much, Tom Butterworth down there on the grid with Luke Handley. So we've heard from all of our class leaders as well during the course of this race so far. So we're getting good representation across the grid.
And there's lots of drivers getting back in cars, so that suggests that we may not be too far away until we get back underway here at Croft Circuit.
Yeah, I can see cars at the front getting drivers in them, but at the back there's still drivers chatting. But it'll be a ripple effect, I'm sure we'll see down the grid as the marshal walks around and say, get back in your cars. They will get back in their cars. And we'll be able to get the race back underway for whatever time we have left between now and the curfew here at Croft Circuit. Again, no official word.
I guess they're waiting until the last moment, aren't they, so we can get as much racing as possible.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, now everybody's getting in their cars, so I think the word has got through to the rest of the grid, hasn't it?
Or possibly they were just listening to us, which is always a possibility.
It's worrying too, because our information isn't forthcoming.
Well, exactly.
I can hear the sirens going off, so I suspect there's a word coming on the ground to all the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll get, hopefully, a minute to go board shown shortly as well. Once the driver's getting back in, you can see overalls being done up, helmets being put back on, balaclavas, obviously they've gone before the helmet. But yeah, everyone generally speaking getting ready to get back in the car for the restart. I say, don't know quite how long that will be. And we do know that there is a sort of 30-minute delay in the race before you can make your pit stop. Well, we've had basically 5 minutes. I'll presume that it'll be another 25 minutes until pit stops are able to be made. There is the Army Motorsport car, number 7, the Holden Commodore, which fills the frame nearly, doesn't it? So big is it. And that's driven by Matty Taylor in the first part of the race.
It's got by far the biggest engine at 6.2 litres, which is almost double the size of anybody else's.
Yeah, a few 3.2 BMW and Porsche engines, isn't there? That's about it. Safety cars moving on to the circuit, and that will get into position to lead the cars around, I would think.
Absolutely. Yeah, so the word that we heard from Cole Swift is that it would be a safety car restart.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because it'll just be sort of a continuation of the race, and therefore you would expect that the clock will start ticking as soon as the safety car moves away.
I guess as well, doing that is you can give the most accurate time of race to go in relation to whatever the curfew is.
Yeah. So safety car, there you can see, reversing into position. And just the last few drivers to get into the cars, and last few mechanics and team personnel to clear the grid as well.
The next thing, obviously, is what we spoke about a little while ago, is restarting the cars and
getting them all fired up.
How well that'll go for some cars, perhaps compared to others.
Support for TWP Racing, John Munro and Nick Dougal. Where are they?
Right near the back.
Right near the back. John Munro, I think, was starting the car, wasn't he?
43rd position. Seems like I think this is a new car, wasn't it, for last year, 2 years ago? But it doesn't seem to have gone as well as the previous one, unfortunately for them.
First time out this season as well, isn't it?
Indeed. Engines are refiring by the sound of things. So certainly the race is appearing to be getting underway very shortly indeed.
Yeah, absolutely right. So you're watching here at the circuit, Croft Circuit, or via the live stream on Alpha Live 750mc.co.uk/live. Last few drivers who are in the second part of the race clambering over the Armco barriers into the pit lane.
Doesn't seem to be any panic by anybody whose car may not be refiring, which is good news.
No, looks all okay down there on the grid beneath our commentary box. A few drivers still with the door open until the last possible moment. The red lights have been turned off on the gantry. They've been on all of this time, so that bodes well. And I see that the safety car with its lights on, so that indicates that it's ready to pull away shortly for the remaining part of this Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Croft Circuit. Alex Richardson is cheering for the Flying Tangerine Car 8, which is, I think, being driven just by Chris Webster now. That's the car that was second in class at Donington Park last time out. There you can see the extent of this Club Enduro grid here at Croft Circuit. Right, the final people are just getting to the safe side of the barrier. The gate is being closed in the pit wall, and I would imagine then that should mean that we're almost ready for the off here at Croft. Starts just clambering up the steps to his gantry to be in a position to show the board, to see what's going on. 1 minute board is now shown, so about to get racing underway here at Croft Circuit, which is excellent news in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race round 2 of 2021. 30-second board is now being shown, and now we have the green flag, and the clock starts to tick down once again, and safety car we think will peel off at the end of this lap to get the race back underway. And over 40 cars still in it, Josh.
Absolutely, and good to see all of them appear to be moving, which is, so my concern was unneeded.
Absolutely, so that's good.
I think we only had that one car, of course, involved in the incident. We lost Alan Henderson, so we should have 45, I think.
Did the Polo
yes.
did that come back in the end or not?
Yeah, we went indeed. So we might be down to 44, but there's a lot of them, that's for sure. Be interesting to see then if we do just get the one lap under the safety car, the pace car, I guess as it is now. And got a good view here, the cars, they flew out of the chicane. The Seat followed by the GT type cars, the BMWs, the Porsche there as well. Then the Civic, that's going really well, isn't it? The Simon Morga car who started it, went well in road sports yesterday too. I think new drivers to racing and doing a great job.
Support for Steve Cheetham in the Lodge Sports Racing Porsche Boxster number 43 as well. Coming in on the comments, and he had a good start to the first part of the race, and see what he can do once the lights on the safety car go out and racing proper gets back underway. As the Carl Swift car, of course, he's starting that one. Andy Marston, number 37, is driving solo in this race just behind him. And then the next car through is the 86 car, the other BMW M3, the E46 GTR, started by Joe Locke, which was second on the road in the opening round of the championship at Donington Park.
Indeed. There's the Porsche you mentioned of Steve Cheetham with the support from home, which I'm sure is much appreciated. Plenty of support for a number of the teams, of course. There's Matthew Hampson. I think the lights are out on the safety car. Prior to the restart, or prior to the red flag, I should say, Cole Swift was lapping nearly 3 seconds faster than anybody else. Of course, that lap I said that where he broke the lap record, that doesn't count now, I guess. Or it might.
No, if these laps that have already happened are counting, won't they? So
new duration of the race, apparently, is 110 minutes.
Okay.
And pit stop window will open after 25 minutes of the race getting underway. So it's a 110-minute race.
Okay. So we are 13, and we're going to need to reset our countdown clock then, aren't we? On that one. So 110 minutes. Anyway, the safety car is in. We've still got red lights on the gantry, but through has gone race leader Carl Swift to take the start of the race. But say the red light's still on the gantry. We had this issue in the 116 trophy race previously at Silverstone, but the race seeming to get underway with Carl Swift leading the way.
Absolutely right, and he's pulling away then as they come out of the chicane for the first time, being chased by Andy Marston, or Andy Marston's following him. I'm not sure if you could say he's chased him as such. In third place is Joe Locke, fourth is Steve Cheetham. In fifth place, a change, I think. Yeah, Matthew Hampson, he's losing those positions. He was losing just prior to the red flag. He's already down to 8th position. So Sammy Venables is back through into P5. Here is the Class C leaders on our screens. Darren Kell chasing after the Toyota driver, Rowan Lundy. There's a good shot of the cars heading through. Here's Neil Primrose in the Ginetta trying to get the better of Matthew Hampson. So they come through the scene of the red flag corner. This is an incident, of course, down into Sunny. Here's Mark Grice, second in Class B, hopping over the curbs, trying to get past one of the more powerful Class A machines. The red lights are still on the gantry, which is not ideal, really, if we are racing.
Yeah, leader is coming through to complete the first lap of this second part of the race. Carl Swift it is that leads, then second number 37 Andy Marston, third is the number 86 car, which is that of Joe Lock. And yes, we have gone back, so that was the first lap counting on the timer screen, so we have gone back to 110 minutes from that start by the looks of it.
Okay, and thanks to Alpha Live, I've got the our clock in pretty much the right position as the race well and truly underway. 2.5 seconds. Cole Swift is ahead of Andy Marston with Joe Lock continuing to run third, not far behind him.
Oh, and the problem there, that's the number 80 car that's then been collected by the
Alex
number
Miller,
71 MX5.
Alex Miller.
It was a spin for number 80 there, you can see that on your screens now, and it was the Alex Miller MX5. We're not sure who started that car actually, whether it was Miller or Language. But
Miller started at Donington and is the car owner, so that would make sense. 80, the other car involved, is Andrew Etheridge in his BMW E46 M3.
Yeah, there's the second and third place car, and that's Joe Lock at the moment. But that car is crabbing its way towards the pit lane exit. Hopefully it can pull in there.
Yeah, and the Etheridge car has got off the road pretty well, so I think that should be okay. Cole Swift is about to complete the lap, but for second it's close with three of them now, because Steve Cheetham, having won the best race in the Class A spec boxes, going after the two M3s here of Andy Marston and Joe Lock. They turn into this yellow flag zone at the hairpin now, of course. A bit of debris on the exit. This could be important to miss the debris, because of course you can easily get a puncture here. So drive, there's nowhere you can really go because it's right across the road, isn't it? The debris there. So the officials will be having a look at that, whether they think that's okay for now. But yellow flags, of course, and green flags for the cars they turn into Clairvaux, with Andy Marston still in second, but now 4.8 seconds behind the leader.
Steve Cheetham going well. He's staying with these two BMWs, isn't he, in fourth position in the Porsche there. Here with two BMWs coming out of the chicane. 37 Marston and 86 Joe Lock on their way down the straight towards Tower Corner. Cheetham just in the background there. Lock almost looking as if he was going to make a move into Tower Corner that time. Still Sammy Venables as well in the fifth position, number 235 car, the Elite Works car. And then Simon Morgan sixth in the number 18 Honda.
In Class B, Luke Handley still leads, but for second, almost side by side into Jim Clark. Yes, it's not quite, but Lock is looking quite racy here. Of course, that car did qualify in front of Marston. It was Marston making a good start to get second. He's still there for now, though. Class B, I was about to update you on that. It's Luke Handley first, second is Mark Rice, and third is Christopher Freeman. In Class C, it's still Rowan Lundy ahead of Darren Kell, and third is Alex Livesey.
There's a look at the different classes and the positions within those. So Carl Swift leading in Class A from Andy Marston and Joe Lock. Luke Handley from Phil Drybrough and Will Beach and Mark Rice in Class B. And the Lundys, Rowan Lundy from the Kells. And, well, it was the Miller and Langridge car, but that's now out of the race. That'll be Rory Baptiste, number 98, that moves into third position.
Alan Henderson is on track in the load to the lease. He's, I think, about a lap behind, but he is going. So, see what kind of progress he can make as Steve Cheetham goes round the outside of Joe Lock into Clairvaux Corner, and he gets it done. So, the Porsche is up to third place now. So, Steve Cheetham's having a great run here to get into third in the rear-engined Porsche. A good track for rear-engine cars, because of course the traction out the hairpin is vital, and puts all the weight over the rear of the car. So he's gone into third place ahead of Joe Lock, and now he's chasing after Andy Marston, and he's looking racy here. I think the Porsche will get second before too long.
Yeah, certainly could do. Confirmation with the bulletin coming through, it is 110 minutes, pit stops after 25 minutes, so we've had 5 minutes of the race so far. But yep, Steve Cheetham making a very good start to that race, this race in the Lodge Sports Porsche, chasing after number 37 Andy Marston, but the leader, Carl Swift, getting away to the tune of nearly 7 seconds after the first 3 laps of the race. But but Cheetham there and Martin almost overlapping as they came out of Sunny Corner that time, heading back towards the complex on lap number 4. Can Cheetham make a move here? Well, he's not able to into the left-hander. And look, Sammy Venables, he's not too far behind either in that 2.35 either, so it's 4 cars now in a train for second place.
He's really bringing a couple more with him, isn't he? Simon Morgan's Civic and Will Caswell's Seat, so I think we might get more cars into this yet. So Andy Marston will not be passed, so he's still in second place as they complete 4 laps now of this race. In the next lap or so, we're going to be into Class C traffic as well, which will add another element into it. This battle was 8 seconds behind the leader, though, Cole Swift, who's getting away. And they turn their way then into Hawthorne Corner. There is Sammy Venables, the novice driver in this M2, the M235i BMW. He's chasing then perhaps a slightly older M3 of Joe Locke as they head down towards Tower Corner.
Holden Commodore, number 7, Matty Taylor's into the pit lane, I'm afraid, after about 6 minutes of this race, so that's a disappointment for them. And these are the 2 cars that are going with Sammy Venables, really, Simon Morgan, and the Caswell Seat as well, the 126 car.
That's right. Cheetham quick through the S's here, getting right onto the rear wing of Andy Marston as we turn our way then through the right-hander at Barcroft, down towards Sunny. Where can Cheetham find a way through? He's up over the curbs on the inside of the corner. He's looking really good here. This is the best I'd suggest this car has gone in Class A spec, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely right. Really, really promising start to the race, chasing after Andy Marston there, only just a couple of seconds behind him. And look, Sammy Venables trying to make a move there on Joe Locke there, and look, he's right behind him now, but up on the inside is going to go Simon Morgan in the Honda Civic, and he's done it. So Sammy Venables, having looked like he was going to take a place away from Joe Locke, has now lost a place. He might lose 2 here, because around the outside of the hairpin goes Will Caswell and the Seat Leon.
And for the pit lane with problems is Joe Locke, so this is before the pit window's opened, isn't it? So Joe Locke, something not right with the M3 GTR, so the Tim Gray Motorsport team will look into that. But here's Venables, who's still ahead of William Caswell, so he stayed in front. There's the Holden we said that pitted earlier. It's Cole Swift that leads the motor race by 10 seconds now. In second place is Andy Marston, in third is Steve Cheetham, fourth is Simon Morgan in that Civic that started 13th, fifth is Sammy Venables, and sixth is William Caswell as they make their way out of the chicane. Venables now under pressure from Caswell, so as he looked like he was going to move forward, he might well lose a place. But here comes Steve Cheetham, who's super late on the brakes on the inside of Andy Marston. That was a hugely bold effort. It's not quite going to pay off for him, though.
Excellent effort from him. Just looking a bit further back, it's still the Lundys. Rowan Lundy leading Class C in the Toyota Celica at the moment. We'll pick up Class B in a minute, but here we go then. This fight for second place on the road between number 37 Andy Marston and number 43 Steve Cheetham. They're going at it like it's a 15-minute sprint race, not a 110-minute Club Enduro race that restarted around about 20 past 4, so we're going to go through until 10 past 6 this evening, and they are being well challenged actually by Simon Morgan, who's not too far behind. Looked like Cheetham was going to get alongside into the complex that time, but decided better of it. So Morgan now in the Civic up to 4th, and then you've got the 235i of Venables in 5th, the Jay Dalgano run car, and then in 6th place you've got that second of the Seats, the Caswell and Kaler machine, with a gap back then of about 4 seconds to Colin Gillespie in 7th.
Simon Morgan had to go into the hairpin, but on the exit of the corner, Cheetham's just about holding on. He's got the inside line. Not sure who's got more power here, though, as they turn into Clairvaux. It's pretty equal, but Cheetham on the inside should be able to hang on here, which he does. Hops over the curves, but then that allows Morgan to challenge into Hawthorne. They'll be into traffic this lap as well. The leader's already started with that. Now, we know Cheetham is very good on the brakes into Tower Corner. Is he going to have another go? Well, he looks too far back to me, coming out of the chicane behind Andy Marston. Behind William Caswell's having another go at Sammy Venables for 5th position. There's the traffic we mentioned, and side by side Caswell's got 5th from Sammy Venables. Round the outside, of course, Caswell a much more experienced driver here.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that may be telling there as we move on to lap 7 of this race. There's the Tim Gray Motorsport team, and it's I think it's Tim himself with his head underneath the left rear wheel arch of that car, so some kind of issue with the suspension maybe, or the wheel. The wheel is off, of course.
So a bit of something leaking as well.
Possibly some fluid coming out of the car there.
And Cheatham's got into second here, hasn't he? He's got ahead of Andy Marston then, but as they started the traffic, he's got through, and we'll see what kind of pace he can now do. Well, he's got that big Holden to pass first, which might be a bit harder than some of the Class C cars. I think he'll do it on the inside here, but now we shall see what kind of pace Steve Cheatham has. Well, not so much in clear air because it's in traffic, but whether he can pull away from Andy Marston.
Yeah, and also the Civic trying to get past the slower Holden Commodore as well, that's already been for the pits once during the course of this race. Class B, by the way, is still being led by number 51, Luke Handley, from Phil Dryborough in second, Chris Freeman in third. So actually the Grice Golf has dropped back a little bit over the last lap or two. That was in second place.
Yeah, he's down to fourth. Slow last lap actually, so that might have been when it happened. Simon Morgan's going to be stuck behind John Munro through the chicane, which could give William Caswell a run off the corner. Yeah, they say it's quicker here. He's got more momentum, but can he find a way through in towards Tower Corner? He gained a place here earlier on the outside line. He's going to try again. Big racing brakes on the Sayat, of course. Oh, but he didn't have enough brakes, it would seem, and he's run out onto the grass.
Yeah, and that will cost him time, and it might give Sammy Venables, who's got a bit more momentum coming out of Tower Corner, the chance to get back on him. Sammy Venables has lost a bit of time, I thought, there.
Yeah, now into the lap traffic, he's struggling a touch.
And this is where his perhaps inexperience will pay off a little, or will not pay off a little bit, if you see what I mean. He's done lots of karting. I'm not sure how much... many times had to deal with lap traffic on this kind of scale, though.
Yeah, I suspect karting traffic's slightly different to cars around Croft Circuit, I think, anyway. But the Crown Paints, the liveried Elite Works BMW still going well in sixth position. Not far behind him is Colin Gillespie in seventh, Neil Primrose in eighth. Matthew Hampson dropped to ninth, but he's running there ahead of Andy Stocco, who completes the top 10. We've had 12 minutes of this race. Cole Swift leads, Steve Cheatham in third, getting away from Andy Marston now as he comes up across the line to complete 8 laps. And in third position then Marston is 1.7 seconds behind Cheatham, and Cheatham is 12 behind the race leader. There's Marston still under pressure from Simon Morgan, going very well in his 2.4 litre Honda Civic.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've only had about 12 or 13 minutes of this restarted race. There is Steve Cheatham then in second position, putting a bit of problems now for the Morkov. He's got a wheel that's parting company with the car. Whether that's because of hitting a curb or hitting something else too hard, but that is looks like a hub failure or possibly something like that on the 18 car, but that car very much out of the race from a very promising fourth position.
Yeah, after we were saying how well he was going, Liam Bidway's Elite seems to be in trouble. That went really well yesterday. He's a few laps down, so whether he's stopped or certainly in problems. Alan Henderson's progress, but he's up to 40th. He's about to catch the back of the pack after starting late.
There's the Caswell car, and there is Sammy Venables just lapping number 316, Ivan Mayers, who's kindly brought us a bottle of water each here in the commentary box, as well as Kit Kats and chocolate biscuits, which may well have melted by now because it's pretty warm in here, but many thanks to Ivan for that. Anyway, there is the 235 car of Venables. That is Simon Morgan, who's out of his car looking for somewhere reasonably safe to stand. I think the marshals have beckoned him over to the barriers where they are behind with their marshal's post. There's the race. You do not see much of Carl Swift recently, but he's just been quietly pulling away to the tune of 12 or 13 seconds or something like that. He's done the best lap of the race as well, 1:31.08,
which is 1.5 seconds slower than he did on the initial start, which shows you how much perhaps you take your tyres away on just that first flying lap. On the last couple of laps though, Cheatham starting to close in slightly. He's just done a personal best of 1:32.32 to bring the gap down to 11 seconds. As you said, it was up to 13 at one point, and he's pulled out 2.5 seconds in 2 laps to Andy Marston, who is 5 seconds ahead of William Caswell and Sammy Venables, who battle over that position. Colin Gillespie 6th, 7th is Neil Primrose, Matthew Hampson is 8th, Andy Stokey is 9th, and the Class B leaders into the top 10 now, and that is Luke Handley.
We're just watching on screen there the 790 car from Adrian Burgess, and the 76 car of Michael Downey. They were just going through shots in the 2 Porsche Boxsters. Just about to come through shot here on the start and finish line as well. So let's head down to Tom in the pit lane.
Yeah, guys, I've just got an update on the 86 of Joe Locke. I'm not sure whether you picked it up on camera or not, but they've had a very serious brake fluid leak. Every time he was pressing the pedal, there was fluid just pouring out the bottom of the car. So he had a very, very long pedal. Of course, not the best idea when you're coming down the extremely long straights here at Croft. But yeah, they've had that issue. It looks like the wheels are back on at the moment. I can see them down at the end of the pit lane from where I've stood. The wheels are back on it, but I'm not sure whether they are going back out. And finally, the update on Alan Henderson in the number 90 Lotus Elise S2. So what happened with them during the red flag, they changed the spark plugs over, they checked the compression on the engine, couldn't find any gremlins or faults with it, and so they decided that the best course of action was to just go back out and see how it would run. So yeah, that was it, as simple as that for Alan Henderson. And if there's anything else that happens in the pit lane during the race, I'll keep you updated. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Tom Butterworth down there in the pit lane. How is Alan Henderson going? I think 40th on the screen. His best lap is a 1:31.71, so he's actually pretty much on the pace there, not too far off the pace of the race leader Carl Swift.
Indeed, obviously the big problem being that he started over a lap later than anybody else. But there is Carl Swift then coming down into the complex. His lead for 3 laps now in a trot has been closed in by Steve Cheetham. The gap's now 11.3 seconds. Cheetham still pulling away from Mark. There's Marston's who's come through short. There's Caswell, so Venables is staying with him now, isn't he, after perhaps losing a bit of time early on in the traffic, perhaps getting more used to it. And behind, there's a good battle developing between Colin Gillespie and Neil Primrose.
There is that Boxster again that we saw a couple of laps ago. And there it is, it's Adrian Burge and Michael Downey, and that is the number 12 car that they are circulating with at the moment. And that is for position 19th, 20th and 21st position, also for a Class B battle as well between those two cars. And in the 12th continent, it's Tom Rogers, of course, the driver from Newark, in the green Volkswagen Golf, which looks absolutely fantastic.
And he got around the outside at Tower to pass the first of those Porsches. So actually Burge is falling behind both Downey and Rogers at the start of this lap. As we've now worked 11 laps of it, it's lap 12 for the leader. I think these guys are still on their 11th. As you say, they're Class B cars. Leading that class is Luke Handley by 3 seconds over Phil Dryborough. Chris Freeman is third. 4th is Mark Grice. 5th is Ben Short in the MX-5. 6th is Andy Bailey. And then this is a battle for 7th that we were watching. But here's Steve Cheetham, who's second on that lap. He did fall away a bit more from Cole Swift, so the gap's gone back out to 13 seconds.
Yeah, and 1:32 left on the clock, so just over an hour and a half left to go here in this Takiwa Club Enduro race at Croft, round 2 of the 2021 Championship. And retirement there, I'm afraid, for the BMW. That's the 707 car of Jonathan Barrett, all the way from Tunbridge in Kent. His E46 330 is a bit crunched at the front.
Oh, right, but it's starting to move again.
Yeah.
So whether he's going to get the car to a place of safety. Again, that was on at the exit of the chicane, much like the Morga Civic. He's on the rallycross track at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, as I see that damage, I wonder if he has clipped the tyre stack. Yeah, it's quite possible, but hopefully he's just getting himself into a place of safety.
Well, he's driving all the way up the grass, isn't he? So you would think that might be what he's trying to do, but we'll see. He's now I think to get back onto the circuit now, though, so possibly he'll just try to get the car back to the pit lane.
That's right, yeah.
That's the 707 car in shot with a bit of damage to the front of it.
That's a Class C car, and that class is being headed still by Rowan Lundy in the Celica, 8 seconds ahead of Alex Livesley in the Honda Civic. Third in that class is Chris Webster's Mazda MX-5. 4th is Graham Kelly's BMW 325i. So the car that was on pole, James Kell, he's fallen, I think, something like 6th position. So he's lost some positions, therefore.
There is the Downey and Rogers battle, and this is within Class B. It's 19th and 20th over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place within Class B that they're battling for as well. In the green car together. Michael Downey's been doing Club Enduro for a few seasons, and usually goes pretty well in that Boxster, but he's got that big green Golf imposing itself in his mirrors at the moment, trying to find a way through.
He finished 6th in the Class B Championship last year. See the slippery surface flags out. Could be for debris, couldn't it?
Could be.
Through the chicane.
Then they've got the 167 car ahead, so that's the Clive Chisnell, Neil Chisnell Mazda MX-5. I think it's Clive Chisnell that started that car, the 2 drivers from Leyland in Lancashire.
Jonathan Barrett's made it back to the pit lane. Of course, it might be his car that the debris was on the at the chicane form. That battle between those two Class B cars have just lapped a car. That was 167, which would be Clive Chisnell in his Mazda MX-5.
There's this battle then continuing for 7th place within Class B at the moment. There's good battles all the way down the order, I can tell you, in this Tequila Club Enduro Championship race at the moment. But up front, it's still Carl Swift leading by 13 seconds. We're about 4 minutes away from the pit lane window opening for until the last 15 minutes of the 110-minute race. Is Tom Rogers going to get a run on the Porsche down the straight? No, I don't think he is. The Porsche looks to accelerate away a little better, a little quicker.
I think it's rear engine over the rear wheels, I suspect.
Exactly, that really does help, doesn't it? It makes the difference. But over a lap time, these two do look quite evenly matched, I would say.
Absolutely right. Another battle of 2 very different cars I've noticed watching outside the windows. For 6th overall, Colin Gillespie's BMW M4 versus the Ginetta G20 of Neil Primrose. We'll perhaps pick that up a bit later on. They're just actually coming into the complex now, nose to tail, but a good battle. It's hard to know which one to watch, isn't it? The Downey and Rogers battle now is almost overlapping, heading down towards Tower, not quite. And they're also overlapping the 2 cars I said coming up across the line of Gillespie and Primrose, but I think Rogers has got the place in the Gulf.
He has done, although it runs a little bit wide on the exit of the corner, but no, the number 12 car does go through to 7th place within Class B. They've got the race leader bearing down on them as well to put a lap on them before too much longer. You could just see Carl Swift's car in the background there. Through Barcroft they go, and it looks like Rogers just able to start making a slight break away from the Downey Porsche there.
So there is the leader. So he's lapped about half the cars already, hasn't he, Cole Swift, which I guess is what you'd expect. And there they are in front, still battling away. Tom Rogers now into P19 overall. And shortly we'll be into that pit stop window which you mentioned, Ian.
Yeah, and it'd be interesting to see whether any drivers do opt to make an early stop. Of course, there's always this question of whether there'll be a safety car and whether you want to build that into your pit stop strategy. Of course, there's no guarantee that there will be one. It's also a question of whether you're driving solo or 2 drivers or even 3 drivers in the case of some teams. As Carl Swift gets his car past Michael Downey, separating him from Tom Rogers now. Yeah, if you've got 2 drivers, are they roughly evenly matched? Do you want to do equal stints, or do you want to do your fastest driver with the longest stint possible? I mean, really, Carl Swift and Rob Baker out the lead, they're pretty evenly matched, aren't they?
That's right, yeah. And they certainly look good so far here at Croft. 15 seconds now ahead of solo driver Steve Cheetham, who is 6 seconds ahead of Andy Marston. Colin Gillespie's pitted. We're not quite into the window though, are we? So his M4 got a problem. He's out of 6th position, so Neil Primrose will be promoted into that place. So the Colin Gillespie BMW M4 in the pits at the end of 15 laps.
Oh, and off goes the MX-5. I think that's the Chisnell car, isn't it? Clive Chisnell's just been off the road there, and the last seats, Salik will pass it.
Darren Keller's pitted now too. We're still not quite at the pit window, and he, the Class C Championship leader, this is.
The pit lane window open board is now being shown.
So that happened slightly before 25.
Well, but certainly by the clock that we're going by. But the pit lane window open board is now being shown.
I wonder if the 110 minutes did start slightly earlier then.
Yeah. Well, there's a little bit of confusion as to what's going on there.
So hopefully they both are then pit stop. True pit stops, and James, obviously the Kells are hoping there's not going to be a safety car, put the quicker driver in, which is James Kell, British GT racer, and see what kind of lap times he can do with that. But race leader completes 16 laps. Cole Swift is still 15 seconds clear of Steve Cheetham, who did another personal best lap, 1 minute 32.16. So as the fuel loads come down, tyres are obviously holding up well in this heat. And Andy Marston is now 9 seconds behind Steve Cheetham in 3rd place. For 4th place, it's still William Caswell ahead of Sammy Venables, but not by much. And then in 6th is Neil Primrose Janetta.
Well, over the line comes the Holden Commodore, which I think has 1 or 2 handling issues. It looked to be struggling to get the power down, coming out of the hairpin that time. Very tight left-hand hairpin at the end of the lap here at Croft Circuit.
Across the line goes the Class B leader. Come through your shot now. That's Luke Handley, who is being caught by Phil Driver's Porsche Boxster, who's only 2 seconds behind him. So it's a 2-second gap in Class B for Luke Handley's Golf over Phil Driver's Boxster. And then close to him is Christopher Freeman. So the top 3 in Class B are separated by about 3 seconds.
Alan Henderson's now up to 31st as he sort of works his way past some of the Class C and B cars, and still a lap behind the leaders, of course, but he'll get himself, I would think, up into top 10 contention by the end if he is reliable and the Lotus remains reliable to the end of the race, having made that change of spark plugs during the red flag period.
Indeed. Class C, that's still Rowan Lundy, 7 seconds ahead of Alex Livesey, and the 2 of them are well clear of anybody else within that class. Out the window I can see James Kell getting aboard the family Mazda MX-5.
There's Darren Ball. He is going past the Mini.
He's got himself up to 9th place now in the 1 Series.
Yeah, so he's doing pretty well in this car that's relatively unfamiliar to him, because he switched from the Porsche that he had been racing, and indeed racing the opening round of the Club Enduro Championship.
Behind him on the road is Alan Henderson's Lotus Elise. Not looking at that now, though. We're looking down to the Jim Clark S's. Who can we spot here? There's Steve Cheetham, the 2nd place car, which is now 18 seconds behind Cole Swift. He's got Liam Bidgeway's Elise behind him. I think had issues early on. Yeah, he's down in 39th position.
Can we hear again from Tom Butterworth, I wonder?
Mic check, 1, 2. Hi guys, yeah, just an update on the 707, which is Jonathan Barrett in the BMW E46 330. We saw that going a bit slowly, just coming through the first section of the circuit. We're not quite sure, or I couldn't get to the bottom of what actually happened to cause the damage, but they do seem to be trying to fix the bodywork at the front of the car, and we'll be heading back out as soon as they possibly can. We have had the first couple of pit stops come in as well. I've just watched through the number 15, which is Colin Gillespie in the M4 as well. So they've had a really quick turnaround. Obviously it's a time-limited pit stop here, but it was really nice and fluid from the guys here as well. So just an update on the 707. It looks like they will be going back out as soon as they can.
Thanks, Tom. Hopefully that car will get back out into the race. We're watching the TWP Racing car on screen at the moment. John Munro, the driver from Scotland, in the Mazda MX-5. He was just going through shot there. And we've got this action down at the complex as well. And it's just a constant stream of cars, isn't it? With so many out there, still about 40 cars out there.
Through that group with the Class B leaders,
yeah.
Luke Handley still in front, just coming across the line now. I think he's pulled out. No, Phil Driver is still there, isn't he, in 2nd place, so I think the gap might be slightly bigger. Then still Freeman in 3rd. Not far behind is Mark Grice in 4th, so the top 4 in Class B not separated by too much. Luke Handley's lead now 2.7 seconds over Phil Driver.
Yeah, so that's a close-ish battle within the class as we're watching the Lotus going through there. That's Peter Mansfield still at the wheel of that car, we think. Rob Boston to take it over for the 2nd part of the race, and I would expect that he will sort of climb back up the order. That car at the moment is running 25th position, and it'll be roughly 10th, I would think, in Class B, something like that at the moment. But, Rob Boston, a quick driver once he gets on board for the 2nd half of the race.
Indeed, he was on pole in that class by nearly 2 seconds actually, so there could be quite a drive on in the 2nd half of the race from Rob Boston. He's battling, Peter Mansfield is battling with Stuart Mead there, isn't he? He's at 4th position, it is, for 24th overall. They're actually behind the Class C leader, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rowan Lundy's Salika. Another car into the pits. Now this is Matthew Hampson, 7th placed E46 M3, to hand over to Andy Schulz, who again should be quicker than him. He certainly was yesterday in road sports. I think it's the first time we've actually seen Matthew Hampton start the car, because that's normally what Schulz does, and I think he's done all right, hasn't he, in 7th position? Yeah, solid start, just dropping down to 8th on the screen now as he's come into the pits, as the Stokoe and McDonald car from by Andy Stokoe at the moment goes through in 7th position as a result of that. I think Carl Swift's just got across the line again, hasn't he, to complete his 20th lap. Best lap still the 1:31.08, but that time he was in the 31s again, a 1:31.66. Drivers who are setting green times, which means they're going faster. Luke Handley, a 1:34.47 last time through. Class B leader, of course. A bit further back, Crook and Livesley. Gets Alec Livesley at the wheel at the minute, 1:37.54. And he is second in Class C, behind the Lundy's Sleeker, the 7 Motorsport Sleeker, at the moment. Battle developing for 5th overall, about to come across the line, because Neil Primrose has caught Sammy Venables for 5th, so the Giannetta's caught the BMW. That gap was 2.7 seconds at the end of the previous lap. Yeah, just watching this pit stop on screen. Of course, it's a 3.5 minute pit stop that all the drivers have to take. Cars coming in at an angle and then being pushed back out before they're released into the pits. And it'll be Andy Schulz that will take over that car. We'll see what he can do with it in the second part of the race. That's the number 69 BMW M3. Former Britcar champion Andy Schulz aboard a Ferrari, so very experienced driver, sharing with Matthew Hampson in this car now for the last couple of seasons within Club Enduro. And so that pit stop goes through. Up front is a 21-second gap now for Rob Baker. For Cole Swift over Steve Cheetham, and Cheetham's got 6 seconds to Andy Marston, who's got 6 seconds to Will Caswell, who has 10 seconds now over Sammy Venables, who's got Neil Primrose very close to him. So that's the closest battle up front, and they'll be coming back to the complex, I think, to complete their 21st lap of the race very shortly. Hour and 17 minutes left to go. That is the race leading car on screen now, the Area Motorsport Seat, driven by Carl Swift at the moment, and it's just coming up to pass the 27 Mark Grice driven Volkswagen Golf R. And Grice, of course, started out his racing career in Civics a few years ago, as we're watching the 29 car go through. That's Andy Roby's BMW 318 IS. He didn't make it to the end of the opening round of the championship at Donington, unfortunately, hoping for better fortunes here today. Neil Primrose has pitted the Ginetta G20 from 6th place, so he was pretty close to Colin Gillespie earlier, who has pitted too, so when he comes out it'll be interesting to see who's got the advantage there. Notice for Class C, the lead gap's coming down. It's only 4 seconds now from Rowan Lundy to Alex Livesey, so he's catching in the Honda Civic. Hour and 17 minutes to go in this race. And Tom's got an interview in the pit lane. Let's head down to Tom Butterworth once again.
Hi guys, so just another update on the number 90 Lotus Elisa we saw some problems with earlier on, Alan Henderson. So unfortunately that problem does seem to be terminal. He turned some decent lap times out there, but I've just spoken with him and he said that the Class B cars were unfortunately pulling away from him down the straight, so better to park it and make the best of it and save the car as best you can, and that's it for the day for them, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks Tom for that update from the pit lane. So we've got 76 minutes of this race left to go. There's our second place driver, Steve Cheetham, in the Porsche, and that then behind is that that's the third place car, isn't it? Just coming through now, passing the Bidgeway Lotus, and it's got the Golf right behind it as well. As into the pits comes the 790 car, which is the Adrian Birch box to hand over.
Class B leaders are together. Luke Handley has been caught by Phil Driver. These cars coming out the hairpin across the line shortly. They're behind Darren Balls. That's 8th, 9th and 10th together on the track. But importantly, the two Class B leaders, you can see this on your screen now. Luke Handley has been caught by Phil Driver, a former British GT racer. Raced an Aston Martin. His British GT career ended in rather a nasty fashion at Brands Hatch a few years ago, but great to see that he's been out in Club Enduro over the last few years, and this is by far his best race. He's in this Porsche Boxer. He's chasing Luke Handley, the champion in the class from last year. They're headed into the chicane on lap 22 of the race, I think it is, for these cars.
Yeah, 8th and 9th overall they're running, just behind Darren Ball, who's in 7th place, but a Class A car, running actually on a pretty similar pace to them. And then it's the Freeman Civic in the background, which is 3rd in Class C, so not too far behind either. First 3 cars covered by about 2.5 seconds at the end of the lap. Into the pits comes the 32 car of Leon Bidgeway to make its stop, by the way. The 707 car of Jonathan Barrett's now back into the race after its pit stop to repair some damage that occurred in slightly mystifying circumstances. And that's the 69 car now back out in the race of Andy Schultz after that's been handed over from Matthew Hampson.
Okay, so how have they come out overall? 35th, but ahead of Colin Gillespie, so they are the leading pit stopper by the looks of things, which I guess kind of makes sense. But here are the Class B leaders. Luke Handley's Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf, head of the Porsche Boxster. Phil Driver as they turn left then through the hairpin. She said Christopher Freeman's not too far away from them. There he is, just in shot. So the top 3 in Class B all in shot after 22 laps of racing. As they cross line, there's a stop-go penalty board going out. I don't think we can see a number.
I suspect that might be for number 69, right, for the Hampson and Schultz car, because that car wasn't in pit lane at 45-degree angle. I don't think you needed your protractor to see that it wasn't quite in the right angle, so I suspect that might be for the Schultz car, I'm afraid.
Well, if it is, it's a 2-minute penalty for that.
Exactly.
So that's going to ruin their race somewhat, and it is, you're absolutely right. Well spotted, Ian.
Yeah, so that has spoilt their race, but yes, all the drivers required to put in that 45-degree angle because it's so busy is the pit lane. Obviously the pit lane was pretty empty when that car was in, but that's not the point. It could get busy at any time and required to stop at 45 degrees because of the tight pit lane here at Croft Circuit.
And they did the road sports race yesterday, and they did the right thing yesterday.
Exactly. Well, it's just one of those things, in the heat of the moment, you pull in and you realise you're not in quite the right position, and by then it's too late, isn't it? There's the 16 car going through. That's the Phil Driver car that we've been keeping our eye on. That's 0.7 of a second behind Luke Handley. There is Handley, still Darren Ball ahead, and Chris Freeman just behind in the Civic as well. They're about to be lapped though, aren't they, by the outright race leader Carl Swift. So that will mean they've lapped everyone up to, we will have lapped everyone up to including 7th place if he gets past Darren Ball in the next lap or two, which he probably will.
Driver is very close to Handley here on the exit of the hairpin as they come across the line. The Golf staying in front at the moment. Luke Handley doing a great job actually in the first stint of this race. Got second place in Class B, and is ahead then of Driver still as they head then into Hawthorne Corner, the long right-hander that takes you onto the chicane. So it's the Area Motorsport Golf ahead of the Porsche Boxster. And then the Christopher Freeman Civic is very much keeping them in close distance.
And that is a spin for the 130 Civic. That's Josh Luke and actually Luca Diella at the wheel of the car at the moment. And so Luca Diella having a spin, but fortunately he kept it out of the barriers. I did worry about that for a moment. But a couple of cars coming into the pits now as well. We've got the 22 BMW and the 126 Caswell Seat from 4th position. The 22 BMW, of course, is the Luke Browse car.
Okay, in the traffic, pretty similar gap between the top 2 in Class B, still Luke Handley and Phil Driver. There's a 3rd place car, that's Christopher Freeman, who I think goes solo this season, or so far at least, in the Alpha liveried Honda Civic. And there's the overall leader, the Area Motorsport Seat, currently driven by Carl Swift. You can see the top 6 in all the classes now on your screen.
Yeah, and the 130 Luca Diella car has come in. He will hand over to Josh Leake for the second part of the race. So, now you see Luke Handley and Phil Driver separated it by 0.3 of a second. Ryan Lundy's got about 6 seconds in hand over Alec Livesley, and it's a long gap back to Graham Kelly's BMW third place within Class C, but up front it's a big lead, 26 seconds for Carl Swift over Steve Cheetham and Andy Marston.
Okay, they're the Class B leaders, still as close they have been for a little while now through Clairvaux. There's Freeman in third. Mark Grice has dropped away a bit in fourth place. And then Andy Bailey about a further 10 seconds behind in fifth. But considering we've been going now for 40 minutes, these Class B cars aren't very far away from one another.
No, it's very impressive to see exactly how close together they are. And I can see that, yep, there is the Seat of the race just going past full drive there. And this may just split the battle up a little bit, I guess, as Carl Swift goes through in the Area Motorsport Seat.
This Andy Roby a bit slow?
Looks like it might be. I mentioned he was a non-finish last time. Neil Primrose going slowly as well in the Ginetta.
Yeah, so he pitted recently, and yes, that's much slower speed than it should be. Shame for him, but that car's been going well, hasn't it?
It has. It's been rapid, but having just made his stop, yeah, it's just indicating to other cars to pass him on the right-hand side. 707 cars back in again. I would have thought that the stop it made would have served as his mandatory stop. Did he stop in the window? Well, I think he might have come in before the window, the 707 car of Jonathan Barrett. We won't worry too much about that though, because it'll be well down the order.
Indeed.
So there's the two Area Motorsport cars together then. Again, a photo of that. The Golf just being passed by the Seat.
Jonathan Barrett left the pits as soon as he come into it, almost.
Right. Rather odd.
Luke Handley's not far away from lapping Peter Mansfield, so Rob Boston's got a lot of work to do in the second half of this race, I think.
69 has come in, Andy Schultz has come in to serve his 2-minute stop-go penalty, so yeah, that's basically a lap and a third that will cost them, isn't it? Well, probably more like a lap and a half by the time you take into account coming into and going out of the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's not good for them. There's Steve Cheetham, he's second still. He's 24 seconds behind the leader, Cole Swift. Was a bit quicker on the last lap, but that's probably traffic related. He's 11 seconds ahead of Andy Marston. So he's just gently been pulling away. Fourth is Sammy Venables. The similar car of Andy Stocco is behind in fifth, but a long way behind. Into the pit for a second time here comes Colin Gillespie, so problems it seems with his M4.
Yeah, he's been coming quite slowly into the pit lane. He's already been in for his mandatory stop, so I suspect Colin Gillespie is going to be out of this race, which will be a frustration, having qualified reasonably well this weekend.
Yes, and he was running inside the top 6, I think, earlier.
Yeah, started 12th on the original grid, made up some places. The Caswell set, I think, is on its way back out into the race by the looks of it, having made its pit stop. But we're yet to have in any of the first three, Swift, Cheetham or Marston, have we? As into the pits, by the way, comes the 19 car, which we were mentioning a few minutes ago, Peter Mansfield, to hand over to Rob Boston.
So we shall see what Boston can do. So he's got about a lap behind. He's got 100 seconds to catch, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it was almost 2 seconds a lap quicker in qualifying.
There's the 59 car, that's the Together We Progress TWP Motorsport car, John Munro, possibly again in trouble heading into the pit lane, but doing so at rather reduced speed. So that's John Munro, possibly in problems, I'm afraid.
Okay. There's the Class C leader, the Toyota Celica of Rowan Lundy. It's been a good first stint from him. He is 10 seconds now ahead of Alex Livesley, so he's pulling away again, and these two are quite some way ahead of Graham Kelly, who's third of in Class C.
But good to have more Class C entries here this weekend than we had at Donington for the opening round.
Yes, a much bigger grid, absolutely. And it's a long way to go, as they say.
It certainly is. Over an hour left in this Tiguan Club Enduro Championship race at Croft. There's the Class B leading
and
car.
A change, because Phil Drybrough on
I was just about to say.
On this lap is ahead of Luke Handley. Went out of the hairpin now and across the line. You'll see this on your screens. A Porsche ahead of the Volkswagen for the first time.
But for how much longer? Because the Golf getting back alongside Phil Driver's Porsche. on the outside line, now switches to the inside line as they go down to Clairvaux, and it's the Porsche that holds on. I was watching the 59 car in the pit lane, so they're making this the mandatory stop, although maybe there's other issues as well that need to be resolved. You can see the team working hard there underneath the car, getting the car jacked up to help with whatever it is that they need to do down there in the pit lane, at the far end of the pit lane, I think, aren't they, from where we are?
Class B leader's about to lap the Class C leader, going down to the Jim Clark S's, with Driver still only just in front of Luke Handley. They are now well up in the overall order because the pit stop is in front. They're 6th and 7th overall. Here they are then behind the Celica, heading through Barcroft, and Phil Driver then heading the way in the open top Porsche Boxster. He's lapping also the MX-5, the turbocharged car. I think Ben Short has handed over now. But down towards the complex goes Gillespie, then the class leader, but only just. And the three of them are pretty much together now because Handley has been caught by Christopher Freeman. They turn their way into the complex. The top three in Class B are absolutely together after 45 minutes of racing with no pause between amongst it. So absolutely brilliant to see how competitive this class is this year. And Handley runs out wide.
He does, and that might give Chris Freeman the opportunity to pull alongside. Can he gather the momentum down the straight? He's right in the toe of the Golf as they head down towards Clairvaux corner.
They did pass a black flag, so somebody else is getting a penalty.
Yeah, because Schultz has been in and out having served his. We'll see if we can pick up on the number on that car in a moment. But yeah, the Golf here just seems to have gone a little bit off the boil, really, doesn't it? It's been passed by a driver, and now it's under quite a lot of threat from Chris Freeman.
Yeah, driver has just started to eke away. Of course, we saw that mistake, didn't we, from Handley from the end of the 29th lap of the race, which is lap 30. And Handley turns his way then through Tower Bend, putting that Celica between himself and the chasing Chris Freeman as they turn their way onto the Jim Clark S's now. So good to see how close that is this season. Of course, Class B was won by William Stacey last time out, who's not here. This time, there's Driver then, and Luke Handley's getting back on terms with the class leader now.
Yeah, odd lap or two, but trying to regather his composure and take the fight once again to the Class B leader. There is the top three absolutely together coming through. It's the 19 car that's getting a stop-go penalty, and that again I think is for the same reason. Actually, again, another car that was in the pit lane not at the required 45-degree angle.
That's the Rob Boston car, is it?
Yeah, it is.
So I thought we might see an interesting chase. I think that would be too much now, of course. Yeah. So that puts them out of contention. The Class B lead. There's still plenty of cars in contention, not least the three of them that are at the front of the field at the moment, having not stopped yet. We're not halfway through yet, are we? So plenty of time to go. There is the Alpha Power Clean-In Honda Civic of Christopher Freeman, who was so close to winning the championship last year. I think it was he that was just 1 point behind Luke Handley after the shortened season we had last year. So he'll be hoping for better things this time. And he's right there in third place behind the second place Handley in the class leader, which of course continues to be Phil Driver after he made that position not that long ago. And they're fallen 5 seconds behind Darren Ball now, who they were battling for position overall not that long ago.
Colin Gillespie into the pit lane for, I think that's the third time now, isn't it? So he's out of contention. And also into the pits now is 188, and he is the driver that's third place in Class C, Graham Kelly, in the Porsche, in the BMW E46 I should say.
Okay. Out front, by the way, 27 seconds the gap now, Cole Swift. 30 seconds even the gap now, Cole Swift to Steve Cheetham. So I'm not sure if we might need a refresh on the timing tower, because that's slightly different what I've got on my screen to the tower. But here are our Class B leaders then, still Driver ahead of Handley and Freeman. They turn their way through the hairpin, and out they come again. Driver with this slightly bigger margin, but not a particularly big gap as they pass the stranded BMW that of course was into strife early on in this.
Yeah, that was the Andrew and Christopher Etheridge of car drivers, all the way from North Wales. a long trip back home for them tonight. So Drybrook and Handley still disputing the lead of Class B. They've got one of the Class C front runners, James Kell, in between them at the moment.
Yes, so James Kell will be looking to try and do better lap times than what the Lundy Salika's doing, really, won't he? And he'll be well used to this long stint. Of course, they're the champions from the class last year. 1:38.41 is their best lap, which is actually slower than the class leaders, but of course, quite possibly a lot of the fastest laps were done right at the beginning of the race in this.
Hour to go then, and it's number 1 that's leading. Carl Swift from number 43, Steve Cheatham in second place. Number 37, Andy Marston, is third. In fourth place, it's the 235 car of Sammy Venables. Fifth is number 25, Darren Ball. Sixth and leading Class B. You can see this battle on track at the moment. That's number 16, Phil Drybrook. Head of 51, Luke Handley. And 4, Chris Freeman. Fourth within Class B, and ninth overall is number 95, Andy Bailey. Rounding out the top 10 is number 12, which is Tom Rogers. 11th is number 76, Michael Downey. 12th is the Trouble 5 car of James Alford and Mark Lloyd-Jones. 13th is the class-leading Toyota Celica, Class C, car 827, Rowan and Richard Lundy. And they are about 5 seconds ahead at the moment of Alec Livesley in the Honda Civic that lies 14th, 777. 15th is number 8. That's Chris Webster in the MX-5. 16th is the Holden Commodore of Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore. 17th, the 126 car of Caswell and Kaner. They've been into the pits. 18th is 98, Rory Baptiste in the BMW E46 330i. 19th is the 117, Martin Gadsby BMW Compact. And 20th is the 316, Ivan Mayer's Mazda MX-5, and he is yet to make his stop.
It's almost overlapping for the Class B lead now, because Luke Handley is all over the back of Phil Drybrook as they head down into the right-handed corner at Tower Bend. And yeah, nothing can separate these two cars. All these top 3 in Class B are solo drives too. So this could last the whole distance with the interruption of the pit stop. So the pit stop here is going to be crucial for these teams to be able to do it in the 3.5 minutes and really no more. So Gillespie Drybrook turns right. There, then into Sunny and out of Sunny and down straight into the complex. The gap at the beginning of that was 1.2 seconds. It's not that now though, as Luke Handley is right on terms with him as they turn their way through the tight section that completes the lap here at Croft Circuit. It's the battle of a 6th, 7th and 8th overall. Of course, they've got a few Class A cars that have already pitted that might spring back ahead of them, but they're not worried about that. Leon Bridgeway back into the pits for the second time during the course of this race in his Elise outside the top 20. Certainly got drive-through penalties, we've got stop-and-go penalties being advertised to drivers now on the pit wall, and it's car 56 that is going to need to come in. That's James Scott, and I think that may have been an issue with a pit stop infringement, but not a 45-degree one on this occasion, so it's just a drive-through penalty that car will serve. Okay. Class B leaders exit the chicane, maybe a slightly larger margin for Driver, but he did dip a wheel over the grass though. Into the pits comes the number 37 car, that's Andy Marston from 3rd position, so the first of our very leading overall contenders into the pit lane, and he pulls in at 45 degrees, you can see, nicely done, and that will be a 3.5 minute stop that they will make, and pretty much actually at the halfway stage of this 110-minute race, just about 57 minutes left to go. He is driving solo, so no particular considerations there in terms of 2 drivers and getting stints of the right length. Still this battle rages on though. Phil Drybrook in the 16 Porsche. You can see he has got a bit more daylight between himself now, but the real fight on the second and third within that class, with Chris Freeman in the number 4 car and the 51 car just ahead of it of Luke Handley. 15, Colin Gillespie into the pits for the 4th time, but also down in the pits is Tom Butterworth.
Hi guys, just an update on the 44 of Neil Primrose. Unfortunately, the issue there does look terminal. I just spoke with Neil, and he says that they were having an issue with the oil pressure on the car. The needle was bouncing back and forth, and he didn't want to risk the engine anymore, so I brought it in. They did do a bit of a repair job on it and thought it was gonna get back out, but no, unfortunately, that's them called it for a day.
Why does it always rain on Neil Primrose? We ask ourselves. He's the Travis drawer out of the race, I'm afraid to say. So, as we are pretty much at the halfway mark in this race, 55 minutes left to go, John.
Fastest lap of the race has just been set by Andy Shawls. According to that, if he didn't have that penalty, maybe there would have been something else in it for them. 31 laps into the race, 1 minute 30.90. Fastest lap of the race, car number 69. They're 22nd overall.
But 4 laps or so behind the leaders.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Of course, 2.5 laps have been lost by the leaders when they picked. A decent result still in store, but Andy Schultz showing his pace. He's a quick driver, of course. He did only actually qualify 5th, and that lap time is identical to his qualifying pace.
It's impressive consistency. Several hours apart in different, very different conditions this afternoon. Or this evening now as well for this Tiki-Wa Club Enduro Championship race. 25, Darren Ball into the pits now. He was going well, wasn't he? He was actually up into 4th by the time he came in, with all the other drivers having made their stops ahead, but he was just ahead of that Class B battle. Also coming in now is the 14 car, that's Andy Stoko. Now, have they been in already?
I think so.
Yes, they have. They were about 4 laps off the lead, so yeah, I think that car's already been in at least once. So that's the 14 car. Andy Stoko, David McDonald, the Canyon Racing entry.
Probably David McDonald, wasn't it, therefore?
I suspect it was. Andy Stoko having started the car.
Your driver has crossed the line again. He's 1.25 seconds ahead of Luke Handley. I'm just looking up Phil's driving resume. He did British GT or that similar type of racing for about 7 years, actually. Started in 2010, did a bit of European racing in what was the Blanc Pond Championship. Generally in Aston Martins, but had that big crash at Brands Hatch 5 years ago now. And have been doing club racing since, and I'm sure he's enjoying it as much as he did with those bigger cars. And this, I think, is his best performance in Club Enduro, leading the way, 1.2 seconds ahead of Luke Handley, who's only 6 tenths ahead of Chris Freeman. But I think we can have more news downstairs with Tom.
Hi guys, I'm here with John Monroe, driver of the 59 Mazda MX-5. Unfortunately, now retired from the race, but just tell us how was the race going and then tell us what happened with the car.
Yeah, it wasn't going great anyway, to be fair. We made a good start the first time round before the red flag, picked up a few positions, but then sadly we had a bit of a gearbox issue carrying over from qualifying. It's the first time the car's been out all year, so it was kind of a hopeful test for us. We thought we might get through it, but the gearbox problem in qualifying put us on the back foot. We solved that and then had a few other issues in the race. We developed a misfire probably about 20 minutes in, so our pace was about 5 seconds a lap slower. So at that point it was just trying to keep it going, finish the race, but sadly at the end of the day it's just too much, so we've had to call it a day.
Oh, that's a real shame. Yeah, some good pace in the car at least when it was running well, and hopefully we can get these gremlins out and get you back for flying again for the rest of the season.
We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I don't think we've got a guaranteed entry for Brands. There's been a few issues just with everything with the restrictions and stuff, so we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, if we can be back out, we definitely will be, and hopefully a little bit of testing under our belt, and we'll actually be able to bring the fright to the guys at the front. But yeah, it's good fun out there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Brands is a long way to come from Glasgow anyway, isn't it? So it might not be the worst thing if it doesn't happen.
Well, now I'm working at Silverstone now, so it should be okay, but we'll have to wait and see if we can get in.
Oh, well, in that case, it's only a short hop then, isn't it, down the road? But thanks for talking to us, John. Good luck for the rest of the season. Cheers.
If Tom can hear me, I think he might want to head into the direction of Andy Marston. Car number 37 hasn't returned from the pit lane. He was running 3rd earlier on. As far as I can tell, he hasn't returned from the pit lane. He's dropping down the timing screens.
Yeah, the car's still there in the pit lane. I can see it parked outside the garages. Meanwhile, while we're hearing from John Monroe, the 16 car, the Class B leading Porsche of Phil Driver has come into the pit lane. So that means that this battle now is the battle for the lead in Class B, and it's right together on track. 51 Luke Handley and Chris Freeman, number 4, running in 4th and 5th positions overall.
Meanwhile, the overall lead has just set the fastest lap of the race. Cole Swift has got that back now, 1 minute 30.75. For the overall championship, every point counts. Again, the fastest lap, which they didn't manage at Donington Park, could be crucial come the end of the season. But here are the Class B leaders. Like you said, the 2 front-wheel drive cars, the Volkswagen Golf and the Honda Civic. Quite similar looking cars, aren't they? Of Luke Handley and of Christopher Freeman as they go down towards Tower Bend. and absolutely together they still are. Luke Handley, the champion from last year in this class, he beat Christopher Freeman by 1 point in 2020, and they're racing hard here after 37 laps of racing. 35 seconds behind into the third place car in that class, Andy Bailey, who's just set his personal best lap.
This Class B battle heading through Barcroft then, with 50 minutes of the race left to go, and it really is like a sprint race between those two. At 62 now, Kevin Sylvain comes into the pit lane. I think that's for the second time for him. He's already been in, so possibly Kevin Sylvain with the Mazda MX-5 62 having problems. But this Class B battle heads its way into the complex once again. Steve Cheetham in the Class A Porsche is the car ahead of them on track, a lap ahead of them. And he's then second overall, Josh.
Notice Neil Primrose is back out after those issues he had.
Okay.
I just saw the Ginetta come through, but if this Class B battle continues, they stay out with 50 minutes to go. And across the line they come, like you said, 4th and 5th overall now.
There's the class positions on screen now. You can see Baker and Swift still out in front. Phil Drybrough at that point still ahead, but Luke Handley and Chris Freeman now exchanging or battling for the Class B lead, with Drybrough having pitted. And Rowan Lundy still ahead in Class C, but that gap has, what has been 10 seconds, it's been down to about 4. It's back out to 9 seconds again between Lundy and Alec Livesley in the Honda 777. There's that Class B battle still on screen though, turning its way up and out of the right-hander Tower Corner, and through the Jim Clark S's and on to Barcroft, back end of the circuit.
Phil Drybrough has completed his pit stop and got himself ahead of Darren Ball on the road. Remember, he was behind earlier. So obviously a good stop for the Drybrough team.
Yeah, of course, because it's a fixed length pit stop, that's all about the lap in, lap out and getting into and out of the pit lane, more so than...
well, and of course actually doing your pit stops in 3.5 minutes, because if it lasts longer, you are going to lose time. So you can't so much gain time, you can easily lose time.
Yeah, you'd like to think that most people can't do their stops in that time.
Although Darren Ball's pace is well off, so I wonder if he's got a problem. 1 minute 45 his last lap.
Let's see if we can keep an eye out for Darren, see if we can spot anything going on with that car.
Mark Grice, who was well up earlier, so he handed over to Will Beach. They are 50 seconds behind Phil Drybrough now, so that's a big gap.
So these two Class B cars still disputing the class lead. Of course, Club Enduro is for production-based cars, sports, GT and saloon type cars. Run this power-to-weight ratio framework that's measured at the flywheel, and it's 300 brake horsepower to the limit for Class A, 240 brake horsepower to the limit for Class B, and 180 brake horsepower the limit for Class C. So that's how it is separated. There's a lot more regulations than that. There have to be at least 50 examples of them produced and sold in the UK or Europe in order to be eligible. Oh, and the Holden has had a problem. Number 7, it's had a spin. I think it's off on the grass.
Down at Sunny.
I think it probably is, yeah. Back out into the race it will go.
Let's see, work out where they were.
They were 11th.
Oh, right. Yep. Well, they haven't made their pit stop. Had those issues early on.
Not the mandatory stop. I think they were in, weren't they, in the early stage, but not yet made their mandatory stop.
The pit stop leader, Brad Kaler, is up to 9th overall, isn't he? So that's pretty good going. They're a long way ahead of any other pit stopper.
Yeah, it's the 126 Seat.
I think I got a problem for Phil Drybrough, maybe. He's done a slow lap now, 1 minute 45. He's fallen back behind Darren Ball.
I can see in the pit lane the treble 7 car, that's the second place car in Class C. Alec Livesley has come in. So that's one that is having some more fuel put in it as well for this second part of the race. Refueling having to be within careful regulations. There has to be a fire extinguisher on hand as well, just in case of any problems with the refueling.
Phil Drybrough is just completing another lap now. We'll see if this lap is any better as he crosses the line to complete his 38th lap in the Porsche boxer. Yeah, that's better. So it must have been a mistake last time, but that's 10 seconds he couldn't really afford to lose with how closely competitive the Class B battle has been today.
Absolutely, yes. We were hoping that we'd almost have them, the three of them together before the pit stops and the three of them together after the pit stops. Well, Phil Driver's made that just a little bit harder for himself, hasn't he? These two, the Golf and the Civic, still absolutely hammer and tongs. You wonder when they're going to make their stop, of course. They're both single drivers, so there's no consideration there. So perhaps they'll just go all the way until the sort of 15-minute limit at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's quite possible, isn't it?
Although say that, I thought that possibly Luke Hanley was about to dive down the pit lane. He's elected not to, however, though.
Have you mentioned Sammy Venables?
No, because that car's dropping back down the board. Was it been in?
Is that the car right in
yeah, it is in there now, isn't it? The Sammy Venables car. Missed that coming in.
So it'll be interesting to see where Brad Kayla Sayat is
in relation to that one. Once it goes back out, it's going to be Michael Dark that takes over from Sammy in the BMW.
They were quite close before, weren't they?
Let's have another update from Tom in the pit lane.
Hi guys, yeah, I've just got a bit of an update on a number of cars that have had some issues. So the 790 Porsche Boxster 986 driven by Adrian Birch and Bruce Robinson. I've just spoken with one of those and they have said that they had a loss of power, oil pressure light came on and so they have parked it and that is them unfortunately finished for the day. The 62, which is the Mazda MX-5 of Kevin Sowman, they came in with a misfire. They had the bonnet open, had a good look inside, had a good route around, and they have fixed, or seem to have fixed that issue, so they are back out on track. The 44 of Neil Pearson, Neil Primrose, who was in the Ginetta and told me personally that it was terminal. Well, they seem to have fixed the issue and they're back out on track, so really good work from his mechanics. And finally, the 37, which we're looking at here, has got a diff issue. So the diff has broken on this one, so that looks like they are parked very much for the rest of the race. Thanks, guys.
So that was Andy Marston in the 37 car with that differential issue. The car that was running up inside the top three. As we're watching on screen still, this Class B battle is going past the Chisnell Mazda, now being driven by Neil Chisnell, I think, for this second part of the race.
Look who is catching them. I know he's many laps down, he's probably not going to be a factor, but Rob Boston, his best lap is 2 seconds faster than the other Class B car. On the last lap, he did a 1:31.9. And that compared to the lap of the cars he's catching, 1:35. So he's lapping 3 seconds quicker than them. If they didn't have that penalty, I think he might have been able to work the car into contention. I don't think it's going to be possible now. Rob Boston is well down the overall order, 35th place, and they're 3rd and 4th overall. But the Lotus Elise is a great car, I think, for Class B. We saw Will Stacey winning it at Donington, and this track, which perhaps suits it a bit more, is absolutely flying there, and he's got to try and find a way past. Of course, the Lotus isn't quite so quick down the straights, but Rob Boston, a super experienced race driver, and now he's going to come down the inside of Christopher Freeman into the hairpin, and he gets through. And is he going to get both of them almost at the hairpin? He almost does, which is pretty impressive, but he won't have the straight line speed, of course.
No, it does sort of disrupt this level battle a little bit for the Class B lead as well momentarily.
It's another black flag.
Yeah, we'll try and pick up on who that is for. I think possibly the camera is pointing that direction, and it's 56 again and 19. So 56 is the James Scott Mini, and 19 is the Peter Mansfield Rob Boston car. Another potential issue for that one.
Yes, they've already dropped down to 35th. They're well out of it now, not with another penalty too.
Not sure what that would be for though.
Do they have to, when they do the penalty, have to do 45-degree angles, or they didn't do it again?
Well, no, because they're in a separate pit penalty box, aren't they, for that? But anyway.
Handley's run wide, being passed by Boston's just hanging on to the leader Class B, but it's super close. Heading down to the Jim Clark S's. The Golf is just ahead of the Civic, and it's staying ahead. But that was pretty tight for Handley, hanging on to the class lead that time.
Yeah, very close between those two. And of course they both need to make the stop, both of these two drivers, and then we'll see how they filter back into the race in the context of Phil Dryborough's position in the Porsche. 40 minutes of the race left to go. Cars heading into the complex once again. Class B leaders running at the moment in 3rd and 4th overall, but the only 2 cars ahead of them on the road are the 2 Class A cars that have yet to make their stop. They've got another 25 minutes to make that stop because they have to do it before the 15-minute mark at the end of the race.
Michael Dark, replacing Sammy Venables, is 20 seconds behind Brad Kaler, who replaced William Caswell. They were battling fairly close earlier on.
They were indeed, so let's see how that how things pan out in that one over the remaining part of the race. So they are shown 8th and 9th on the timing screen.
Up front, Steve Cheetham is now 52 seconds behind Cole Swift, so that's just been going steadily out.
Yeah, it's been going out just over a second a lap, I suppose, hasn't it, for the majority of the race, really. It's a relentless progression by that the lot of the winning last season as well, of course, didn't it?
Yes, I think in all the races it's competed in, it's only lost one, which was to Alan Henderson at Oulton Park last year.
So here is the Class B battle still on track.
They've got the Grice Gulf, which of course now is the owner of the car, William Beach, in it. So potential championship contender really in Class B.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to see that car further down the order, really.
But it did pit, didn't it?
Yeah,
early.
That's true.
And they're not that far behind Phil Driver. I think it's about half a minute. So a decent Class B result is still very much possible.
But they're just putting effectively another lap on that car as they go through the hairpin that time.
I wondered how easy it would be to get past, but they have done it fairly quickly.
Relatively easily, yeah.
There's a slow gulf for the pit lane. This is the
Stuart Mead, John Maudsley car. So is it Mead or Maudsley? And I hadn't noted that one as having come in.
Well, it's down in 22nd, which would be a pit stop kind of
okay,
position.
So it might be John Maudsley in that car at the moment. Stops just down below as the Jabber team here to try and deal with that situation. There is the Class B lead on screen again. 51, Luke Candy for Chris Freeman. Luke Candy, the driver from Fleet in Hampshire. Chris Freeman from Loughborough. And there's actually just a little bit more daylight between them now. They've had this situation where they've been passing and been passed by cars over the last couple of laps.
Andy Schuld now, remember he had that penalty, isn't that far behind Darren Ball. Probably about half a minute or something, but going a lot faster. So I think a top 10 result at least is still on there. They're 14th at the moment, but there's a number of cars to pit in front of them. So Schuld has got great pace.
Let's have another word with Tom Butterworth down in the pit lane.
Okay, I'm here with the driver of number 235, so Sammy Venables, the driver of the BMW M235, so a good number as well, obviously going with the car. So, Sammy, tell us how it was out there.
Yeah, I think we had a pretty good race, started P9. Wish I could have done better in qualifying, but after 6 minutes up to 5th, and when I got out of the car now up to 3rd, so really, really chuffed to bits with that.
Yeah, and really, I mean, really, you should be chuffed, shouldn't you? Because it's, I'm told, it's your first ever car race.
Yeah, that's right, first ever car race. I'm a novice apparently, so got to run the sticker for probably 5 more races now.
And fingers crossed going to be on the podium today.
We'll see how it goes. Anything can happen in endurance racing. I know that from kart endurance stuff, so fingers crossed, and we'll just keep pushing as hard as we can.
Yeah, the car's going really, really well so far. I mean, how are you finding the step up from, because you've done karting quite a bit, haven't you, and then moving up into cars now, how are you finding the difference, the biggest difference between the step up from karting to cars?
I think the basic principle is the same thing really, but it's just...
go as fast as you can.
Well, yeah, but it's understanding all the setup and stuff like that, the bigger circuits, the gears, but I've done a lot of iRacing as well, so that kind of helped over lockdown. So it was a really nice transition actually from karts to that and then this.
Okay, so the skills from iRacing are transferring almost directly onto the road or onto the track?
Well, some of it.
Some of it. Okay, so just, I mean, the paint scheme is really interesting as well. I really like the colour scheme that both of the cars have gone for, because you've got the sister car, which is the Polo as well. So just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're very fortunate to have our sponsors, Crown Paints, who've been looking after us this year. So when we came up with them, we had a really cool idea to put the stickers on the car in the different colours, but the actual colours are named after the actual colours of the paints that Crown Paints provide. So that was a really good idea, and I think it just looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, I 100% agree. The Polo, as you can see, as we say, hopefully we'll try and get some pictures of that, because unfortunately that has retired from the race. So we'll try and get some footage of that actual colour scheme as well and bring it to the viewers at home. But it's really, really good to see, and really exciting that there are these different colour schemes out there. It's not just necessarily sponsors' names on the car. It's a good livery to have.
Yeah, we're glad you all like it. That's the idea. It's very stealthy as well, so in the future you'll have to watch out for it, I think.
Yeah, well, it's been really enjoyable seeing you out there, and really good to talk to you as well. Thanks, Sammy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Tom Butterworth there doing his best to get a year's supply of Crown Paints to redecorate his living room. Yes, and we saw briefly on track the car that Sammy was driving, now being driven by Michael Dark on screen there. You may have spotted in the background in that interview that the Class C leader, Rowan Lundy, has come in to hand over to Richard Lundy for the second part of the race, and now Chris Freeman comes in as well. He was involved in that Class B lead battle, but from 4th position overall, 2nd place within Class B. Chris Freeman now comes into the pits, Josh.
Okay, so we'll see how long Luke Handley stays out there. There's Phil Dryborough, who has pitted, of course. It'll be interesting to see where he comes out in comparison. Here's Andy Schulz, one of the quickest drivers on the circuit at the moment, 13th overall, and passing cars rapidly in the M3. I guess Andy hasn't done that much racing at Croft. In the type of categories he's raced recently don't really come up here, so he's being quick. Was quick yesterday in road sports, led that race by a good margin and been one of the quickest drivers in this race, and he's catching Phil Dryborough for 12th overall. He's only 7 seconds up the road. There's problems though therein. Yeah, that's the Chris Webster Flying Tangerine, the Mazda MX-5. It's struggling even to get down the pit lane, isn't it, that one? Well, he was 9th position on the road. Yeah, so hadn't made it stop, so it's due a mandatory stop, but yeah, there's some problems there, clearly. And the danger is that anyone coming down the pit lane now will have to navigate their way past that car. I think the team just arriving to give it a shove. I wonder if it was almost short of fuel or something. Does make you wonder, doesn't it? The 14 car going back out into the race, that's David McDonald. That car's already been in a couple of times, I think, hasn't it? So where's that one running? Well down the order, I should think. Yes. 17th, actually. Okay. According to the timer screen. Yeah, so they're not as far down as perhaps you might have expected. I was expecting it to be a bit lower, but there we go. Just over half an hour of the race left to go. Is Steve Cheetham pitted? We mentioned that. Well, I hadn't noticed him come in, but the fact that he is now shown as 4th on the screen suggests that he might be, but we may have missed Steve Cheetham come in. Here he is, behind us, so I think this is his first lap out the pits. Yeah, so let's have a look at what the lap time is when he triggers. If it's sort of 4 minutes something, then that probably would tally with the pit stop. But yeah, if he has been in, we've missed that. Might have been while we had the interview downstairs, I suspect. So he goes across the line now. Car 12's now got a black flag. So that's the Tom Rogers car that he handed over to John Griffiths. Steve Cheetham's lap was a 5:24. So that's probably about right, actually, isn't it? There's Michael Dark now in the Crown Paints backed BMW, who's now 34 seconds behind Brad Kaler. And Brad Kaler, where is he to Steve Cheetham? He's only 18 seconds behind, so that'll be an interesting gap to watch. There's a car with a bit of damage that's coming down the pit lane there. That's the Rory Baptiste BMW, out of 10th position overall. I noticed Andy Bailey's pitted recently, and he's come out in front of Will Beach, which should give him 4th in Class B, really. And yeah, so that should be about 4th in Class B once everything settles down. Actually, I think it might be 4th in Class B as it is too. So most of the Class B cars have pitted, apart from Luke Handley, of course,
who's still out there, and the race leader, Carl Swift, is still out there as well, with just about half an hour of the race left to go. So he's only got another 15 minutes-ish to make his stop. Hand over to Rob Baker for the second part of the race.
Rowan Lundian must have pitted. Class C leading.
Yes, we mentioned that he'd been in.
You see, but yeah, it's come back out. He was only 80 seconds ahead of Chris Webster, but of course that car's broken, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, what's happened? Well, the Celica's behind Jeremy Crook now. So perhaps he hasn't come out the pit lane yet, or so I think Jeremy Crook and Alex Lively, I think, won at Donington in Class C. They are the leading pit stoppers in Class C now, because the Celica hasn't come back round. Has it exited the pit lane? Can you see that from here?
I think it probably has. I think it's probably on its way back round to the finish line, to the timing line.
It's dropped a long way behind then, because Jeremy Crook, yes, because he's about 7 minutes overdue. Now, so Crook's come through now, James Keller's come through, who's 40 seconds behind.
So maybe it hasn't actually made it out of the pits then, so that's possibly one for Tom to go and investigate, the 827 Toyota Celica, see if there's a story there. But oh, in fact, it's just coming through now, it's just behind us, but it must have been a long stop, that one.
No, we've got 2 black flags out now, haven't we?
Maybe one wasn't getting through to some of the drivers. I know there's the 56 car, I think, has been seeing that black flag, or not seen that black flag for quite a few laps.
So the Lundy Celica is a third of the Class C pit stoppers. It's Jeremy Crook that leads, 42 seconds ahead of James Kell, and then it's Richard Lundy now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who's quite some way behind.
And that pit stop was probably 2 minutes longer than it ought to have been, looking at the lap times.
Absolutely. So
either that or we had a big moment somewhere and had to get the car fired up again. So that's really cost them, I think, within that class. It's a quick car and undoubtedly got the lap record, or fastest lap, I should say. Last time out at Donington, it's led a good portion of the race here, but now they've got an uphill struggle.
Andy Schulz across the line. And Christopher Freeman's made his stop and is in front of Schulz, who's in front of driver. So Christopher Freeman is the Class B leading stopper, and a long way ahead of Phil Driver actually now, isn't he? So driver's off pace, I think, since the pit stop as well.
56 cars into the pit lane, but it's gone past the penalty box. So anyway,
20 seconds driver is behind Freeman, so that's quite a lot of time lost, isn't it, since they were battling earlier?
It certainly is. So who have we got left to stop, think? Do we think it's really just Swift and Handley pretty much?
Yeah.
Now, if anyone of note that needs to make the stop?
That's right, yeah. I guess they're waiting for a safety car, which we
and here is the one car coming in now, just as we say that. Carl Swift into the pit lane from the lead, hand over to Rob Baker for the second part of the race. So Carl Swift with 27 minutes of the race left to go. We'll hand over to Rob Baker, and it's often the case that it goes that way. What a big tank supper for the 118 car of Graham Kelly as he came out for hairpin that time. There is the one car into the pits. So door is opened. Carl Swift climbs out of the left-hand side, holds his hands up away from the car, which he has to be before the fuel can start to go in. That's an important part of the regulations. The driver must be out of the car before the fueling takes place. You see the driver has made an effort to get it in at 45 degrees there into the pit garages. So they should have no problems with any non-compliance there. We've got dust being clicked up at Clairvaux meanwhile. I think someone's gone through the gravel and come back out the other side though, Josh.
Andy Schulz is up to 7th with another fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.22, which is half a second quicker than what Cole Swift has done. Although, of course, Cole Swift did do that better lap in the first part of the race, didn't he? Which I guess should stand. But he's only 3 seconds behind Darren Ball now for 6th, and is 6 seconds quicker. So he should go past him on this lap, really.
So I suspect with Luke Handley then, who will effectively take the lead of the race, won't he? I suspect, because he's another area motorsport car, they'll get the Swift or the Baker car out, and then they'll get Handley in, you would think, straight afterwards.
Quite possibly, yeah.
So they're not dealing with 2 stops at once. Then the 167 car is in, so that is the Neil Chisnell Mazda MX-5 Mark III.
Darren Ball is still ahead of Andy Schultz on this lap, but the gap is less than 3 seconds now as they come through the complex into the hairpin. The battle for 6th and 7th overall. Probably when Handley pits, that'll become the battle for 5th. So this has been a good recovery from Schultz. The Celica's out over the grass in front of them. But Darren Ball is coming under increasing pressure from the quickest car on the circuit. Andy Schultz, they blast across the line and head down towards Clairvaux. And the Gulf, it's finally coming into the pits here. And that finally responding to that black flag.
Yeah. The Celica, by the way, looked a little bit slow, didn't it? I mean, I know it's not as quick as the cars that were going past it anyway, but it looked a little bit slower than you might expect it to be, the 827 car.
1 minute 50 that lap.
Yeah, and it was sort of a full lap behind then the treble 7 car, because that was just ahead on the road, wasn't it? The Cook and Livingston car. Jeremy Crookett's now in that car.
Down to Tower, Andy Schultz, down the inside of Darren Ball, and he goes through then, so that's another place gained. That's up to 6th. What could they have done without the penalty? You wonder. Here they come into shot then to the M3, is now ahead of the 1 Series. Andy Schultz has gained another place.
And as I thought, the 51 area motorsport car of Luke Handley is now, and I presume the Rob Baker car has been released. But anyway, Luke Handley about to go in.
Perhaps not yet. But
no, I was going to say.
They've probably done the work, I guess.
Yeah, and can accommodate Luke Handley's car to make his stop. No driver change involved there because Luke going solo for the 110-minute race.
I don't know if Andy Schultz will gain any more positions. He should get ahead of Luke Handley, but now he's in the pits. But that'll probably be all.
Yeah, I would think so. With only 23 minutes left to go.
He goes across the line. How far is he behind Michael Dark? That would be 44 seconds. He was 3 seconds quicker on the last lap.
Still 20 minutes or so left to go in this race. There is the Neil Primrose car with Andy Schultz behind it on the road. Primrose is in 32nd position though, having had that, what was reported to be by Primrose, a terminal problem at one point. But he got back out there again due to the hard work of his team. And these 2 cars, you know, shouldn't be a million miles away from each other in terms of lap times. In fact, what is Primrose's best lap time? It is a 1:31.58, so only about a second or so off Schultz.
I think Rob Baker's got back out on track now. He has, so Baker, I believe anyway, Baker back out on track into the lead. They're kept in the lead, so they're going to lead every lap of this race, aren't they? Or as long as it goes all right in the final stages.
Quite the achievement to do that, to make sure you've built up the lead in the first part of the race, to stay ahead all the way through the pit stops, and of course stop late enough to be able to make that work as well.
Chris Freeman, by the way, now is 22 seconds ahead of Phil Dryborough, but for him it's all about if he can get ahead of Luke Handley. Here's Schultz out the hairpin, flying still, just lapped Neil Primrose's Janetta. And he goes across the line. The car in front, Michael Dark, 1:36.3, and Schultz across the line, 1:32.0. So that's 4 seconds on that lap. The gap is 40 seconds, so that needs 10 laps. We've got more than 10 laps to go, Ian, so
we do.
There could be another place gained here for Andy Schultz, which will in the end be for 4th, I think.
Yeah, so that would be quite. Come back after the penalty in particular.
Notice Rory Baptiste after his stop. He's 3rd in Class C. So it's Crook in the Civic, Kell in the MX-5, then Baptiste in his 330i. Chris Webster must be back going because he's now got ahead of the Lundy Celica. That was a car that we thought had stopped, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Well, there is the Baptiste 330 that I just mentioned, 3rd in Class C.
Yeah.
We're going off.
Very, very wide indeed, almost onto the old circuit there, when the circuit didn't turn sort of back on itself at Sunny, but went off down to Clairvaux with the railway straight. the old triangular circuit here at Croft.
We should have Chris Freeman soon shortly, so I don't know if you can see what's going on with Luke Handley's Golf. Chris Freeman's into the complex now. I think this would be for position.
Yeah, Luke Handley's Golf's just being pushed back out into the pit lane.
This is close then.
And he's heading down the pit lane now.
Out the hairpin comes Freeman. We can see both these cars on your screen now.
Yeah, Handley's going to make it, I think, isn't he? Of course, the momentum is with Freeman.
It's going to be close.
It is going to be close, but I think it's going to be Handley that's going to do it. Probably helped by the fact that there are a couple of other cars between himself and Freeman.
But the battle is still there, isn't it,
Definitely.
for the last 20 minutes of the race?
You've got the 1-2-6 car of... who do I want to say now?
Brad Kaler.
Brad Kaler, isn't it, for the second half of the race?
He's third overall, to mention. Only 18 seconds behind Steve Cheetham.
Yeah, so that's the car that's between Handley and Freeman now. So their battle, which has gone on for a lot of this race, is continuing.
They turn right then, through Tower. So I think this would be for 6th and 7th overall as well. Into the Jim Clark S's, so these two front-wheel drive cars. Someone who was doing well in Class B's in the pits, Andy Bailey. He was 4th, I think, in Class B, so he's got a problem. But for the Class B lead in the traffic, can Freeman make this work? Oh, Brad Kaler's almost got into Luke Handley there. So that didn't really go anybody's way in the end, but that could have been worse. But Freeman's keen to follow Kaler past Handley here, which could be interesting. Into the complex they come then, and Kaler stays behind in the Seat then. So it's Handley ahead of Freeman in Class B. Into the hairpin they turn. Oh, and Handley's running wide, I think, here. Is that going to affect his exit? No, actually it's Kaler that runs wider, which I guess is a bit frustrating now for Chris Freeman.
Yeah, but on the straight, the Seat is just able to just pull away because Freeman was alongside, but because the Seat's a Class A car, more powerful, or more better power to weight ratio, able to just streak back ahead into the corner, which just delays Freeman a bit, possibly, rather than allowing him to get on terms with Luke Handley. Really, what he would want here is for Kaler to get past Handley and leave them to it.
Well, I think he'd quite like to follow him past Handley.
If he can, yeah.
Let's say it should pass down to Tower this time, so Luke Handley stays to the left-hand side of the racetrack. Kaler's on the inside. He doesn't want him to hold him up on the exit of the corner, though, which I think might have happened. It has a bit, because he's almost drawing level to the Seat again, which should be in front now. But I think Luke Handley's judged this, so he still is leading Class B.
Yeah, the Golf seemed to carry a bit more speed through the corner, didn't it? But away from the corner, accelerating away, the Seat Leon clearly much quicker. And now with some daylight between itself and the Golf. So now it's just about, what, a second or so for Freeman to try and make up on Handley, and they'll continue their battle for the last 17 minutes or so.
Yeah, so it's worked for them too. Phil Drive was some half a minute behind now.
Yeah.
In third. Fourth is Will Beach. Fifth might be Michael Downey now because the Andy Bailey extra pit stop that's happened recently.
Yeah, absolutely right. So I think everybody has now made their stops because we are coming up to the final quarter of an hour of this Tequila Club Enduro Championship race at Croft. There are some drivers in the pit lane. You can see the Chisnells back in their MX-5 again. They've had a troubled afternoon.
And Andy Schulz is now 26 seconds behind Michael Dart for fourth overall. Oh, and high running Class C car into the pits, unscheduled. Rory Baptiste, we saw him go off. He was third in class, I think, and only 20 seconds ahead of Chris Webster's MX-5. So I think Chris Webster's going to get himself up to fourth. Third in Class C.
Let's go down to Tom once again in the pit lane.
Hi guys, yeah, just a couple of updates. So the 19 Lotus Elise S2, they came in, parked the car for 7 minutes to replace a battery, I think it was a battery connection or battery terminal point that had sheared off the car, and so they parked the car for 7 minutes, but there was a bit of confusion about possibly how they should be parking, and so because it wasn't parked at a 45-degree angle, they've actually been pinged for a black flag and have now actually parked the car, which is a real shame for those guys. So that's Peter Mansfield and Rob Boston in the 19 Lotus Elise. And then the 56 Mini Cooper Mini Cooper S R56 received a black flag, then proceeded to ignore the black flag for around about 6 laps and just kept driving past and driving past. So they were pinged with a 5-minute penalty, and on top of that, the driver who was ignoring the black flags or didn't see them or whatever happened in that car, that driver has now actually been disqualified from the race and can no longer take part. So they've had their 5-minute penalty. They've then done another 3-minute pit stop so that they can do a driver change. So lost a huge amount of time there, but they are now, that Mini Cooper is now back out and running. So just a quick update on those two. Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom, for that news from the pit lane. Pit window is closed. That's what that board says. If you could only read the other side of it, that's hanging out of the pit wall at the minute. So no more scheduled pit stops expected for the final part of this race. Oh, and an incident, that is the Josh Leake car, the Honda Civic. We've already seen that car once today in the hands of Luca Diella. This time Josh Leake has gone off and has left some of the car behind. That's on the turn into Sunny.
Yes. Yeah, the rear end of the car sort of hanging off, isn't it? What is left there, like you said, some of it was left on the side of the track and some of the rest of it's hanging back, so that would have been a pretty fast spin, I should think.
There's Luke Handley, Class B leader, and still Chris Freeman behind.
He pulled away though, 8 seconds on the last lap. So
does that, has he got a problem possibly, and might that bring Phil Driver back into the equation for second in class?
He's 25 seconds behind his driver to Freeman. So I don't think there's some people managing cars at the moment. Here comes the Civic into the pits that had the accident.
Yeah.
From 15th.
Yeah, so that's Josh Leake into the pits. It's been an eventful race for that team. There across the line, about to come the Class B leading number 4 car. And number 51 car in 6th place overall.
Andy Schultz is now only 15 seconds behind Michael Dark, so I think he's going to get 4th out of this, isn't he? He was 6 seconds quicker on the last lap. Just going through shot with the 3rd place car of Brad Kaler, who's a long way ahead now of Michael Dark's BMW that's just turning into the hairpin to complete the lap.
Another slow lap from Chris Freeman there, a 1:42.9, so he's now 15 seconds behind Handley, but only 20 seconds ahead of Phil Driver in the battle for Class B.
5 seconds slower. There's the Class B leader on the screen, Luke Handley, who turns his way into Sunny. Andy Schultz completes another lap. 59 laps completed for him. 1:37.3 for Michael Dark. And across the line, Andy Schultz 1:30.7, so the gap's only 8 seconds now, and he was 7 or so seconds quicker on the last lap. Out of the chicane comes Michael Dark, and Andy Schultz will be able to see him shortly. He's catching at an unbelievable rate. I don't think there'll be any more positions after this one, but it's been a great drive from Andy Schultz. It's just that penalty that's cost them.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Real shame for them. As we are watching the cars on the run from Sunny to the complex. There's the Michael Downey Porsche Boxster. That's the Mini that's back into the race, the one that has been described, and that is the 777, which is the Class C leading car at the moment, with Jeremy Crook aboard.
By 27 seconds, the gap has been coming down to James Kell, but not, I don't think, quick enough for there to be a change. 3rd in Class C is Chris Webster's MX-5.
Yeah, about 3 seconds a lap difference. Chris Freeman's into the pit, so Chris Freeman, who was in strife clearly, weaving the car around a little bit as he comes in, almost like he's trying to find some fuel, but they'll have had a fuel change or refuel.
I wonder if there's been some sort of problem there, because it's ever since it exited the pit lane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So, anyway, Chris Freeman...
Oh, there was a miscalculation when they were refueling it.
Yeah, possibly so.
Andy Schultz has already done it. He's already in front of Michael Dark for 4th place. He was 8.5 seconds back at the beginning of the lap, and now he's 3 seconds in front of him. He's a minute though behind 3rd, so that I think is as far as he will get, but it's been a great drive from Schultz in that M3.
Certainly is. He's just making his way through the chicane now, and clearly very determined performance in this second half of the race from Schultz. Only about 10 minutes or so to go in this race at a very warm Croft circuit this evening. There is that Class C leading treble 7 car of Jeremy Crook, who took over from Alec Livesley, who had the car for the first part of the race. And that's a Civic that's running to Class C specs. We've had I think Civics in all 3 classes, haven't we, in this race?
Yes.
Though not all of them have made it to the end, but all running to a slightly different specification, different power to weight calculations. So 10 minutes to go. It's looking like it's going to be Rob Baker that's going to bring the Area Motorsport out home for another victory.
It's the Crook and Livesley car, an Area car too.
I don't know if it's run by Area or not, actually. It could be.
If it is, we've got Area cars leading all 3 classes.
Yeah. The team that do run a number of cars in the championship, and obviously do so in a very professional way as well.
Andy Short has done a 29 now, 1 minute 29.89 after 61 laps, which is now very close to the lap time Cole Swift did in the first part of the race.
Okay.
And he's quicker than he did in qualifying, Andy Short, by over a second, so it makes you wonder he didn't get a proper lap in really this morning, or earlier this afternoon.
Baker just getting across the line in the lead of the race, completing lap number 63. Only about 9 minutes left to go for him in this race. So a 1:31 he did that time through. Still lapping at a reasonably competitive pace all this far into the race. The Celica is still out there, isn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if Richard Lundy isn't quite as quick, because it's been about 10 seconds off the pace ever since he's been in it.
So that's gone down the order. It's 4th now in Class C, isn't it? Behind the Webster MX-5, which itself we think had was that an unscheduled or a troubled pit stop that one had.
Yes, but it's worked out not too badly, I guess, in 3rd place.
Yeah.
There's a slow Golf heading down towards Tower. I don't know if we'll be able to pick that up. The James Alford car is heading out of Tower at reduced pace. It's still going, though, kind of okay. Oh, no, it's going to pull in, take the shortcut, I think, back to the pit lane. You can see that on your screens now.
Yeah, or yeah, I think possibly just park up there behind the barriers, safely out of the way. Might as well leave it there because there's only 8 minutes of the race left to go. He's got it parked up out of the way behind the barriers because it's in between the hairpin and the Jim Park S is more or less just there. There it is. You can see on screen the treble 5 car of Alford. There's the Kayla Seat just going across the line with 7.5 minutes or so of the race left to go. So that's running in 3rd position at the moment. So it's going to be Seat 1st and 3rd by the looks of things here, with Schultz sort of just under a minute behind that car now, isn't he, I think?
Indeed. He's already pulled out 26 seconds to Michael Dark, who's some way off of Sammy Venables' pace. He's 24 seconds ahead of Luke Handley for 5th overall, and being caught pretty fast.
Yeah, Luke Handley, the survivor really of that three-way Class B battle, because we've lost Chris Freeman to the pit lane. Phil Dryborough is a little bit further back. He lost that time in the pits, and indeed he's just getting past our commentary box now.
Is it yellow flag?
Yellow flags, yeah, at on the way into Clairvaux, and I'm trying to see why.
Chris Freeman's car's parked at the end of the pit lane.
It is, isn't it? I wonder if that's the reason for it. It doesn't appear to be an exposed position. I'm trying to look at what we've got on screen now. No, that doesn't really help us. It's just on the exit of the pit lane. I think that's what it's for, though. Right at the pit lane. It's almost like it's trying to go back out into the race and then conked out. Which is possibly exactly what happened. You can see that car, yeah, just beyond the pit lane exit, and the marshal now trying to push it back in to a position of safety.
Darren Ball's pace is dropped off now, and he might be caught by Phil Dryborough before the end. Not for a class position, but for 7th overall.
Yeah, that's certainly possible, isn't it? We're not going to get a change in Class C, I don't think, because it's about 28 seconds between Jeremy Crook in the lead of that class and James Kell in second, so it's the Honda leading the Mazda. See Webster in the MX-5, 22nd overall, third within that class. Then Richard Lundy, Salika is fourth in that class. Graham Kelly in the BMW, fifth in that class. So quite a lot of variety in Class C as well.
Kelly 14 seconds behind Lundy and going 5 seconds a lap faster, so that could be a change right in the dying stages of the race.
Yeah, we can see the Kelly BMW just coming past our commentary box now, as you are watching Steve Cheetham go through, shot in second position, and he is only just a little bit ahead on track of the race leader, Rob Baker. So it looks like Rob Baker is going to lap the field here, Josh.
It's quite possible, yeah. He's caught him pretty well, but this, I think, is Steve Cheetham's best result in this car, if he can stay there, of course. In 2020, yeah, I don't think he got any podiums. He didn't. So yeah, this is the best the car's gone. He finished fourth in the Class A Championship last year. And where did he finish at Donington? He got a 10th, I think, something like that. So this is a big improvement, you'd have to say.
Definitely.
He's 18 seconds ahead of Brad Kaler. That stayed pretty static ever since they've made their stops.
Absolutely right, and I can see Cheetham just heading his way through Tower Corner now, watching the Paul Browse car, number 22. Phil Driver getting past him. Phil Driver in 8th position overall. You've got Graham Kelly involved in that as well. And just behind Graham Kelly on track is the Class C car that's leading Class C.
I'm not sure what's happened though to them, because the gap between them and the Kell just suddenly come down to 22 seconds, where it's been stayed at half a minute for ages.
Yeah, so is there a problem therefore for the car that you can see on screen now, just behind the Paul Browse car actually? I think that is the Treble 7 car. Yes, it is.
There's obviously been an incident here lately, the hairpin. There's debris on the road.
Yeah, there is. There's a slippery surface flag to warn the drivers of that. There you can see it on your screen. A bit of trim that's dropped off one of the cars, maybe.
That was a better lap for Jeremy Crook, so I think all is okay.
And they're just going through your shot now. The two leaders, a lap apart. The Seat overtaking or trying to overtake the Porsche of Steve Cheetham to put a lap on him. Does he succeed by the time they get down? No, he doesn't succeed by the time they get down to Clairvaux. So Steve Cheetham just hanging on for another couple of corners before Rob Baker in the set gets through, which he does now at Hawthorne. They've got the Flying Tangerine ahead of them on the circuit, and I think also the Class C BMW of Rory Baptiste. So a full lap ahead of everyone else now. Rob Baker, here he is on screen.
For 7th overall, Phil Driver has passed Darren Ball on the last lap. To go ahead at Darren Ball, I think it's some kind of issue because his times have been way out for the last few laps.
And Driver's 3/4 of a minute behind Luke Handley in the lead of Class B. So each of the classes, as we head into the final couple of minutes, looking like it's reasonably well settled, I would suggest. With Carl Swift looking good for the overall win, Luke Handley looking good for Class B, and the Treble 7 car of Jeremy Crook, the Honda Civic, looking good for the Class C win here. There's the race leading car, which has been the dominant car really in the past season and a half in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. I wonder who it is that's going to finally be able to beat them. We thought Alan Henderson might be able to do that here, but he's had problems with his car. They've gone to the last lap now, the race leaders. Last lap board is out for Rob Baker. So Carl Swift started the car and got 3/4 of the race probably in it before Rob Baker took over. And he, since he's been out, has lapped a bit, but quite a bit of time on Steve Cheetham in second place overall in the Class 8 Boxster.
Cheetham's now only 15 seconds ahead of Brad Kaler, but obviously that doesn't matter now, but that gap comes down slightly. But yeah, out of the field that have gone through the race without too many issues, Baker and Swift have been clearly quicker than anybody else. If Andy Schultz didn't have that penalty, I think they would have been second at least, and that might have given a bit more interest to what was going on there. But of course, ifs and buts don't mean anything, do they?
No, they don't. So Rob Baker heading through Sunny for the final time.
Yeah, it's about a lap and a half. Shaw's is behind. And 2-minute penalty.
About a lap and a half. It's not too far off, is it? It certainly have been on the same lap.
But there we go.
There we go. Such is motor racing. Anyway, through into the complex for the final time comes Rob Baker, which is about to pass the Paul Browse BMW. But it's going to be another win for Area Motorsport in the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Up to the line he comes then, and the checkered flag is made ready. Rob Baker takes it, and the Seat wins the race, and the Class C car, Class C winner, goes across the line as well. That's the treble 7 car, Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley, who drove that in the first part of the race, so they get their second win of the season as well. So 2 teams with 100% winning records so far in 2021.
And the Class B leader, Luke Handley's making his way through the complex. 6th overall, not far behind 5th in the end. But here he is in shot then, turning into the hairpin. I think the most competitive class, you have to say, here at Croft, Class B.
Yeah, definitely.
And Luke Handley, a great drive this has been by him. How hot that there must be for these solo drivers as well.
Yeah, well, I think many a bottle of water or maybe something stronger will be consumed afterwards, but Luke Handley then getting his first win of the season. He was, I think, 5th at Donington Park in the season over, so he'll be pleased to get his first win of the year under the belt after winning that class last season as well.
Absolutely. Phil Driver second, and that's his best result in Club Enduro, and third Will Beach and Mark Grice, who were only 14 seconds behind in the end, and actually passed Darren Ball. So Darren Ball dropped to 9th, but he got home. Will be 6th in Class A, which is a decent result, I should think, for him.
Absolutely right. There's Leon Bidgeway. He goes across the line. He's had a troubled race as well. Where did he finish in the end, Leon Bidgeway? Can we see that, Josh? There's on screen, we've got the treble 7 car of Jeremy Crook.
19th. So
okay, that's not too bad considering the various dramas that he's had, and that's not the car that Leon Bidgeway has almost.
And his best lap was a second fast in the Class B winner.
Yeah, brilliant. Phil Driver's just come across the line to complete second place within Class B, behind Luke Handley. On screen there you can see the treble 7 car of our Class C winner once again. That's Jeremy Crook just waving to the marshals on his slowing down lap. And many thanks to all of the marshals for their tremendous support this weekend at Croft Circuit. Good to see so many of you here supporting. As a bit of confusion as drivers are but not sure whether to go into the pit lane or not. But let's have a look at the results then at the end of that race. The victory going the way of number 1, Rob Baker and Carl Swift. And they put a lap on the whole field. So number 43, Steve Cheetham, was second, 68 laps compared to 69 by the winners. 126, William Caswell and Brad Kaler were third in the Seat, so 2 Seats in the first 3 places. 4th to number 69, Matt Hampson and Andy Schultz, a good drive from Schultz in the second half of that race. 5th to 235, Michael Dark and Sammy Venables, who made an excellent debut. He's certainly one to watch, isn't he? 6th to number 51, our Class B winner, Luke Handley, his first class victory of the season in the Golf. 7th to number 16, Phil Driver in the Porsche Boxer. 8th to number 27, Will Beach and Mark Grice in the second of the Golfs. 9th to 25, Darren Ball in the BMW 1 Series, and rounding out the top 10, Andy Stocco and David McDonald. In 11th place was Michael Downey. Had a good solid race, didn't he? For, I think, 4th place in Class B in the Porsche Boxed Up. And 12th place was Paul Browse and Luke Browse E46. 13th place, number 29, Andy Roby. And then 14th, the Class C winner, treble 7, Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley in their Honda Civic. They were 64 laps complete, so 5 laps down on the overall winner, but they were only 12 and a bit seconds in the end clear of Darren and James Kell in 15th place, car number 68. 16th to number 10, the Maudsley and Mead Golf. Rogers and Griffiths were 17th in the number 12 Golf. 18th to number 95, Andy Bailey in the Honda Civic Type R. 19th to number 32, Leon Bidgeway in the Lotus Elise, and 20th, the Chris Webster car. There we can see the Rowan and Richard Lundy. Salika eventually finished 21st overall. Graham Kelly's BMW 22nd. We didn't see Mr. Martin Gadsby's compact during the course of that race. He was 23rd. Kevin Sylvain, he had problems in his MX-5, but nevertheless finished 24th. Rory Baptiste also made an unscheduled pit visit, but came home 25th. And then you've got Chris Freeman, who I don't think actually made it to the checkered flag in the end, because he was pushed back down the pit lane. James Alford 27th, Neil Primrose 28th. James Scott 29th, and again Josh Leake and Luca Diella, they were another car in trouble. Cycle through some of the other cars that certainly didn't make it to the end. We lost Ivor Mayers, didn't notice what happened to him. We lost the Holden Commodore, we lost Pete Peter Mansfield and Rob Boston, they had a couple of penalties. Andy Martin was a differential failure, wasn't it, early in the race. We also heard from John Munro after his retirement in the TWP car. And just on to the last few cars on the final screen. Non-finishes as well for these. Alan Henderson and Simon Morgan, who both looked quick, as did Joe Locke and Ash Hicklin. So there was quite a few contenders, really, Josh, for not necessarily the overall win, but for podium places, who fell by the wayside in the early stages.
That's right, but it was good to see a green race once we got going eventually after, I guess, a slightly disastrous original start, but then it was a full green race, which we don't always see, that's for sure. So therefore the race sort of played out as it should do, with the fastest cars throughout the whole distance being successful.
Yeah, and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, I should say, that will continue at Brands Hatch only a couple of weeks from now. Busy Indy circuit it will be for that one, and then 3 more races to go in the championship after that. But it's been a good weekend of racing here at Croft Circuit, ending with the long endurance race, but the sprint racing's been fantastic as well, Josh.
Yeah, I think Locost and MX5s were highlights throughout the weekend, but today's Formula V race, okay, we didn't get overly many laps in it, but that battle between James Harridge and Craig Pollard, it's something I think we're going to remember for the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be a pretty exciting championship to pan out between those two, if that's evidence of what we've got to come for the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
So we'll look forward to Formula V, we'll look forward to Locost and MX5s as well. We've also seen the Rimac Sports 1000 today, win for Rich Miles it was today in his Spire in that one. Congratulations to all those who've been successful today at Croft.
In the sprint races, he was the only body that actually managed to break a gap, I think, out of all the races we had. Obviously in this longer race we had a clear winner, which was Cole Swift and Rob Baker.
And let's see if we can hear from them now in the pits with Tom Butterworth.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, down with your overall race winner, Rob Baker. Rob, tell us about how that one went for you.
Carl did a great stint at the start, and we basically, Cheatham was still in the pit window if he got a safety car stop, so we just had to go as long as until he pitted, and as soon as he did, we knew we could stop and maintain the lead. So yeah, really good job by the team. Car was great. Move on to Brands.
So just the classic overcut then.
Yeah, I mean, we had a gap anyway, but regardless, you can gain a minute. You can gain a minute, 2 minutes under a safety car pit stop compared to a normal one. So he was 50 seconds behind or so. So we just wanted to wait for him to stop and until we did, basically.
Yeah, sorry, I meant I knew you were well clear. It was just the overcut of making sure that you went longer than he did, complete strategy calls on your part, just maintain that gap.
Yeah, team did a great job as always. We always play the strategy game. We're here to win at the end of the day, so we'll always play it the best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we spoke to Carl during the red flag period, and he seemed pretty comfortable as well, and just rocketed away at the start. So nice, clean race from you both, and congratulations. Let me bestow this upon you. Great. So there you go. That's your overall race winner, Class A, Rob Baker, in the Seat Leon. So that brings to a close our day here at Croft. I'd like to thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to thank 750 Motor Club for hosting us here today, for Alpha Live for producing the stream, and to all our track marshals, our safety crew, our safety car team, everybody here that organises it. And yeah, it's been an absolutely fantastic day. You can see that the weather is still glorious here, and yes, we've been looked down upon very well today. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.